Chapter 1729. How dare he be so arrogant after killing someone? They hadn't thought of that. The heavenly gods of the five forces almost wondered if there was something wrong with Tion's head. Was he going to fight 5 pinnacle 1-star heavenly gods alone? The thought flashed through their minds and was tossed to the back of their minds. Tion didn't have the ability to fight them at all. The only thing they were unhappy about was that Tion admitted it too quickly. Before they came, they were still thinking about how to force Tion to admit it. After a while, they decided to use force to force him to admit it. Who wouldn't say anything if they had a reason? In the end, Tion admitted it on the spot. His tone and expression were hard to accept. It was as if he had just killed a passerby. That was a heavenly god, not a chicken, duck, cat, or dog. The heavenly gods in the distance were stunned as well. Is Tion crazy? How dare he admit it? They're obviously looking for trouble. If it were me, I wouldn't admit it even if I was beaten to death. Hee, I like Tion's personality. Why do you have to hide when you kill someone? If you kill someone, you kill someone. That's how we should be. The 8 major sects and 7 overlords have been expanding their forces recently. Tion killed a few of their heavenly gods, so the pressure on us will be much less. These heavenly gods were either from powerful families or sections. In terms of power and influence, they were far from the 8 major sects and 7 overlords. Recently, there had been undercurrents everywhere in the territory. They were all under a lot of pressure. Now that someone had fought against the 8 major sects and 7 overlords, they were very happy to see it. Their impression of Tion skyrocketed. They hoped that Tion would make these people come in full force and return in disappointment, dealing a heavy blow to their pride. Some heavenly gods even planned to maintain a good relationship with Tion as long as he didn't die today. This kind of person was just too much to their liking. Tion, you killed Hong Yen. It's good that you dare to admit it. Heavenly god Crimson Flame was furious. Now, you better come back to Bliss Palace with us and tell us who ordered you to kill our heavenly god. Crimson Flame, what do you mean by this? Tion killed our sacred black god. We have to bring him back. The dark demon sect's Empyrean god Demonic Cloud was displeased. You're bringing this person back? Is our dark demon sect going to waste this trip? Apart from bringing Tion back, they also had to interrogate the mastermind behind this. A few heavenly deities were killed. They didn't believe that Tion had the ability to do so. There must be someone directing this from the shadows. As long as they brought Tion back, they would have plenty of methods to interrogate him. Tion killed an Empyrean god of our godly heaven palace as well. What right do you have to take him back? Empyrean god Colds now of godly heaven palace disagreed. His goal was the same as theirs. No, absolutely not. We, the Thousand Goblins sect, must bring Tion back. The 5 heavenly deities began to quarrel. Tion was very important, no one could give in. Should we fire a few shots? Lin Fei wasn't a good person. In a place like the Weave, good people basically didn't survive. They would either die at the hands of immortal beasts or immortals. There was no third outcome. He took out the battle fortress. A black giant appeared in front of everyone, emitting a terrifying aura. Battle number 1, fire the cannons. Don't stop. Since they dare to be arrogant in the great metropolis heavens, they should know how powerful I am. Give you face? Lin Fei was not a fool. He would not do such a thing. Understood. Battle number 1 was born to control the battle. As soon as the battle fortress appeared, its terrifying aura caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. It was as though they were being stared at by a terrifying demon king. They felt very uncomfortable. Before they could react, one destructive aura after another shot out. Swish, swish, swish. Black beams of light swept through the air, piercing through the army of rulers. Hundreds of them died on the spot. They didn't even make a sound. Ruler battle armor? It broke through. Shield? It broke through. Over 100 beams of light shot out, creating a huge hole in the previously orderly army of rulers. The rulers clearly began to panic. The beams of light were simply too fast. They were rulers, and although they weren't slow, they couldn't block the terrifying power of the beams of light. This was the first wave. Not even a second later, the second wave of attacks was launched. This time, there were over 1,000 beams of light. Multiple cannons appeared in front of the battle fortress, and they shot out in rapid succession. Not good, that's a battle fortress. Why did this thing appear? It's coming again. It's my battle armor. The second wave of attacks came, and the rulers collapsed. The beams of light became terrifying existences that reaped their lives. In front of this, they became extremely weak. Because they saw with their own eyes that no matter what they were wearing, it would be pierced through. This was because there was more than one beam of light that landed on them. In addition, they were almost all gathered together. The concentrated attacks of the beams were simply a one-sided massacre. After the second wave of attacks, less than 20,000 of the 50,000 elite rulers were left. All of them were scared out of their wits, and they all ran away, crying for their parents. They wished they had more legs. Against the infamous battle fortress, 2 legs were really not enough. The rulers who were lucky enough to survive were all left with inner demons. They didn't dare to think back to that terrifying scene. According to what they said, even if they were wearing battle armor, the beams were densely packed. No matter how good the defense of the battle armor was, they wouldn't be able to dissipate the power in time. It would be strange if they didn't die one after another. This was a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Dedan, you bastard. Too shameless. I'm going to kill you. The 5 heavenly gods didn't even have time to react before the battle fortress's attacks came. After 2 waves of attacks, the elite rulers they brought were basically left with around 4,000 to 5,000. In the blink of an eye, they lost 5,000 subordinates. Most importantly, facing the dense and terrifying attacks, their subordinates were scared out of their wits. They lost the ability to fight and were left with inner demons. They were completely crippled. How could they accept this? It was fine if 1 ruler died, but now 4 to 5,000 were dead, and they were elite rulers. Their equipment was also destroyed, turning into scrap metal. This was a huge loss. The 5 heavenly gods went crazy and cursed each other. If they didn't quarrel, they wouldn't have fallen for this. The battle fortress came out too quickly. When the surrounding heavenly gods reacted, they all jumped in fright. As expected of a lethal weapon, it lives up to its reputation. If I had such a lethal weapon, any faction would have to be polite to me. Killing to my heart's content. If it were me, it wouldn't be easy to block it. While the heavenly gods were shocked, they inwardly rejoiced that they didn't do anything to Tion. Everyone knew about the battle fortress, but those who had actually seen it were few and far between. Moreover, there weren't many who had attacked it face to face. This also became the capital for them to brag about later on. Lin Fei sat on top of the battle fortress. Shameless? Who's shameless? Your people weren't as skilled as me and were killed by me. Who's to blame? And you still want me to go with you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei took out an immortal fruit and ate it. The juice flowed and it tasted pretty good. Xiao xiao xiao, the light beam attacks continued. The 5 heavenly gods were furious. They wanted to immediately kill Tion and skin him alive. However, the concentrated attacks forced them to take out low-grade god artifacts to block. If they didn't block, the people behind them would all die. The battle fortress's attacks were known as long-range attacks. No matter how fast the rulers were, they couldn't compare to the battle fortress's attacks. Chapter 1730. The battleships continued to unleash their might. Black energy cannons swept up a boundlessly terrifying aura. Regardless of whether they were in the great metropolis celestial realm or the celestial gods in the outside world, any immortal who had reached a higher level of cultivation would feel a sudden sense of trepidation. Not even supreme-quality ruler battle robes could withstand such a ferocious attack. The elite rulers brought by the 5 heavenly gods were almost instantly killed. They could block 1 energy cannon, but they couldn't block the 2nd or 3rd. The battleships are indeed top-grade war weapons of the battle race. Even heavenly gods can't block such concentrated attacks. This Tion is even more vicious than I imagined. Tian Yang's expression turned serious. I thought he would endure for a while. Young people are indeed full of youthful vigor. What an eye-opener. Tion's attacks cost nothing. The price of a single cannon can bankrupt many people. It seems that this Tion of ours is truly rich. Huang Chuan had a look of envy on his face. They couldn't wait for the two sides to fight. If Lin Fei had been defeated, they wouldn't have minded helping out as a favor. In the end, however, Lin Fei was even more vicious than they had imagined. He had taken advantage of their discord to attack them. They liked his swift and decisive methods. They've lost face, Huang Chuan said. News of today's events will definitely spread. Tian Yang nodded. If Tion can suppress the 5 heavenly gods, no one will dare to do anything to the great metropolis heaven for a short period of time. Unfortunately, even with the influence of our merchant association, we don't have a single battleship. The two of them sighed. They had no choice but to accept Tion's luck. The 5 heavenly gods had ugly expressions on their faces. They took out low-quality divine artifacts to block the incoming energy cannons. Their eyes were terrifyingly sharp, and they radiated a cold, killing intent. No one had ever dared to call them cowards. Tion was the first. Tion, you've got guts. In a bit, this old man will make you regret saying those words. Scarlet Flame activated his defensive divine artifact. All of you, come to this old man's senfu. Scarlet Flame was about to retract his subordinates. If they all died, it would be hard to explain, even if he was a heavenly god. Lin Fei crossed his legs. You're right. I'm a man. How can I not have guts? Are you not a man? Have you been castrated? Fire Dragon Dance. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame's eyes were bloodshot. He withdrew his subordinates into his senfu and soared into the sky. He unleashed a ferocious fire dragon that went straight for Lin Fei in the black hole. Bang bang bang. The battle fortress in front of the black hole was destroyed. The energy cannons continued to fire. Shadow? Heavenly God Chi Hua was stunned, and then he shook his head. It's not a phantom. It's a spatial technique. Do you think I can't deal with you just because you have a spatial technique? World ablaze. Empyrean God Scarlet Flame unleashed a wave of divine fire. The divine flames spread out continuously, illuminating most of the starry sky. Then, they turned into fire dragons that charged into the black hole one after another, smashing through layer after layer of space. Old thing, is that all you've got? On the battle fort, Lin Fei was full of smiles. But your fire is pretty good. I can use it to barbecue. With that, a huge piece of barbecued meat appeared outside of the battle fort. The fire was getting weaker and weaker, and the golden oil was dripping off the meat. Barbecue? How could this kid do something like that? Tian Yang and Huang Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This was infuriating. Tion easily dodged Empyrean God Scarlet Flame's attack. Just this skill alone was enough to make him invincible. Don't forget, there was still the battle fortress to attack. Even Empyrean gods would have a headache over this. Scarlet Flame, your fire is no good. Watch my ice. Empyrean goddess Colds now of the divine heavenly palace charged forward. A wave of ice and snow shot into the black hole, shattering space as well. However, this attack was also shattered by the energy cannons when it reached the black hole. I don't believe this. Empyrean God Scarlet Flame was furious. Dressed in low-grade god armor, he charged forward, wanting to kill Tion on the spot to vent his anger. He had forgotten about bringing Tion back. Tion was too infuriating. I'll go with you. Empyrean goddess Snow charged in as well. Both of them activated their defensive treasures to block the energy cannons, but even so, they could still sense the attacks coming from all directions. Every time they blocked, they would have to expend a lot of divine power. However, Tion was still unable to find his way out. Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right in front of you. Hurry up and come. Don't disappoint me. The dense energy cannons in the distance caused their scalps to go numb. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more figures charged in. They had brought their subordinates with them into the senfu. They didn't want to be killed by the energy cannons here. That would be a huge loss. This guy used a spatial treasure to hide in countless layers of space. How shameless! Empyrean God Bearstorm of the myriad goblins sect spat out a stream of demonic aura, showing his fury. The most shameless thing is that energy cannons. Every single one of them is extremely terrifying. They are constantly consuming our divine power. This is the most troublesome part. This guy's energy cannons seem to have no limits. Empyrean god Devil Cloud felt a headache coming on. There were countless layers of space. Empyrean god Devil Cloud had destroyed countless layers of space, but he still couldn't catch up to Tion's shadow. His divine power was constantly being consumed. Everyone, let's break through space together. That way we'll be faster. The battle fort is a top-tier weapon of war. No matter how rich Tion is, his energy cannons aren't limitless. Maybe if we just hold on for a bit longer, we'll win. Empyrean god Voidzai, who hadn't spoken much, said. Fellow Taoist Voidzai is right. The battle fort is known as a bottomless pit. Tion won't need too much time. Everyone, let's break through space together. Everyone believed Empyrean god Voidzai's words. His backer, the Saint Devil Overlord, had a battle fort. Things like energy were extremely precious. Tion was just lucky. As long as they continued, they would definitely win. Master, why don't you summon your clones and kill them all? Little Fiend really liked this kind of slow and unhurried way of doing things. Lin Fei sat on the battle fort. He didn't seem to care about the energy consumption at all. What's the rush? Once they come in, they won't be able to leave. Don't you think it's very interesting for thieves to do this? Lin Fei grinned. You don't care about the energy consumption? Of course I do. But someone's going to give it back to me sooner or later. Lin Fei stood up and picked up the roast meat. It's not bad. I can eat it while I watch. Little Fiend glanced at the 5 heavenly gods who were still breaking through space. Poor baby. Boom boom boom. The 5 heavenly gods attacked at the same time, and it was almost like a one-sided massacre. At the same time, their divine power was also being consumed very quickly. They pulled out pills and swallowed them several times to recover their divine power, but they still couldn't keep up. Tion looked like he was only one step away, but he was always just ahead of them. Keep it up. Keep it up. Lin Fei moved another reclining chair over and sat there leisurely. Chapter 1731. What did it mean to have a bad start? The current situation was unfavorable for them. The 5 heavenly god powerhouses joined forces to attack Tion, but they were ultimately unable to block the layers of space in front of them. The space became their only barrier. It was the saddest thing in the world to be unable to take someone down right in front of you. More importantly, he was being watched by a few Empyrean gods. None of the 5 heavenly deities who acted felt comfortable. They regretted what they said to Tion earlier. Wouldn't it be fine if they directly went up to capture Qin Wenyan? Now, look at what happened. They were being mocked by this brat. Taoist Voidzai, didn't you say that the battle fort would run out of energy soon? Empyrean god Demon Cloud consumed yet another pill. So much time has passed. Why haven't the attacks of the battleships weakened in the slightest? Empyrean god Voidzai was at a loss. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Who would be willing to expend energy like this? He mumbled, Well, it's not that I don't know. What now? Empyrean god Coltsnow's face was expressionless, but in truth, she was having a headache as well. This kid wasn't easy to deal with. Just a single dimension was enough to make them feel like dying. With 5 heavenly deities joining forces to attack, logically speaking, no matter what kind of spatial treasure it was, there was no way it could block their attacks. Sooner or later, the spatial treasure would be destroyed and they would capture Tion. But the current situation was beyond their expectations. The divine power had been used up, but the person had not been taken down. This was not a solution. Why aren't you continuing? On top of the battle fort, Lin Fei was leisurely watching the show. Didn't you want to take me back? I'm right in front of you. The expressions of the 5 heavenly gods became even worse. Empyrean god Demonic Cloud waved his sleeves. Tion, you really do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You can hide in space, but I wonder if your family will be as lucky. For the sake of capturing Tion, Empyrean god Devil Cloud was willing to do anything. Empyrean god Demon Cloud turned to leave. He refused to believe that Tion wouldn't be nervous or worried. Once he left this dimension, even someone with 3 heads and 6 arms would have to bow their heads obediently. Contemptible? This wasn't despicable at all. As long as he won, he didn't need to care about anything else. The other 4 Empyrean deities hesitated for a moment. They really couldn't bring themselves to use their family to threaten the other party. This was because they were Empyrean deities and had their own bottom line. They weren't like Empyrean deity Devil Cloud, who had no qualms about anything. Also, the reputation of the mystic demon sect was indeed not very good. Many Empyrean deities were willing to do vicious and merciless things. It wasn't the first time he had seen people use their family to threaten others. Lin Fei stood up and laughed out loud. A cold light flashed across his eyes. What a great demon profound sect, what a great 8 sects, what a great God of heaven. Since you dare to use this to threaten Laozi, then Laozi will not be polite to you. Empyrean God Demon Cloud was inwardly quite pleased with himself. Youngsters were youngsters after all, they couldn't take the provocation of others at all. Even the slightest provocation from him would cause their minds to be thrown into chaos. This sort of person was the easiest to deal with. Dean, it's good that you know. Come out right now, or I'll destroy your great metropolis heaven. You don't want your family to die in front of you, do you? Empyrean God Devil Cloud threatened. Empyrean God Devil Cloud didn't care about killing a few ants. You're dead for threatening my family. I guarantee that no one will be able to save you today. Lin Fei had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless deity. There was no point in keeping this kind of person around. Xiao, a figure rushed out from the 10,000 layers of space. Eat my blade. A saber light slashed toward Empyrean God Devil Cloud. Empyrean God Devil Cloud wasn't afraid of Tion coming out. As long as Tion came out, everything would be under his control. He didn't care about this saber attack. He raised his hand, and a giant hand formed from divine power grabbed the saber light. Crack, 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 the saber light fell into the giant hand. Empyrean God Devil Cloud grabbed it hard, trying to crush the saber light. Many of the saber lights were crushed. Suddenly, the saber light in the palm exploded with the power of a heavenly god. The long and narrow saber light tore through the giant hand made of divine power and went straight for Empyrean God Devil Cloud's face. A pure heavenly god attack. The explosive power of this saber slashed on Empyrean God Devil Cloud's face. You've become a heavenly god. Empyrean God Devil Cloud was shocked. According to the information, Tion's strength was at most a half-step heavenly god. He was far from the heavenly god realm. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Another heavenly god appeared and slashed at Empyrean God Devil Cloud, causing his body to tremble. Then, Tion also slashed at him. Empyrean God Devil Cloud was attacked from the front and the back. When he saw Tion charging at him from behind and the aura of a heavenly god, his expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, 2 heavenly gods. How did his clone become an heavenly god as well? The 4 nearby heavenly gods were also stunned. A clone had become an heavenly god? What kind of joke was this? Even the clones they had cultivated couldn't reach the heavenly god realm in terms of combat prowess. At most, they were half-step heavenly gods. But this was a bona fide heavenly god. The aura of an heavenly god could not be replicated. 2 heavenly gods? It wasn't over yet. Whoosh, 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 3 more heavenly gods appeared in the air, all of them emanating the same aura. The original 2 heavenly gods became 5 heavenly gods, and they joined forces to attack Empyrean God Devil Cloud. This wasn't a simple matter of 1 + 1. Empyrean God Devil Cloud was instantly surrounded by the 5 heavenly god clones. I told you, you're dead for sure today. Clone Lin Fei laughed. Empyrean God Devil Cloud's face was filled with terror. Impossible! How could you have 5 heavenly god clones? What awaited him was the attacks of the 5 clones, Lin Fei. All of them were inferior-grade divine weapons. Each and every one of them was perfect, especially in close-quarters combat. In the blink of an eye, heavenly god demonic cloud's inferior-grade divine armor and inferior-grade divine tool were riddled with holes and could be scrapped. Cold blood, void, come and help me. Empyrean God Devil Cloud's body was riddled with wounds, and his face was pale. He had no choice but to ask for help. Otherwise, he would really die today. Not good. This is dizziness. This is freezing. Gravity enhancement. After being surrounded by the 5D Tian clones, Empyrean God Devil Cloud was crushed in the blink of an eye. All sorts of additional attributes rained down on his body. After all, Lin Fei had armed his 18 clones to the teeth. Apart from the important items, they also had all sorts of divine weapons and treasures on them that could unleash all sorts of attributes. Too many attributes could kill a person. Empyrean God Devil Cloud cried for help, then let out a blood-curdling scream. We can't let Tian kill fellow Taoist Devil Cloud. Empyrean God Scarlet Flame had a bad feeling about this. If Empyrean God Devil Cloud died here, they would definitely be finished as well. They would have to pay a heavy price to leave. The 4 Empyrean gods came to their senses. Time cage. Before they could help, they were trapped in the cage and their movements slowed down. Lin Fei also descended from the battle fortress and appeared not far away from them. No one can save the person I want to kill. Their hearts sank. Empyrean God Devil Cloud was dead for sure. Sure enough, within a few breaths, Empyrean God Devil Cloud let out an enraged roar. Tian, you want to kill me? I won't let you have your way. An aura of destruction gathered. Empyrean God Devil Cloud was about to self-detonate. You must die. Lin Fei shook his head and pointed a finger at Empyrean God Devil Cloud. Empyrean God Devil Cloud's self-detonation was stopped, and the 5 clones swarmed forward, shattering Empyrean God Devil Cloud. Chapter 1732. Just like that, Empyrean God Demonic Cloud's godhead landed in Lin Fei's hands. Tian, I've lost. Please don't kill me. Just let me go, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Empyrean God Demonic Cloud began to beg for mercy. However, the killing intent in his eyes didn't seem sincere at all. All he had to do was go back and summon the other Empyrean gods of his sect for revenge. Even though Empyrean God Demonic Cloud had been very secretive, there was no way he could hide it from Lin Fei. In the end, his true colors were exposed. It was laughable. You make it sound so easy, you old thing. I have a habit of killing those who threaten me. If there's one, I'll kill one. If there's 2, I'll kill 2 to avoid future troubles. Lin Fei used the 10,000-year gaze and killed Empyrean God Demonic Cloud in the blink of an eye. Another Empyrean god had died. All the Empyrean gods were restless. No one had ever thought that a single person could be this powerful. Their horizons had been broadened. In front of them was a terrifying battle fortress. Behind them were clones of Empyrean gods. Every single one of them gave them immense pressure. Most importantly, they were armed to the teeth with divine weapons. Slay a god. Luckily, I didn't plan on attacking the major world. Even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to kill 5 clones. A peak 1-star Empyrean god died just like that. How terrifying. They were very wary of Tian. They couldn't afford to offend someone like this. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that clones could reach the Empyrean god level. This defied their common sense. What a high-grade god-tier technique. Rumor has it that he cultivates a technique from the primal chaos heavens. But that technique doesn't seem to be this powerful? Tian Yang and Huang Chuan's hearts shook. Tian was far more powerful than they had imagined. A single battle fortress was terrifying enough. Now he had 5 Empyrean gods and a mysterious spatial treasure. It would take at least 10 Empyrean gods to surround and kill him. From now on, no one will dare to look down on Tian. If you want to fight him, you have to weigh your strength first. Tian Yang said again. Looking at Tian in the distance, no one knew what he was thinking. This trip was really worth it. The Tianyun Tower is really lucky to have such a great backer like Tian. Huang Chuan's mind spun rapidly as he thought about what he should do next. You see, I've never been wrong. Lin Fei played with the divinity in his hand. To be honest, the divinity was very beautiful. It was sparkling and resplendent. If it was on Earth back then, it would definitely be a great work of art. I wonder if I can find Earth in the future? Inexplicably, this thought popped up in Lin Fei's mind, but he quickly retracted it. With the death of Empyrean God Demonic Cloud, the 5 doppelgangers, Lin Fei, stood behind Lin Fei like bodyguards. The 4 Empyrean gods who were trapped in the time cage felt a chill run down their spines. Empyrean god Demonic Cloud, who was at the same level as them, had been killed just like that. It was as if all their cultivation had gone to waste. Tian had killed them too easily. When they saw the divinity in Tian's hand, they felt as if they could see their divinity appearing in his hand soon. Tian, the one who threatened your family was Empyrean god Demonic Cloud. It has nothing to do with us. Empyrean god Su Zai hurriedly explained. He didn't want to be misunderstood as a threat. He was truly frightened by the scene just now. Empyrean god Su Zai still had the confidence to fight 1 against 2. However, facing 5 Empyrean gods and Tian, whose strength couldn't be seen, Empyrean god Su Zai didn't have the confidence to fight them. Moreover, the attributes of the inferior-grade divine artifacts on the 5 doppelgangers had also frightened them. This kind of fighting method was pure bullying. Not only did he have to face 5 Empyrean gods, but he also had to resist the attribute attacks of the inferior-grade divine artifacts. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yes, we really didn't have such thoughts. It was all Empyrean god Demonic Cloud's actions. We are Empyrean gods after all. We definitely wouldn't have such thoughts. None of the Empyrean gods of the demon mystic sect are good people to begin with. They all explained. But they didn't have such thoughts. They were extremely fearful of Tian. Oh, so the one just now is called Empyrean god Demonic Cloud. Lin Fei said, if you say it has nothing to do with me, then it has nothing to do with me. How do I know if what you said is true? Didn't you say you wanted to bring me back to your sect? Did I hear wrongly? That doesn't seem possible. The 4 Empyrean gods had long faces and shook their heads to express that they didn't. They definitely couldn't admit to such things. As for their previous arrogance and disdain, they should just forget about it. Tian could easily kill them now. If they had known that you were so powerful, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Is it easy to cultivate to our level? But you killed an Empyrean god as easily as killing a chicken or duck. They still wanted to live a little longer. Looking at you guys, you don't have the guts. But you wanted to take me back. Everyone heard it. I was scared out of my wits. What do you think I should do? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. You were scared out of your wits? F*CKU, we were the ones who were scared. You can even kill gods. Do you have to be so shameless? They almost cursed. There was someone who was so shameless. We are willing to compensate you. We are willing to compensate you for your loss. As long as you let us go, the things we brought will be part of the compensation. They only wanted to go back alive and tell the sect that this Tian wasn't easy to deal with. They couldn't afford to offend him. Revenge? They should study it slowly. Compensation? That's fine. But Lin Fei changed the topic. Forget about your things. I really don't care about them. In my eyes, they are all useless trash. If it was someone else who said this, the 4 of them would definitely spit at that person. But in front of Tian, they really had nothing to say. The 5 Empyrean god clones were all low-grade divine tools. They really couldn't compare to him. The 4 Empyrean gods were very bitter and helpless. Even Empyrean gods had times when they couldn't speak. If they really wanted to fight, they would lose at least 2 of them. None of them could defend against the combined attacks of 5 Empyrean god avatars. The endless elemental attacks could easily take their lives, and with the threat of the battle fortress, they had no chance of winning. What do we have to do for you to let us go? Empyrean god Scarlet Flame's face darkened. He finally spoke with great difficulty. These words also became the meaning of the other 3. It's not easy for you to come to Great Metropolis Heaven. As your host, it would be a pity if I don't invite you to have a seat. Lin Fei said with a smile. As for the compensation, it's simple. As long as you send word back and each of you send 3 godhoods, it'll be done. That's impossible. Empyrean god Scarlet Flame shouted. Who didn't know the importance of godhoods? Lin Fei put away the godhoods in his hand. Oh, since you're not willing, I'll just kill you. Anyway, you have godhoods. I don't care about other things, but I like godhoods. Chapter 1733. In everyone's eyes, the battle of life and death ended just like that. Great Metropolis World's Tion easily killed a heavenly god and invited 4 heavenly gods to Invincible Palace as guests. This almost blinded everyone. How could this happen? No one knew what Tion said to them or what conditions they had agreed on, but the 4 heavenly gods went to Invincible Palace just like that. Everything seemed to have ended so easily. But to the 5 factions that had come so aggressively, they had lost a lot of face this time. They would never forget such an exciting battle for the rest of their lives. The immortals who had been suspicious earlier no longer had any doubts now. Tianyun Tower would definitely auction inferior-grade god weapons. And the news of the battle outside the galaxy quickly spread with the help of the heavenly gods. The circle of heavenly gods was in an uproar. No one could digest this news. The main body was not a heavenly god, but all his clones were heavenly gods. With heavenly god Wuzun, who could deal with Tion. Then, it was said that Tion cultivated the top cultivation method of chaotic heavens. Rumor had it that he could cultivate 18 clones. Now that he had appeared as 5 heavenly gods, who would be left? No one dared to think further. Tion's strength was unfathomable. 5 heavenly gods could easily kill 1 heavenly god. If 18 heavenly gods appeared together, Tion's strength would be unimaginable. Who would dare to go against Tion? Instantly, Tion was labeled as a super expert. The heavenly gods who had suspected that Tianyun Tower would auction inferior-grade god weapons regretted it now. With such a super expert here, all his clones were inferior-grade god weapons. They were armed to the teeth. Would there be no inferior-grade god weapons? Heavenly gods rushed to Great Metropolis World. Great Metropolis World, in a senfa near Tianyun Tower. A bunch of unlucky B** stars. Heavenly god Li Shan did not watch the battle outside the galaxy. With his strength, he could see the battle outside from the senfu. From their murderous aura, Heavenly god Li Shan knew that this would be the result. Heavenly god Li Shan did not stay in Invincible Palace. He was here on behalf of the Holy Demon Overlord. Li Shan, are you there? Heavenly god Li Shan frowned. He took out a jade talisman from his storage ring. It was very expensive and was specially used to send messages. He activated the communication jade talisman, and a tall, illusory figure appeared in midair. This was a burly and domineering phantom. It was just a phantom, and it had its hands behind its back. It was extremely domineering, like a towering mountain that couldn't be crossed. This person was the Holy Demon Overlord, one of the 7 overlords, and one of the strongest experts in the weave. Did something major happen in the Great Metropolis Celestial today? Did Empyrean God Crimson Flame and the others get invited back by Tion? The tall, illusory figure asked rather anxiously. Heavenly deity Li Shan nodded. I was just about to report this to you. There is indeed such a thing. Tion has displayed extraordinary strength. His main body might not have reached the heavenly deity realm, but he has 5 heavenly deities by his side. Their battle prowess is extremely terrifying and cannot be underestimated. Are you sure it's 5 heavenly gods? He's armed to the teeth with treasures, Empyrean God Li Shan said. Last time, it was fortunate that I left quickly. Otherwise, I really would have been killed on the spot. I hope that you will do your best to fight for the low-grade divine artifact in the auction held by the Tianyun Tower. I will bring people over immediately. You want to come over? Now, all the higher-ups know how terrifying Tion is. He can establish his own sect by himself. He is no longer someone who can be easily dealt with. You are quite lucky. The illusory figure's tone became solemn. Participate in the auction properly. Remember, don't offend Tion for now. Wait for me to come over first. The illusory figure warned again and again. Heavenly deity Li Shan kept the messaging jade talisman and chuckled. I'm afraid the 7 hegemons won't be able to sit still anymore. That's true. This Tion is too much of a bully. Demon Mystic Sect, in the Great Hall of the Great Palace. All the core elders were enraged. A while ago, Heavenly Deity Black Saint died. In the blink of an eye, Heavenly Deity Demonic Cloud died. Demon Mystic Sect directly lost 2 heavenly deities. demon mystic sect's strength was greatly affected. The news spread very quickly. Demon mystic sect also knew about heavenly deity demonic cloud's death immediately. After losing 2 heavenly deities in a row, demon mystic sect was already furious. All the elders' faces were filled with anger as well. At the same time, there was a hint of astonishment. The Deition in their eyes was actually so powerful. His main body had yet to become a heavenly deity, but his clones had become a heavenly deity first. Moreover, there was not just 1, but 5 heavenly deities. This seemed to be a huge joke. 1 heavenly deity was enough to oversee a sect. 5 heavenly deities could dominate a territory and pass down their legacy for dozens of chaos years. Sect leader, this Deition must be eliminated. He killed 2 of our demon mystic sect's heavenly deities. It has long become a situation where one party must die. If he is allowed to advance to the heavenly deity realm, he will deal with our demon mystic sect sooner or later. I heard that he has 18 clones. If all 18 clones are heavenly deities, how can we deal with them? We must eliminate him. The thoughts of these core elders were very simple. Eliminate Deition. The demon mystic sect's sect leader, who was sitting on the main seat, had a gloomy expression. The news came too suddenly. The fall of heavenly deity Black Saint made the sect leader feel bad. This would make the people above think that he was incompetent. Now that another heavenly deity had fallen, how was he going to explain this to them? To be able to become the sect leader, he wouldn't make a decision easily just because of a few words. All of you said that you want to eliminate Deition. Let me ask you, how many heavenly deities do we need to deal with him? The sect leader swept his gaze across everyone. 5 heavenly deities or 10? The great hall was instantly silent. It was hard to say. Deition killed heavenly deity demonic cloud by himself and suppressed 4 other heavenly deities. He won effortlessly. If they were to deal with Deition, 5 heavenly deities might not be enough. 10 heavenly deities? They didn't have the confidence. It should be around 10 heavenly deities. An elder said. The sect leader said coldly, "What if Deition has 18 heavenly deities?" That's not possible. The elder felt his hair stand on end, and he couldn't even speak properly. The sect leader stood up. Even you can't guarantee that if 10 heavenly deities go, what if they don't return and delay the matter of the Exalted One? Who will be responsible, or me? Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. No one was willing to bear this responsibility. However, if they left Deition alone, their demon mystic sect couldn't afford to lose face. They would probably become a joke now. Deition has to be dealt with, not now. The sect leader said again, "Our demon mystic sect can't have any more losses. What we need to do now is to wait for that place to open and plunder enough god deities to create a group of heavenly deities. As for Deition, we need to show our sincerity and confuse him for now. In the future, we will settle the new and old scores together." No one would refute the sect leader's words. Chapter 1734. P.S. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. The one who contacted heavenly god Li Shan wasn't the holy demon overlord, but the darkness overlord. Something similar to the demon mystic sect also happened to other sections. Especially the Thousand Goblins sect, Divine Heaven Palace, Holy Demon Overlord, and Bliss Palace. They were all furious and wanted to send troops to the great heaven world to suppress Deition. As the news continued to spread, they had no choice but to calm down. Deition wasn't easy to deal with. They couldn't watch as their heavenly god experts were killed by Deition. Losing a heavenly god would have a huge impact on their sect. Especially with the demon mystic sect at the front, they lost 2 heavenly gods, and they were real heavenly gods. The losses were huge. According to the news from the Invincible Palace, Deition wasn't easy to deal with. The 5 of them couldn't resist at all. With his powerful spatial treasure and the battle fort, Deition alone could exhaust them to death. They had to bring the heavenly god back. A living heavenly god was too important. The only thing they had to do now was to bring the heavenly god back. They could deal with Deition later. Moreover, they weren't confident. Invincible Palace. 4 heavenly gods were temporarily under house arrest in a courtyard. Aggrieved? That was natural. They didn't dare to do anything. They could only wait obediently for the people from their sex to come. Until now, they still couldn't figure out what powerful spatial treasure Tion had that could block their attacks. In the end, they were defeated. Scolding? Every day. Perhaps this was the only way to vent their anger. Tianyun Building Branch. After Tion killed another heavenly god, the Tianyun building became completely silent. There were no more people who had such thoughts. Everyone was obedient and didn't dare to have any thoughts. They just waited for the auction to start. Do you really believe that they will use the godhood to ransom you? Lu Ziyue was accompanying Lin Fei in a private room in the Tianyun building. Because today was the day of the auction. The 5 heavenly gods came aggressively. Lu Ziyue was worried that something would happen to Lin Fei. The pressure from the space was so great that it made one's heart palpitate. The final result shocked Lu Ziyue. What appeared to be a one-sided battle in the eyes of the spectators was a completely different story. Lin Fei looked at the newcomer and said, "They will. Godhoods are good, and they can create heaven gods with the fighting prowess of a half-step heaven god. They know better than anyone what to do. Aren't you afraid that they will join forces again?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Don't be afraid. If they really work together, I'll clap my hands and welcome them to form a team. That way, the harvest will be even greater." Lu Ziyu was truly impressed by Lin Fei. "You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to blackmail a heavenly god. Serves them right for not being as skilled as others." Lin Fei didn't want to talk too much about this. "Right, the auction is about to start. Aren't you going down?" Lu Ziyu looked at Lin Fei bitterly. "You want me to go down so badly?" Lin Fei laughed dryly. "Of course not. You also came to participate in the auction. Today's auction is full of good stuff. It'll be a pity if you don't come. Many people didn't come. I'm afraid they'll miss out on this opportunity. Look, Tian Yang from the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce is here. Isn't that Huang Chuan from the infernal heaven beside Tian Yang?" People continuously entered the heavenly fortune pavilion. Soon, people saw the heaven gods from the 2 major chambers of commerce enter. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan walked as they walked. During this time, some heaven gods nodded at them. You could offend anyone, but you couldn't offend 2 major chambers of commerce. It was hard to guarantee that you wouldn't buy things from them one day. After they entered, many people from major powers also entered. For example, Heavenly God Li Shan, a subordinate of the Dark Lord. Heavenly God Li Shan entered expressionlessly. He represented the Dark Lord. "Fellow Taoist Li Shan, how have you been?" Before he reached the door, a familiar voice came from nearby. "Fellow Taoist Luo Xian, you're here too. How rare." Heavenly God Li Shan recognized the leader of the 10 great young masters, Luo Xian. Heavenly God Luo Xian said indifferently, "It's all because of the matter at the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. I just happened to be in a nearby territory, so I came to join in the fun. Unfortunately, Black Sage and the others." Heavenly God Li Shan said, "That's their bad luck. They can't blame anyone. If it weren't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have fallen as well. This Tian really isn't easy to deal with." Heavenly God Luo Xian went into seclusion after returning from the Divine Mountain. He also successfully broke through to the Heavenly God stage. Unfortunately, his divine power was limited, so his strength was somewhat affected. He also held a grudge against Tian. He hadn't even found Tian for revenge, but Heavenly God Luo Xian heard the news he didn't want to hear the most. Heavenly Goddess Hong Yen, Heavenly God Black Sage, and the others had been killed one after another. How glorious were the 10 great young masters! In the blink of an eye, 5 of them had fallen. This was a blow to Luo Xian's head. Tian, it was Tian again. Before reaching the great celestial realm, the 5 major powers had suffered a great loss once again. One of them was killed, and 4 of them were invited back. He admitted that he was inferior to Tian. "I came with the elders today. I didn't come for Tian." Heavenly God Luo Xian still held a grudge against Tian. He didn't dare to act rashly in his territory. "I'm the same as you. I'm here to bid for something. Together. The Heavenly Fortune Pavilion had put in a lot of effort to hold this auction. Everyone with a certain status was arranged into a private room. Those with average reputations were all arranged into the main hall. The main hall could hold more than 10,000 people. Unconvinced? No one dared to say that. The current Tion wasn't someone they could offend at all. To put it bluntly, they were just here to join in the fun. The true participants of the auction were the 36 private rooms in the air. Among them were the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce, the Infernal Realm, and the Heavenly Hall. The main hall was filled with people. The 36 private rooms were all present. The Heavenly Fortune Pavilion's auction had begun. A formation was activated outside. The enormous Heavenly Fortune Pavilion fell into the 10,000-layered space. It was constantly moving, causing the immortals outside to be dumbfounded. This was because they couldn't sense the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion's location. The immortals who had arrived late were all regretting that they had missed such a grand auction. Everyone quiet down. After everyone arrived, the auctioneer of the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion also appeared. A sovereign with the 9 stars. Today, the sovereign with the 9 stars represented the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. Behind him was Tion. The crowd also quieted down. Chapter 1735. The auctioneer's words attracted a lot of discussion. Wasn't he boasting too much about his own stuff? Many people revealed expressions of disbelief, thinking that the Tianyun Tower was exaggerating. Even the top 3 merchant associations wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Yet, the Tianyun Tower had said it in front of everyone. Now, let's auction the first low-grade ruler weapon, the Wave Breaker Sword. It would be a lie if the auctioneer said he wasn't nervous. After all, everyone here was famous in the territory, especially the 36 private rooms. Every single one of them was from a top faction. A single faction could destroy a territory. The low-grade ruler weapon, the Wave Breaker Sword, was quickly brought up. After it was brought up, the auction didn't start immediately. Before the auction, the Tianyun Tower would like to do an experiment with everyone. I believe that after everyone sees it, you will know how fortunate it is for everyone to be able to participate in the auction today. The auctioneer said with a smile. It was really surprising to do an experiment before the auction. Who here has a low-grade ruler weapon? As long as you are willing, the Tianyun Tower is willing to compensate you with another low-grade ruler weapon. Everyone wasn't stupid and knew what to do. I'm willing. I also want to see what qualifications the Tianyun Tower has to say such words. Someone immediately responded. Among them, there were inevitably some who joined in the fun and purposely jeered. I'm very grateful for everyone's support. With so many people, it's hard for me to choose. Why don't everyone recommend yourselves? 3 will do. Just as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately rushed up. I'll go. Don't fight. How can I miss out on such a good thing? The 3 who came up were all youths. They all seemed to have some background. The auctioneer first thanked the 3 for coming up, then explained the content of the experiment. The content was actually very simple. It was to fight against each other to see whose low-grade ruler weapon was better. This kind of experiment was very interesting to everyone. It could be considered a new experience. After all, fighting against weapons of the same grade was the easiest way to prove which was better. A good weapon was very particular about the materials, refinement, and control of fire. In such a huge territory, there were countless people who could refine weapons, but the famous ones could be counted on one hand. I like this one. One of the youths took out a blood-colored saber. A scorching aura gushed forth, and waves of fire came one after another. I obtained this flaming saber from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce's auction. It came from the Refinement Grandmaster, Xiao Yuan. It's of extraordinary value. This young man's words caused another sensation. Who wouldn't know of Grandmaster Xiao Yuan? He was one of the Grandmasters of the weapon refining sect. It's really Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's work. Look at the saber hilt. There's Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's imprint. This is a good saber. I wonder who made the Heavenly Fate Tower's low-grade ruler weapon. He actually dared to clash with Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's treasured saber. Isn't he courting death? Everyone knew of Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's fame. This flame saber's quality was definitely not bad. He started to worry about the Heavenly Fate Pavilion's low-grade ruler weapon. If the flame saber really broke it, how could the auction continue? Previously, he had suspected that the Tianyun Tower would cheat, but now it seemed that they wouldn't. No one would be foolish to that extent. The auctioneer revealed an exaggerated smile and pretended to wipe his sweat. This Taoist friend's flame saber is made by Grandmaster Xiao Yuan. Our Tianyun Tower is feeling pressured. It's precisely because of this pressure that our Tianyun Tower has to continue and let everyone know that our ruler weapon is the best. Weapons of the same grade can instantly kill weapons of the same grade. Everyone felt that this trip was worth it. An exciting show was about to begin. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the flame saber and the wave-breaking sword. They wanted to know who would be the winner. The quality of a weapon, especially its quality, was very important to a ruler. That's a good move. Lin Fei was also in one of the private rooms. For a big event like an auction, Lin Fei had to come. Other than watching, he also had to oversee the auction just in case. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this to strengthen the Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue giggled and said, it's useless to just hear about it. Seeing it is the truth. I believe that everyone won't forget it after seeing it. Lin Fei gave a thumbs up. He really admired Lu Ziyue's idea. Low-grade ruler weapons were all produced by the system. Naturally, there was nothing to say about their quality. Lin Fei chose to ignore the fact that it was produced by a grandmaster. You are most suitable to be a merchant. I've finally heard something good from you. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. This Tianyun Tower is a small second-rate merchant association. It can't even be considered a first-rate merchant association. They are courting death if they dare to use such a method. How can Marshal Uncle Xiao Yuan's items be compared to the Tianyun Tower? In another private room, a young man standing there said in dissatisfaction. Other than the young man, there were a few middle-aged men in the private room. There was even an old man. In my opinion, we shouldn't have come this time. The Tianyun Tower is just a second-rate merchant association. What can they take out? How high can the quality of a low-grade ruler weapon be? They are just trying to please the crowd. How can they compare to our weapon refining sect? The World Merchant Association, Hell, Heaven, and the others all want to buy from our weapon refining sect. The young man said in disdain. The people in this private room didn't have a small background. It was a famous sect in the Weave, the weapon refining sect. This sect didn't participate in battles. Their martial strength was average, but they were good at refining all kinds of weapons and treasures. In the Weave, almost all the high-grade weapons came from the weapon refining sect. Xiao Yuan was a grandmaster of their weapon refining sect. The weapon refining sect had a total of 8 grandmasters like him. This didn't include the rare weapon refining grandmasters. Their influence could be imagined. The young man wasn't surprised to say such a thing. When it came to refining weapons, the weapon refining sect was number 1. Now that a second-rate merchant association, the Tianyun Tower, wanted to auction weapons and low-grade god artifacts, it was undoubtedly a sign of the weapon refining sect's authority. Zhao Ji, you can keep your mouth shut. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head. Zhao Ji was this young man, and he was even more dissatisfied. What's wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. The Tianyun Tower's things are not good. If not for that D. Tian backing them up, who would come to participate, causing them to come to such a poor little place. If I had the time, I might as well go find some refining materials. The other middle-aged men didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A young man was indeed a young man. He couldn't keep his cool. Zhao Ji, you have good eyesight. What do you think of the wave-breaker sword? The old man who hadn't spoken yet asked indifferently. There was no expression on his face. Chapter 1736. The clash between Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's treasured saber and Tianyun Tower's unknown treasured sword instantly piqued everyone's interest. Such a scene was rare. Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's treasured saber was priceless. If one wasn't born in a big clan, it was almost impossible to buy one. With such a treasured saber, one would definitely have an advantage when facing a ruler with a similar weapon. This was also why good things were so popular. It was a pity that such a low-rank ruler armament was rarely seen. Countless people had come to the crafting sect because of its fame, but all of them had returned empty-handed. The price of the crafting master's creations had skyrocketed, to the point where ordinary people could only look up to them. For example, many people in the reception hall had never seen a grandmaster's work before. With just one look, everyone could see how extraordinary the flame saber was. Blazing waves of fire came one after another. In order to let everyone see it more clearly, those who are interested can come up and take a look. The auctioneer invited everyone up to take a look, proving that the two weapons were of the same level. There was no suspicion of fraud. This also left a good impression on everyone. Tianyun Tower was really good at this. Everyone was even more excited. Not many people went up to take a look. Some people wouldn't go up due to their status. Only those who joined in the fun went up to take a look. All of them were amazed by the flame saber. Alright, now that everyone has seen it, I'm sure you're even more excited about the next scene. Let's start now. Everyone, please open your eyes wide. Don't miss this good opportunity. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up as he held the flaming saber in his hand. Come, I've been waiting for a long time. The clash was very simple. There was no need to inject any power. It was purely a clash between the weapons. Only this could prove whether a weapon was good or bad. The people below also opened their eyes wide, afraid to miss the exciting scene. In their opinion, Tianyun Tower's low-grade weapon would definitely lose. It might even be broken by the saber. Slash. The two of them attacked at the same time. Without instilling any power, the flame saber brought about a wave of fire that surged towards the wave-breaking sword. Although the wave-breaking sword looked ordinary, its quality was actually at the perfect level. Hua hua hua. Similarly, waves of water pressed down on the monstrous waves of fire. Everyone instantly heard the sound of waves, as if it was rising in their hearts. Under the pressure of the water wave, the towering fire wave was shattered. The blazing heat disappeared and was replaced by a cool and refreshing feeling. The wave-breaker sword slashed the fire wave and the flame blade. There was no clicking sound. Everyone could only hear a clattering sound. The flaming saber that was created by Grandmaster Xiao Yuan was split into two. One of the halves was in the young man's hand while the other was lying quietly on the ground. What's broken? How is this possible? I'm not looking at flowers, am I? The flame saber made by a grandmaster was broken by the wave-breaking sword. Without any energy to activate it, it's too scary. It's like cutting through iron like mud. The people in the main hall had the clearest view. Without any hindrance, the wave-breaker sword cut through the treasured saber. The young man was in a daze. He couldn't come back to his senses. His flaming saber was broken just like that? What a joke! The auctioneer held the wave-breaking sword and said to the other two, "You guys come as well." Thus, another exciting scene appeared. The wave-breaker sword slashed out and cut through two low-grade sovereign weapons one after another. It didn't stop in the middle and easily cut through them. It was a huge visual shock to be able to cut through three low-grade sovereign weapons in a row in front of everyone. Using energy to cut through the other party's weapons wasn't something amazing. Using one's own strength to cut through the other party's weapons was amazing. The three people who took the initiative to come up originally wanted to show off. Don't even mention how depressed they were, especially the young man holding the flaming saber. His face was as pale as his parents. The Tianyun Tower didn't mistreat them and compensated them for their losses. This is our Tianyun Tower's compensation. When they knew that they were compensated with the sovereign weapons being auctioned, all of them beamed with joy and didn't have any other thoughts. The young man who liked the flaming saber previously held the new treasured saber, his eyes never leaving it. This scene made everyone's eyes red. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have hesitated before. Otherwise, they would have gotten a good weapon. As everyone can see, this low-grade sovereign weapon is made of special materials. Its quality is 100. You can rest assured that it can not only cut through weapons of the same level, but also battle armor. Even if it's a top-grade battle armor, you can rest assured that it can still cut through it. I also want to tell everyone secretly that the Tianyun Tower's weapons are called invincible weapons. They are invincible in the same level. There are a total of 100 such treasures being auctioned today. Now, let's start the auction of the first low-grade sovereign weapon, the Wave-Breaker Sword. The starting price is 5 million low-grade holy stones. Each bid is 500,000 low-grade holy stones. Everyone who had seen the Wavebreaker sword couldn't help it. Invincible in the same level. They didn't doubt it at all. It could easily cut through a Grandmaster's treasured saber. How could it not be invincible? I bid 5 million. 5,500,000. 6 million. It had to be said that after this experiment, invincible weapons ushered in a frenzy of auctions. No one didn't want their weapon to be worse than others. Not to mention this kind of invincible weapon. Everyone could see the importance of a weapon. With such an invincible weapon, a 1-star sovereign could easily defeat a 2- or 3-star sovereign. It would be even easier for them to tie. In a battle between weapons, whoever had the better weapon would have the advantage. If your weapon was broken by the opponent, how could you still fight? You'd better run away with your tail between your legs, lest you get killed with a single slash. 15 million low-grade holy stones. I bid 30 million low-grade holy stones. The price quickly rose to 30 million low-grade holy stones. Everyone fell silent. This price was already quite high. An ordinary low-grade sovereign weapon would only cost a few million low-grade holy stones. I bid 50 million low-grade holy stones. I won it. Perhaps because it was the first auction, the first low-grade sovereign weapon was auctioned off just like that. This price made many people's eyes pop out. Now, the second low-grade sovereign weapon is a treasured saber. The following auction was especially intense. The price kept rising. 100 low-grade sovereign weapons were each priced at around 100 million low-grade holy stones. Just from the 100 treasures, the Tianyun Tower had earned around 10 billion low-grade holy stones. And this was just the beginning. No one wanted to miss such a good thing. They fought over it, and it was indescribably intense. The only lucky ones were the less popular weapons. They got lucky and the price was around 70 million. Chapter 1738. It was a good start with 100 low-grade Dominator weapons. No one doubted the quality of the low-grade Dominator battle armor at all. The moment the auctioneer brought it out, it was immediately welcomed by everyone and the price kept rising. If they couldn't buy a good weapon, they should at least have a powerful defensive battle armor. With this thought in mind, everyone was desperately bidding, afraid of missing the opportunity. The auctioneer was very happy to see the intense bidding. After today's auction, he would be a famous auctioneer in the Merchant Association circle. 100 low-grade Dominator weapons were auctioned for 10 billion low-grade Saint stones. Just this alone was enough for him to be proud of. For now, the people in the front hall were the ones bidding. A low-grade Dominator weapon was enough to make them move. As for higher-grade ones, they really didn't have the confidence to compete. If the big shots ate the meat, they would be satisfied with a sip of the soup. There was no need to compete for high-grade weapons. With a low-grade Dominator weapon and a Dominator battle armor, their fighting strength would increase by a lot. They didn't need to worry too much when facing experts 1 or 2 small realms above them. The competition for the low-grade battle armor was extremely intense, especially for the people who managed to obtain a low-grade ruler weapon. Since they had a powerful offensive weapon, their defensive battle armor was also indispensable. Compete. They had to compete. They had to get it no matter the price. The battle armor's price was not any lower than the low-grade Dominator weapon. Crazy. This is too crazy. I've never seen such a scene. In the private room, Lu Ziyue had seen the popularity of today's auction and was very excited to see it with her own eyes. A single auction was worth a dozen auctions from Tianyun Tower. Their Tianyun Tower had never auctioned off 10 billion low-grade Saint stones in one go. Lu Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim. It was indeed hard to imagine. This is all thanks to you. From now on, Tianyun Tower's influence will not be any less than the 3 great merchant associations. Lin Fei didn't care about the auction's income for the time being. With high-grade god stones, Lin Fei really didn't care about the mountain saint stones. Mosquito meat was still meat. He couldn't let it go. Lu Ziyue smiled sweetly and said, "In the end, our Tianyun Tower is still working for you. You're the most comfortable being a shopkeeper who doesn't have to do anything. All you have to do is move your lips." Lin Fei laughed mischievously. Capable people do more work. It's not easy to get a ruler's armament. I have to put in some effort to get one. It's not something that can be easily found. Lu Ziyue didn't really believe Lin Fei's words. The thing is here. In another private room. Outside the door, a waiter came in with a tray. Someone spoke to the waiter, and the waiter came back with the tray. He removed the red cloth, revealing a low-grade ruler weapon that gave off the might of a ruler. Come take a look and see what this thing is like. The old man suddenly said. The faces of the other people present were unnatural. The crafting sect was famous for refining weapons, and there was no one in the entire weave who didn't know about it. Even if the Chamber of Commerce wanted to dominate the market for weapons, it would depend on the crafting sect's mood. But now, a random second-rate Chamber of Commerce was auctioning off an extremely high-grade weapon that surpassed that of the crafting sect. If there were only a few people, they would be able to control the scope of the news. But now, even if the crafting sect wanted to, they couldn't control the news from spreading. This was not a small blow to the crafting sect. Invincible weapon? Such arrogance! Zhao Ji, who was previously dissatisfied, took out his weapon. Without saying anything, he took out a separation hook and slashed at it, trying to break it. Bang! An unexpected scene appeared. Zhao Ji's weapon broke into two, and the remaining part fell to the ground, letting out a loud sound that resounded in everyone's ears. So sharp! Could it be that the Tianyun Tower really has a crafting grandmaster? The separation hook is very perfect. Its hardness is comparable to a mid-grade ruler's armament. To break it, even with a mid-grade ruler's armament, it would take some time. Everyone was shocked. I'm very happy that everyone is interested in the invincible weapons and invincible battle armor. Although they are low-grade, our Tianyun Tower's auction items are all of high quality. Next up is a mid-grade ruler's armament. The auctioneer once again stirred up everyone's mood. Just like before. Using the separation hook to experiment. This time, everyone present wished they could go up themselves. The auctioneer was very straightforward. He invited 15 rulers up and took out the first mid-grade ruler's armament of the day. In front of everyone, another shocking scene appeared. The competition for the mid-grade ruler's armament was even more intense than before. Similarly, there were 100 mid-grade rulers' armament being auctioned. 100 mid-grade rulers' armament was not a small amount. Originally, only the people in the hall were fighting for it. Now, the people in the 36 booths were fighting for it. The price quickly rose. A mid-grade ruler's armament's price rose to 100 million mid-grade saint stones. And this was just the beginning. They might not be interested in a low-grade ruler's armament. But mid-grade ruler's armament's power was extraordinary. Which big family wouldn't care about such a good thing? The price rose even faster. In a short while, it broke through the 500 million mark. Those who could participate in the auction were basically rich. None of them wanted to miss the opportunity to fight for it. 100 mid-grade rulers' armaments were sold for a very high price. Moreover, they were sold for mid-grade saint stones. When it was the high-grade ruler's armament's turn, the 36 booths were fighting crazily. None of them gave face to the other. With a high-grade ruler's armament, no matter the realm difference, one would be invincible among those of the same realm. No one could block the weapon's attribute boost. If one's weapon was inferior to the opponent's, they would be restricted. The people in the 36 booths were either from peak or first-rate sections. Everyone could see the importance of this. At the same time, they rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, they came. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a good opportunity. As long as they returned, they could use the weapons and battle armors they obtained from the auction to defeat their old rivals. There were even people in booths who bought the weapons on the spot to test their power. Broken swords and sabers blinded their eyes. The Tianyun Tower had really auctioned good things this time. Many of them had weapons from crafting sect. Some were made by grandmasters. But in front of an invincible weapon, they were like scrap metal. Crafting sect was inferior to the Tianyun Tower. This was the common thought of everyone who bought the weapons. The fight for a high-grade ruler's armament was more intense than anything else. You don't give way, I don't give way. Saint Stones seemed to be free. Everyone only had one goal, and that was to buy the weapons. 100 high-grade rulers' armaments were only that much. Every one that was auctioned was one less. There were too many wolves and not enough meat. No one was willing to give up. Soon, the 100 high-grade rulers' armaments and battle armors were auctioned off. Everyone was still in shock. Chapter 1739. The Tianyun Towers auction was an instant hit. If news of this got out, everyone would be shocked once again. It was rare for an auction to be this intense. Even the top 3 merchant associations might not be able to do this. Whether it was a low-grade ruler, a mid-grade, or even a high-grade one, the quality of each piece was indescribable. This was great. This was what the person who won the auction said. Even a fool would be able to sense the extraordinariness of it. After the intense competition for the high-grade ruler weapons and battle armors, no one doubted the Tianyun Tower's auction ability anymore. Everyone dared to say, good, when they saw these weapons and battle armors. When it was time for the low-grade god weapons to be auctioned, the atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone found that their breathing had started to quicken. If the ruler weapons were this good, then what about the god weapons? No one doubted it. Especially the heavenly gods in the private rooms. They had seen Tian fight with their own eyes. A low-grade god weapon crushed a low-grade god weapon of the same level. Saying it crushed was already giving them face. They could clearly see that all the heavenly gods who fought Tian had their god armors and god artifacts shattered into pieces. This wasn't a normal kind of terror. Normally, to destroy the other party's god weapons and armor, one had to be stronger than the other party and could do it easily. The other way was to beat the other party's weapon. When Tian fought, his low-grade god weapon was better than others. To put it bluntly, he used his weapon to bully others. Tian used his weapon to crush the other party and his heavenly god clones. With 5 of them ganging up on one person, no one could block this kind of attack. It was normal to be defeated and killed. Everyone took the low-grade god weapon auction very seriously. Everyone in the hall had their eyes wide open. Immediately, someone brought the low-grade god weapon up. When the red cloth was removed, the low-grade god weapon silver snake sword appeared in front of everyone. Traces of sword chi shot into the sky, cutting through the void and lingering for a long time. God weapon, it really is a god weapon. Such sharp sword chi. Just the sword chi alone can kill a low-level ruler expert. My horizons have been widened. The low-grade god weapon silver snake sword appeared in front of everyone. This is the inferior grade divine weapon, the silver serpent sword. Because the sword chi is too sharp, we have sealed 90% of it. Once the seal is undone, the sword chi will be able to heavily injure the ruler of the 9 stars. Everyone should understand the importance of this better than I do. Now, the first inferior grade divine weapon, the starting price is 100,000 inferior god stones. The auctioneer was also very excited. There weren't many auctioneers in the entire weave who had the qualifications to auction a low-grade divine artifact. Such a good low-grade god item, Chaotic Ancient Kingdom will pay 500,000 low-grade god stones for it. From one of the private rooms, Primal Chaos City's leader's voice resounded. Commander, you said it yourself. This is good stuff. 500,000 low-grade god stones is too little. We'll pay 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. The auction of low-grade divine artifacts was limited to the 36 private rooms. They didn't need to look down to know that the silver serpent sword was extremely powerful and of a perfect grade. It completely surpassed the low-grade divine weapons in their hands. The great commander was the first to call out, wanting to be the first to arrive. Unfortunately, everyone was guarding the low-grade divine artifact this time, so how could they miss this opportunity? Before they saw it, perhaps they didn't think much of it. But as soon as the low-grade divine artifact appeared, the price skyrocketed. The people in the hall only listened, but their faces were still filled with shock. Large factions were indeed large factions. These people's families weren't small, so using saint stones to auction was nothing. But if they were to use god stones, then they wouldn't be able to take them out in a short time. This battle was destined to unfold in the 36 private rooms. This Tian really is capable. The great commander sat in his private room. His face also had a rare solemn expression. Last time, after working together for the first time and seeing the benefits of this item, the great commander couldn't forget the importance of a low-grade divine artifact. As soon as the silver serpent sword appeared, the great commander called out. Primal Chaos City didn't lack god stones. A low-grade divine artifact was a must. Before using it, the great commander wouldn't pay too much attention. Their Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom also had stock, but compared to Dtion's low-grade divine artifact, the difference was like heaven and earth. After using Dtion's low-grade divine artifact, they definitely wouldn't use the previous one again. The difference was too big to make up for. After this auction, we have to work with Dtion again no matter what. Master hasn't returned yet, the 8 great sects are eyeing us, and the 7 hegemons aren't easy to deal with either. If we have a large number of low-grade divine artifacts, the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom's strength will increase greatly. He likes the Primordial Chaos aura, so we have to squeeze it out no matter what. The great commander immediately made his decision. What a good Dtion, he even has an artifact of this grade. How shocking! Heaven Hell's Empyrean god Aragawa put down the high-grade ruler weapon in his hand, his eyes flashing with joy. Ever since Dtion took down 5 Empyrean gods by himself, Empyrean god Aragawa had been very interested in this auction. The result didn't disappoint him. In Empyrean god Aragawa's eyes, just the high-grade ruler weapon in his hand wasn't any weaker than a supreme ruler weapon. In fact, it might even be better. It was Empyrean god Aragawa's first time seeing such a good weapon. Thus, when bidding for the high-grade ruler weapon, Empyrean god Aragawa ordered his subordinates to bid, and he won 15 out of 100 weapons. This was a good number. If third young Master Feng knew about this, he would definitely regret it. Empyrean god Aragawa rejoiced that he had come to the right place. When he thought about third young Master Feng who had been exiled, he couldn't help but smile. What a pity, I didn't bring many low-grade divine artifacts this time, but I have to get one no matter what. Tian Yang of Wind and Cloud Trade Association was also very excited. Such a good low-grade divine artifact, how rare! Tian Yang looked at the low-grade divine artifact in his hand fondly. This was the 5th low-grade divine artifact, and Wind and Cloud Trade Association had spent 2 million low-grade god stones to buy it. Tian Yang didn't even bat an eyelid as he took down a low-grade divine artifact in one go. I really don't know where Dtion got it from. Tian Yang handed the low-grade divine artifact to a middle-aged man next to him. You are our blacksmith grandmaster. Tell me about this low-grade divine artifact. The middle-aged man took the low-grade divine artifact and looked at it carefully, not daring to be distracted. President, he's an expert, a true expert. Not long after, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock as he stared at the low-grade divine artifact. There's actually such an expert in artifact forging in this world. The low-grade divine artifact he forged is as perfect as a high-grade sovereign artifact. There must be a divine artifact forging master behind this Dtion who can easily forge low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade divine artifacts, and high-grade divine artifacts. Are you sure? You're not joking? Tian Yang raised his eyebrows. President, I'm only half a step away from forging low-grade divine artifacts. I took a casual look just now, and the other party's forging technique is very perfect. It's a completely different kind of forging technique, and it's 100 times better than mine. Only a blacksmith grandmaster can do this. A blacksmith grandmaster. Chapter 1740. A master artificer. If Lin Fei heard this, he would definitely laugh his head off. He didn't have a master artificer on hand. How could they even think of such a thing? But to Lin Fei, this was the perfect excuse. The auction continued. The bidding grew more and more intense. The 36 booths were all fiercely competing. Exclusive was the most important, and no one appeared. No one was willing to miss this opportunity, and they wouldn't allow their enemy sect to increase its strength. Everyone was putting in a lot of effort. It was their fault for not being able to take down Dtion earlier. If they couldn't take down Dtion, they would use another method. They're out. What's going on with them? Could there really be something good? Those who hadn't gone in were all outside, looking for information. Now that they came out, everyone realized that their expressions were different from when they went in. They seemed to be in a daze. Had something happened to them? Many people started guessing. Old Wang, what's the situation inside? What's the good stuff? Someone immediately pulled someone who had just come out and asked anxiously. A 5-star ruler saw that it was someone he knew and seemed to have found someone to talk to. He quietly pulled the person to the side. It's a pity you didn't go. You missed out on an eye-opening opportunity. Ruler weapons, their attributes are too good and low-grade god artifacts, you don't know what they are. I knew it would be like this. That person had a look of regret. There were too many people outside paying attention to this. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. Many immortals who came out wanted to find someone to talk to. In just a few moments, the news spread throughout the great metropolis realm. What weapons clashing, what invincible ruler weapons suppressing weapons forged by the crafting sect. The news couldn't be hidden, and it quickly spread. Everyone had friends and family, so the news spread quickly. This news gave everyone a fright. Were the items auctioned by the Tianyun Tower really that good? Then they had missed out on an opportunity. Many people began to regret it. Everyone knew what kind of existence the crafting sect was. Everyone was proud to use weapons forged by the crafting sect. But now, someone suddenly said that the weapons forged by the crafting sect were no different from trash. This was undoubtedly an earth-shattering matter that shocked everyone. At first, some people expressed disbelief. As more and more news spread, the news was quickly confirmed. Invincible ruler weapons? A weapon far superior to the crafting school. Quite a few people from the various clans sought out their acquaintances to inquire about the authenticity of the news, and they constantly received new information. Every single piece of information pointed to the fact that the weapons being auctioned by the Tianyun Tower were far superior to those of the weapon refining sect. In the end, the people of the crafting sect showed up with ugly expressions. Some of the busybodies went up to inquire, only to be harshly reprimanded by the crafting school, causing their expressions to become even more unsightly. With that, no one doubted the authenticity of his words anymore. The crafting school had encountered a powerful enemy. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the news that was circulating in the outside world. What interested him now were the lower-grade god stones. This was good stuff. The last time he had used the battle fortress, he had attacked with all his might, and his energy had been drained like water. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel any heartache, but the gains were pretty good. This auction could replenish the energy points he had used up. It's a pity that they are all lower-grade god stones. Lin Fei shook his head. The little devil immediately came out to attack him. Master, you have to be content. You now have high-grade god stones and lower-grade god stones in stock. Adding them together, you have at least tens of millions of lower-grade god stones. Lin Fei didn't even blush. When can I draw a medium-grade god weapon? Now, Lin Fei would draw chests every day. What he drew were all lower-grade god weapons. Until now, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a medium-grade god weapon. Lin Fei was very disappointed and unhappy. When the grade of your chests increases, you will naturally be able to draw a medium-grade god weapon. Lin Fei sighed. I still have to find a source of goods, or else I will run out of money. The Tianyun Tower's auction ended. The originally second-rate Chamber of Commerce became famous with today's auction. As time passed, their reputation would also increase. From then on, no one would doubt the Tianyun Tower's power. A perfect ruler weapon, lower-grade god weapon, was the best advertisement. No one would reject such a good thing. For example, after the auction ended, the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce took the initiative to visit the Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue was the person in charge, and she was also shocked. 2 top Chamber of Commerce came to visit? In the past, this was something that she didn't even dare to think about. Now, they took the initiative to visit. The entire Tianyun Tower was excited. They finally had a day to stand out. Invite them to the living room and entertain them well. I'll be right there. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ziyue realized the purpose of their visit. At the same time, it was also an opportunity for the Tianyun Tower. The auction had ended. But for some people, the auction was only the beginning of what was to come after. We must report back. In a rented senfu. Heavenly God Luo Xian of the righteous sect put down the low-grade god weapon in his hand. He loved this low-grade god weapon that he had won at a high price and interrupted everyone. The Tianyun Tower had auctioned the low-grade god weapon, and the source was D. Tian. This was no longer a small matter. It was a major matter that could affect the entire territory. Empyrean deity Luo Xian had been bestowed a low-grade divine artifact, but the disparity between it and the invincible low-grade divine artifact that the Tianyun Tower had auctioned was huge. If they were to fight, he would definitely lose his low-grade divine artifact. Even though he hadn't tried it yet, Heavenly God Luo Xian didn't have the guts to try and verify the battle outside the starry sky. Heavenly God Demon Cloud of the Demon Mystic sect must have encountered the same situation and been easily killed. This damn D. Tian, where did he get such a good low-grade god weapon? Heavenly God Luo Xian used to look down on D. Tian, but now he was deeply fearful. We must report this matter now and let the sect make a decision as soon as possible. This D. Tian is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Almost all the forces in the 36 private rooms had the same idea as Heavenly God Luo Xian. Once an item was auctioned, everyone knew whether it was good or bad. They also realized how important the Tianyun Tower and D. Tian would be in the future. As soon as the news spread, the 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, and the first-rate forces were all shocked. D. Tian, who was an ant in their eyes, did such a big thing? He changed the situation of the territory with the power of one person? This was not a good thing. The weapon refining sect, which was famous for refining weapons, was defeated by these weapons? This was definitely a major event. Completely defeat the weapons of the weapon refining sect? The news came one after another. The visit of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce was also shocking. Chapter 1741. The small Great Metropolis realm caused another wave. The entire vast Great Metropolis realm was in shock. Perhaps some people had looked down on D. Tian before, but no one would do so now. 5 or 6 heavenly gods had been killed in succession. What did that mean? There might not be many heavenly gods that died in a chaos year. Heavenly gods rarely fought each other because most heavenly gods were of similar strength. To kill a heavenly god, one had to be several small realms stronger, or several heavenly gods had to join forces. The price to pay was not small. It was necessary to spend more than half of one's fortune. Hence, unless it was a mortal enemy, no one would do such a thing. D. Tian of the Great Metropolis realm had killed several heavenly gods in less than 1,000 years and imprisoned 4 more. This was enough to shock the entire Great Metropolis realm. This was not something an ordinary person could do. At least, a heavenly god alone would not dare to fight D. Tian. 5 or 6 heavenly gods might not be able to kill D. Tian, and some might even die. Only a few major powers would dare to act against D. Tian. For the others, they could only talk big. If they really wanted to go up, they wouldn't dare to even if they were beaten to death. They would rather hide like turtles. This time, everyone knew that D. Tian was supporting the Tianyun Tower from behind the scenes. The source was easy to explain. No one cared at first. But now, an ordinary low-grade ruler weapon was sold for tens of billions of low-grade saint stones in the Tianyun Tower's auction. Compared to low-grade ruler weapons of the same level, the difference was huge. The price was 10 times, 100 times higher. Most importantly, the quality was far superior to the crafting sect's ruler weapons. Everyone understood what this meant. D. Tian was going to monopolize the large market of weapons and battle armor. Anyone who was D. Tian's enemy would definitely suffer. Others were using D. Tian's battle armor and ruler weapons, but you were still using the crafting sect's weapons. Once they fought, it would be a crushing defeat. No sect wanted to see that. After hearing the news, the various large sects ordered their people to stay in the Great Metropolis realm to gather information. They would immediately rush over and try to get more ruler weapons and battle armor from D. Tian. This was too important to the Great Metropolis realm. Almost everyone said the same thing. D. Tian, you're amazing. By the lake in Invincible Palace. The Grand Governor and Lin Fei sat below the pavilion. The Grand Governor's gaze was extremely complicated when he stared at Lin Fei. This auction would change the structure of the weaves. From now on, who wouldn't recognize the invincible weapon? After all, invincible within the same grade. This was not something any weapon could achieve. The commander secretly rejoiced that he had not offended Dtion too much back then. Instead, he had obtained a small batch of low-quality god artifacts from Dtion, strengthening his own strength. Did the Grand Commander come looking for me just to say that? I'm afraid I don't deserve those words. Lin Fei chuckled. He was not surprised at all that the Grand Commander would come looking for him. It was just a matter of time. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that no one would be able to remain calm after doing such a big thing. You are more composed than I imagined. Unknowingly, you have done such a big thing. Fortunately, I wasn't your enemy back then. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be too late for regrets now. The Great Commander said emotionally. After the Heavenly Fate Pavilion's auction, the Great Commander understood better than anyone else that in order for a clan to grow stronger, they would first need weapons and armor. In the past, almost all of the weapons and armor came from the crafting sect, so their influence covered the entire weave. But now, with Dtion's powerful rise, the crafting sect would completely decline from now on. Their influence would be far inferior to Dtion, and their weapons and armor would become second-rate, no longer important. Dtion, on the other hand, was different. Anyone who wanted weapons and armor would probably have to curry favor with Dtion. Once the item was good, the quality alone could crush everything else. Dtion's items were like this. Great Commander, you're praising me. I'm not a person who can take compliments. Lin Fei chuckled. If you praise me again, I'll leave. The Great Commander laughed dryly and changed the topic. First, let me congratulate you on your successful auction. I came here today because I want to privately buy some ruler weapons and ruler battle suits. We've worked together before, so you won't refuse me, right? After all, we can be considered half-friends. There was indeed a connection between Lin Fei and the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom. Back then, he received a favor from the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom. This was something Lin Fei remembered very clearly. That's easy as long as the quantity isn't large. I can promise you that. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. Dao friend is indeed straightforward. But this time, I want a lot of things. You should know that the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom seems strong and safe, but in reality, it isn't. The Great Commander said. The 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons, none of them are easy to negotiate with. If things go wrong, they might attack the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom one day. I need weapons and armor to arm my subordinates. The Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom had a God King who was suppressed in the past. Although he didn't know how the two were connected, once that God King escaped, the 8 great sects would make a move sooner or later. Lin Fei rejoiced inwardly. If it was a low-quality god artifact, he might hesitate. However, a ruler weapon and a ruler battle armor were simply too much for him. Right now, the most worthless things to Lin Fei were the ruler armaments and ruler battle armor. If he could use these things to exchange for some good things, Lin Fei would be quite satisfied. This, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Lin Fei frowned. This time, the Great Commander was determined to purchase a large number of ruler weapons and armor. As long as he could arm his subordinates, they would become a powerful force in the future and become a good card in his hand. The prerequisite was to arm his subordinates. Being able to purchase ruler weapons and armor was the most important thing for the Great Commander. Seeing Dtion frown, he knew that the situation wasn't good. This matter concerned the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom. How could the Great Commander not be nervous? Dao friend, I have no other choice. Our Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom is also suffering. If Dao friend can do his best, our Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom is willing to give you something satisfactory. For example, a large piece of Primal Chaos Divine Stone appeared in the Great Commander's hand. And this. At the same time, he took out the Primal Chaos Divine Stone and stored it in a jade bottle. Lin Fei knew that Primal Chaos Divine Stone could be converted into energy points. The conversion efficiency was very high, even higher than Saint Stones. Primal Chaos Divine Stone? This was also a good thing. It could also be converted into energy points or divinity points. This was something that the great commander had researched for a long time before he decided to take out. He believed that Tion would definitely like it. As long as he could exchange for ruler weapons and armor, everything would be worth it. Great commander, you've seen through my thoughts. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. You're trying to tempt me. Chapter 1742. The great commander left in satisfaction. Fellow cultivator Luo Xian, you're here too. After leaving the invincible palace, the commander ran into heaven deity Luo Xian of the righteous sect. Empyrean god Luo Xian was very surprised to see the grand commander of the Chaos Heaven Kingdom. He thought to himself, can it be that he's here to make a deal with Tion in private? Looking at how happy he is, he might have really come to an agreement with Tion. That's right, you look like you're in a good mood. Heavenly god Luo Xian chuckled. The senior commander was indeed in a very good mood. After concluding a major matter, it was inevitable that he would be in a happy mood when he came out. Who would have thought that Empyrean deity Luo Xian would see him? You're looking for Taoist Tion, right? He's inside. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. The commander said casually and left. Empyrean god Luo Xian frowned slightly. This first commander and Tion must have come to an agreement. If I had known, I would have come earlier. Empyrean god Luo Xian mused to himself. He stared at the invincible palace in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. If that sect leader had killed Tion, none of this would have happened. But now, once the auction ended, Empyrean god Luo Xian knew that Tion was no longer someone he could underestimate. The sect also sent news that they were not to offend Tion for now. They were to try their best to obtain the ruler weapon and ruler battle armor from Tion. Even if it was impossible, there was no need to offend him. Fellow Taoist of the Jingyi sect, you also want to visit Tion. Outside the invincible palace, another group of people arrived. When the leader of the group saw Luo Xian, he smiled and greeted him. Heavenly god Luo Xian turned around, and upon seeing the person walking toward him, a smile appeared on his face. Greetings, President Tianyang. How could Empyrean deity Luo Xian not recognize the president of the Windstorm Trade Association, Tianyang? He was one of the major characters of the Windstorm Trade Association, and no one dared to offend him. Tianyang was also a veteran Empyrean deity. Tianyang had rushed over to visit Tion as soon as possible. News of the auction had already spread throughout the weave. At this moment, Tion was like a piece of fatty meat. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. However, Tion's strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. Without at least 7 or 8 heavenly deities, it was impossible to deal with him. Tianyang's purpose in coming here this time was to cooperate. In the eyes of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce, everything was divided into 2 types. One type could be cooperated with, and the other type couldn't. Tion was someone they could work with. It had great potential. At least for now, the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce would not use violence against Tion. President Tian is also here to visit Tion, right? Why don't we go together? Empyrean god Luo Xian had originally thought that it would be easier for him to discuss matters with his own family. Now that Empyrean god Tianyang from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce had appeared, some things were difficult to say. However, he was unable to refuse, so he could only invite Empyrean god Luo Xian along. Sure. Heavenly god Tianyang smiled. President Tian, you're really cunning. You didn't even call me when you visited Tion. The two of them had only taken a few steps when another voice came from behind. Empyrean god Arakawa walked over with a smile. In less than a moment, he was in front of Tion. He thought to himself, fortunately I came today. Otherwise, old Tian would have beaten me to it. And the Jingyi sect is here too. There are so many people who want to work with Tion. Whether it was the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce or the Heaven Hell Chamber of Commerce, from the end of the first auction, they knew that the rise of the Tianyun Tower was unstoppable. Even they were envious. Weapons of the same grade were all auctioned off at an astonishing price. Although the 2 chambers of commerce could do it, it was not as easy as the Tianyun Tower. That day, the 2 chambers of commerce went to visit the person in charge of the Tianyun Tower. They did not obtain anything useful from the person in charge, But they were not disappointed. The little girl was not bad. Even though they did not obtain anything, they managed to negotiate some cooperation. The rise of the Tianyun Tower was inevitable. The two chambers of commerce did not mind doing a favor. As long as Di Tian was around, the Tianyun Tower was bound to grow stronger. No one could refuse unless someone could refine better weapons and battle suits. They completely defeated Di Tian's weapons and battle suits. Therefore, they all came, but they did not expect to bump into each other. They were glad that they came early. Those who knew about the Tianyun Tower would need a long time to rush over. Empyrean god Tianyong cursed in his heart. He smiled and said, You really can't blame me for this. I sent someone to inform you before, but it seems like you were not here. I can't do anything about it. Empyrean god Arakawa complained, Looks like my subordinates did not take this seriously. I must discipline them when I get back. Otherwise, I will really miss an opportunity. If you want to come, just say it. Empyrean god Tianyong thought. The righteous sect, the wind and cloud chamber of commerce, and the hell heaven chamber of commerce want to visit me? Yes, this is their visit card. They are outside. The subordinate replied. Hearing this, Lin Fei was stunned at first. Then, he smiled and flipped open the visit card. He put it down in a very formal manner. Businessmen are businessmen. They are all shameless. Go and invite them to sit in the hall. Don't be rude. The subordinate retreated. Lin Fei took out a bottle of celestial wine and poured himself a cup. I didn't expect that such a large faction would visit me one day. Cabbage ruler weapons and battle suits are going to be sold for a good price this time. Lin Fei raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Meet them? Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Now, they were the ones begging him. Lin Fei poured himself another cup. He was thinking about how to make a killing off them. It would be even better if he could get godheads. He was short of godheads now. Of the 18 clones, 6 were heavenly gods. He was still short of 12 clones. As long as all 18 clones became heavenly gods, with his own strength, it would be impossible to defeat him without more than 20 heavenly gods. Everyone, drink your tea. My master will be here soon. Deal with something? Tianyong and Arakawa understood what was going on when they heard this. The other party was putting on airs. However, they could not say anything. In the past, if anyone dared to put on airs in front of them, they only needed to say a word, and the other party would be out of luck. Now, they could only drink tea. Empyrean god Luo Xian felt very complicated. The guy who was weaker than him in the past was now a god-slaying killer. Several of the 10 great heavenly gods had died in his hands. For example, the demon mystic sect had lost 2 heavenly gods. If the righteous sect had wanted to take revenge on Di Tian, they might have lost 2 heavenly gods. They still had 4 heavenly gods under house arrest in the Invincible Palace. Heavenly god Luo Xian did not want to come here, but he had no choice. Their sect wanted to get all the things that Di Tian had in his hands to improve their strength. If other sects had weapons and battle suits, but their righteous sect did not, it would have a great impact on their battle. I'm sorry, I just took care of something. I've kept everyone waiting. Chapter 1743. On the way to Great Metropolis. People would appear from time to time. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were hurrying somewhere. Faster, we have to go faster. A black warship was traveling at breakneck speed. The atmosphere within the warship was rather tense. It was a warship belonging to a major sect, one of the 8 major sects, the Bliss Palace. The person in charge was a silver-haired old man. He had a deathly aura around him, and his eyes were half closed. No one in the warship dared to look at the old man directly. Elder, we're already going as fast as we can. We can't go any faster. The warship won't be able to take it. The old man reported with his head lowered. The old man's eyelids twitched. He suddenly took out a jade talisman and set up a formation. The people outside did not know what was going on. They only saw the elder's expression change very quickly. It did not last long, and the old man removed the formation. How could this be? The old man mumbled to himself. A gust of divine power wrapped around the warship, and it turned into a beam of light. Its speed suddenly increased. The people in the warship did not understand why the elder would personally drive the warship. Did something big happen? Elder, what happened? A confidant asked softly. He was very curious as well. They were going to bring Empyrean god Scarlet Flame out. As such, the sect had arranged for a veteran Empyrean god Yuanhong. That inconspicuous Tion is very capable. He did something big and made a name for himself. The sect's elder told us to buy a ruler's weapon from Tion at all costs. We can't fall behind the other sects. Empyrean god Yuanhong did not hide anything from his confidant. Are the items in the auction really that good? This confidant was also a ruler and one of the 9 stars. He was in charge of daily affairs, and he had heard about auctions in faraway places. Empyrean god Yuanhong could not figure it out himself. According to the news from the sect, the auction that Tion supported had all perfect quality items. They were known to be undefeatable weapons of the same grade, suppressing the weapons and armors of the crafting sect. The 8 major sects were getting restless. They had secretly contacted Tion, trying to buy a ruler's weapon. The Bliss Palace had lost an Empyrean god, and it was one of the 10 Empyrean gods at that. As such, they held quite a grudge against Tion. As such, they sent out Empyrean god Elder Yuanhong with the intention of teaming up with the other 3 Empyrean gods to bring the Empyrean god out at the lowest cost. Now that the news about the auction had spread, the Bliss Palace immediately took it seriously. Heavenly god Yuanhong had no choice but to use his divine power to propel the warship to the great metropolis realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the other 3 factions had also received the news, and they were all astonished. Tion's influence expanded so quickly. They quickly understood that if the weapons and armor were really so good that they could suppress the weapon refining sect, then from now on, who would dare to look down on Tion? They would want nothing more than to curry favor with him. This was not a good thing for them. No wonder the sect had told him to hurry to the great metropolis heaven. After cursing and swearing for a while, they each took action. They didn't want to be left behind, so they had to get him out no matter what. In another place. In a place where there were gusts of cold wind. The group of people moved quickly. Their faces were filled with exhaustion as they searched the surroundings from time to time. Bastard, why are there so many ferocious beasts in this place? The 3rd young master Feng found a place and breathed a sigh of relief. He resented Tion even more when he thought about what happened. He looked at his tattered armor and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When I get out, I'll destroy your great metropolis realm. The 3rd young master Feng ran into a lot of trouble ever since he came to this place. He was hunted down by ferocious beasts, and most of his subordinates were killed. There were only 5 people left with him at the moment, and all of them were injured. They finally arrived at a safe place after much difficulty. The 3rd young master Feng took out a jade talisman right away, getting ready to inform the Chamber of Commerce to deal with that brat Tion and vent his anger. 3rd young master, where are you? The jade talisman sent him a message before he could contact them. The 3rd young master Feng had been busy killing ferocious beasts for the past few days, so he had no time at all. They didn't know what happened, but there were countless ferocious beasts around, and killing them gave them a headache. I was put in a dangerous situation by that damn Tion. The 3rd young master Feng wanted to tell his father about his suffering, but a familiar roar came from the other side of the phone. Look at what you've done. I didn't ask you to go to the auction. Where did you go? You still have the cheek to say this. The 3rd young master Feng couldn't help but be afraid of his father. He wasn't afraid of others, but he was afraid of his father. Father, that Tion doesn't know what's good for him. Immediately send people to destroy the great metropolis realm. It's best if you capture Tion alive. The 3rd young master Feng said with a murderous look. I want to deal with that brat personally. Bastard, who asked you to deal with Tion? If not for you, our World Commerce Chamber wouldn't have become a joke. I'll deal with you when you come back. The jade talisman cut off the connection. The 3rd young master Feng was scolded badly, and he was at a loss at the same time. What the hell? What happened? The 3rd young master Feng would never have thought that his stubbornness would cause him to lose an opportunity. Thinking of his furious father, he pondered how to explain when he returned. In the hall of the Invincible Palace. They had always been suspicious of Di Tian's words. Through private information, they knew that Di Tian was fine. But since he said so, they couldn't ask him what he was busy with. Lin Fei knew from the information he had gathered that the people in charge of the Wind and Cloud Commerce Chamber and Hell and Heaven were in charge. Both Tian Yang and Huang Chuan were wily old foxes. It's fine. We just arrived. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan said at the same time. As businessmen, they wouldn't get angry over this. They were particular about making money with harmony. Seeing Di Tian's young appearance, the two of them were shocked. This person was really too young. But this young man had personally killed several heavenly gods. You can't judge a book by its cover. No one would believe that such a person was walking around if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Even heavenly gods were easily killed by him. Heavenly god Luo Xian felt uncomfortable seeing Di Tian again. But he still had to smile. It was very uncomfortable. Di Tian, we meet again. Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect you to come. I'm really surprised. If it wasn't for the ruler weapon and battle suit, do you think I would come? Heavenly god Luo Xian cursed in his heart. Di Tian hadn't reached the heavenly god realm yet, but his combat strength was already several levels higher than him. Vent my anger? How? Why did the sect give me such a mission? Are they torturing me? Taoist Di Tian, you're a famous person now. I knew that someone like you would definitely soar to the sky. Heavenly god Luo Xian said seriously. Chapter 1744. P.S. Sorry, I was dragged out by someone to force me to drink last night. I'm so drunk that I can't even write. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. Xiao Ku will cover her face and run away. Lin Fei felt great. Of course, no one would take Empyrean deity Luo Xian's words seriously. Whoever believed him would be the greatest fool in the world. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that such a person would definitely kill him if he had the chance. The more displeased the other party was, the happier Lin Fei was. So what if you're unhappy? You still have to endure it. You're flattering me. I'm just lucky. I'm not that great. Lin Fei said modestly. Heavenly god Luo Xian felt even more uncomfortable, and he cursed Di Tian several dozen times in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to leave this place right away, but he had no choice but to endure it for now when he thought of the mission he had to complete. At the very least, this was not a good time to offend Di Tian. Didn't they see that the representatives of the Wind and Cloud Merchant Associations and the Heaven and Hell Merchant Associations wanted to pay a visit to Di Tian? What an honor this was. Even their righteous sect might not be able to put on such airs to make two peak-tier merchant associations take the initiative to pay a visit. He could only endure it for now. Heavenly deity Tian Yang interjected. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, you are too humble. Right now, in the entire territory, who doesn't know of your capabilities? You killed 6 heavenly deities in succession. The title of number 1 among the younger generation is definitely yours. These words infuriated Luo Xian. Empyrean god Luo Xian had always viewed himself as the number 1 expert of the younger generation. Later on, a character like Di Tian appeared and did something earth-shattering. Di Tian surpassed him, and the gap between them grew wider and wider. Slaying a god? Empyrean god Luo Xian could do it, but he couldn't do it as cleanly as Di Tian. This was the difference between them. Empyrean god Arakawa laughed as well. Amongst the younger generation, you are the most qualified fellow Taoist. If a disciple of my conglomerate was even half as strong as you, I would be overjoyed. This is pushing me to the heart of the struggle. Lin Fei did not take these false reputations seriously. No matter how great a false reputation was, if he did not have the ability, he was just a paper tiger. People could easily defeat him. Since they said so, Lin Fei would not refuse. Number 1 among the younger generation? He was indeed qualified to be one. The two of you think too highly of me. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, however, because of your words, I will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone. Tian Yang and Arakawa nodded to themselves. This Di Tian was indeed courageous. The top ranker of the younger generation, this position wasn't something anyone would dare to sit on. If one didn't have the courage and spirit, They wouldn't even dare to accept it. Although Di Tian didn't say anything, how could the two of them not understand the tone of his voice? Their understanding of Di Tian was limited to the information they had gathered from their investigations. Now that they personally saw Di Tian, the two of them could tell how extraordinary he was. At the very least, he was someone with great resolution. No wonder he dared to kill a heavenly deity and was even a heavenly deity from a major sect. Empyrean god Luo Xian was extremely jealous. Even he didn't dare to admit that he was the number one of the younger generation. The territory was so big, and there were countless experts of the younger generation. This position was like being the number one in the world. Whoever did it would be unlucky. Di Tian is really shameless. He even dares to wear such a hat. As long as I spread the news, although no one will come looking for trouble with you now, when those fellows come out, let's see how you're going to become the number one of the younger generation. Empyrean god Luo Xian didn't dare to fight Di Tian recklessly. The 6 heavenly deities had been slaughtered. They weren't immortal sovereigns, immortal kings, or rulers. They were all genuine heavenly deities. They couldn't do anything to Di Tian, but Empyrean god Luo Xian could at least discuss Di Tian a little. Aren't you arrogant? Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Empyrean god Luo Xian's mood inexplicably improved when he thought of this. I'm afraid the 3 of you didn't come to visit just to have some tea. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm the most straightforward person. Lin Fei put down his cup and said this. Tian Yang and Arakawa didn't plan on getting to the main topic so quickly. This Di Tian was too straightforward. They were caught off guard. But then again, they liked to discuss things with people who were straightforward. Our wind and cloud commerce would like to make a deal with you. Tian Yang was the first to speak. It's about the weapons and battle robes that you handed over to the Heavenly Fate Tower for auction. When Lin Fei provided the weapons and battle robes to the Heavenly Fate Tower, he didn't ask them to keep it the secret at all. The same goes for the Heavenly Fate Tower. As long as you're willing, the price is not a problem. The wind and cloud commerce can afford it. Empyrean god Arakawa added. The two of them were determined to get it. Lin Fei frowned and put on a troubled expression. You two, you're a step too late. Tian Yang and Arakawa's hearts thumped. Did someone beat them to it? This wasn't what they wanted to see. Is there nothing else? The two of them asked anxiously. The two of them knew very well what a sovereign weapon that surpassed the weapon refining sect would mean in the future. Invincible weapons would become the mainstream in the future territories. In the future, everyone would be proud to own an invincible weapon or battle robe, and those who didn't would do everything in their power to get their hands on one, unwilling to fall behind others. Lin Fei said with a troubled expression, The two of you came to visit me with great sincerity, but these weapons and battle robes aren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. They require time to refine, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I can only apologize. If I have something good, I'll definitely contact you too. The two of them really did want to obtain a large number of weapons and battle robes from Di Tian. After listening to Lin Fei's words, the two of them understood that these things weren't that easy to obtain. These perfect quality weapons would definitely require time to refine. It was no wonder that Di Tian would say such a thing. Di Tian was a pretty good person. The two of them had a much better impression of Di Tian. Not only was this guy straightforward, but he was also very honest. If they knew that Di Tian had a large number of weapons and battle robes, they probably wouldn't have thought this way. That's a pity. Empyrean god Tian Yang shook his head. I wanted to buy a few for my clansmen. Empyrean god Arakawa had a similar expression. He didn't doubt Di Tian's words at all. Good things weren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. The two of them realized one thing from Lin Fei's words. Di Tian had an expert backing him. These sovereign weapons and battle robes hadn't been refined by Di Tian, but by the person behind him. To be able to refine weapons and battle robes of such quality meant that the person behind him was definitely not weak. On the contrary, he was extremely powerful. They had never heard of such a person before. It was as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and trampled over the weapon refining sect. As long as Di Tian was around, the weapon refining sect would never be able to rise again. Chapter 1745. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan sat in the Invincible Palace for a while before leaving. God Luo Xian did the same, but he didn't get anything. He had always been arrogant and was always embarrassed to be defeated by Di Tian. This time, he only listened and rarely spoke. After coming out, Heavenly God Luo Xian bade farewell to the two of them and left. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan didn't think much of it. They thought that God Luo Xian was embarrassed. What happened on the sacred mountain seemed secretive, but it wasn't. It wasn't difficult to find out. The two didn't care too much. After they came out, the two of them also left to digest the information they had received so that they could judge Di Tian better. For the time being, Di Tian was still very useful to their merchant associations. Once they returned to their respective senfu, they set up an array and sent the news back to ask for the merchant association's opinion. This wasn't a small matter. Come. After they left, Lin Fei summoned someone. In an hour, go find Tian Yang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association. Tell him I want to see him. Invite him over. All right, don't let anyone find out. It's best to find a stranger to inform him. The man nodded repeatedly and retreated. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. He took his time to drink. The Wind and Hell Heaven Merchant Associations are really generous. It would be a pity if they didn't make good use of it. Lin Fei squinted. I'm going to rope them in. Lin Fei was very clear about his current situation. If they passed, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If they didn't leave, Lin Fei didn't mind roping them in. When the time came, they would come out to support him. As long as he passed this stage and obtained enough God sparks, no matter how many came, it wouldn't matter. Tian Yang returned to Senfu and sent the news back. Although they didn't get anything done, Tian Yang was still very satisfied. At least Di Tian had a good impression of them. Thinking of Third Young Master Feng, Tian Yang couldn't help but laugh. If Third Young Master Feng knew this result, he would probably regret it even more. If the merchant associations could cooperate with Di Tian on a deeper level, the Wind and Cloud Trade Association could trample on the World Trade Association. Tian Yang did not intend to go back so early. Just as Tian Yang was thinking about this, one of his subordinates came in and said that someone wanted to see him. He said that it was an extremely important matter. Tian Yang was also a man of action, so he asked his subordinates to bring the person in. Tell me what's so important? Tian Yang did not ask who the other party was. He asked with a smile on his face, giving off a friendly feeling. I'm here on the orders of the palace master. Tian Yang didn't pay much attention to it at first, but with his quick thinking he quickly realized who the palace lord was. In order to confirm it, he asked, Who is your palace lord? My palace master is Di Tian. The person who came said, Bring him down and reward him with 500,000 holy stone. Tian Yang's lips curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, Huang Chuan, you're going to lose to me this time. Once again he exited the invincible palace. Tian Yang was in a good mood. Di Tian sure knows how to get things done. It's clear that it's not easy to talk to people in front of me, so he sent someone to inform me in private. Although there aren't many things, it can increase the strength of some people in the Chamber of Commerce. On the way back to Senfu, Tian Yang was still in a good mood. On this trip, he first obtained Di Tian's guarantee that he could buy a batch of rulers' weapons and battle ropes. For the time being, there were no low-grade divine weapons, which made Tian Yang happy for a long time. As long as he brought these things back, Tian Yang knew very well that his influence in the Chamber of Commerce would increase by a lot. With such a good thing, who wouldn't want to prepare it for their own clansmen? It was a good thing that was invincible at the same rank. Not only could Tian Yang prepare it for his own clansmen, he could also use it as a favor. With a certain understanding of what kind of person Di Tian was, he knew that this guy was a typical hard rock. Using force to threaten him would not work, which also made it impossible for everyone to buy weapons and battle robes from Di Tian. Fortunately, I didn't go back early. Otherwise, I would have missed an opportunity. Tian Yang was elated and prepared to wait here until he got his hands on the things. These things were too important. If he didn't bring them back personally, Tian Yang wouldn't be at ease. After all, in the past few days, there had been news that someone had been ambushed by an expert on his way back and had stolen the invincible weapon that he had bought at the auction. Among them, there was no lack of half-step heavenly god experts. There were even some unaffiliated heavenly gods who joined forces and secretly attacked the major forces, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. From this, it was sufficient to prove that the temptation of the invincible weapon was irresistible, which was why they took the risk and had to get their hands on the invincible weapon. Tianyang didn't dare to let anyone send it back, because he couldn't afford to lose it. Just as Tianyang was quietly feeling pleased, thinking that he was the only person he was cooperating with, Huang Chuan also walked out of the invincible palace excitedly, returning to his residence in Senfu. What a tactful Tian. This trip wasn't in vain. I finally got my hands on the invincible weapon and the invincible battle robe. With these treasures, I can explain myself when I return. Huang Chuan was very satisfied. The Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce was very big. The 3 top chambers of commerce had unimaginable resources. It wasn't like they didn't have any blacksmiths and grandmasters. But they really didn't have the invincible weapon. Besides buying a portion of it back, the other reason was to get the blacksmiths of the chamber to decipher the refining method. If they could get the method, the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce would rise to become the largest chamber of commerce, monopolizing the weapons and battle robes business, and would no longer need to cooperate with the weapon refining sect. I wonder what Tianyang's expression will be when he finds out? Huang Chuan really wanted to know. It would be very interesting to think about it. Huang Chuan wouldn't tell Tianyang about this now. As long as they continued to cooperate, Huang Chuan believed that he would get the auction rights sooner or later. At that time, the influence of the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly rise to another level. At that time, the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce would be the largest of the 3 top chambers of commerce. Thinking of this, Huang Chuan was in a good mood. That night, he drank a few bottles of good wine alone. As for why Tian would be interested in the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce, Huang Chuan didn't think too much about it. The 3 top chambers of commerce had almost the same amount of influence. It didn't make much difference who they chose. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei was also in a very good mood. Whether it was Tianyang or Huang Chuan, Lin Fei's reply was the same. Thinking of how they were guarding against each other, it was hilarious. Master, you're really too bad. Little Devil flew down from Lin Fei's side and landed on his shoulder, a naughty smile on his face. My part is broken. I didn't ask them to do anything. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 1746. P.S. The previous chapter should be 1699. Sorry. The influence of the auction was still brewing. The experts who were rushing to this nameless place had already spread the news of the invincible weapons of the same level. No one could stop the news from spreading. The great metropolis world started to enter the sights of some people. It was no longer nameless. The Tianyun Tower also started to gain fame. No one could ignore its auction ability. Its influence was also increasing rapidly. The second auction was also announced for half a year later. This news made the Tianyun Tower famous once again. The most famous wasn't the Tianyun Tower, but Tian of the Invincible Palace. No matter who mentioned this name, they would be stunned. After that, it was unknown who it was, but a piece of news swiftly circulated around. There were people who said that Tian was the top ranker of the younger generation, and the rumors were indeed true. For example, he killed 6 heavenly gods. Who in the young generation could do that? Even among the 10 young masters of the past, there were now 10 heavenly gods. Several of them had already fallen. The difference between them wasn't small. There was even news that back then, on the Divine Mountain, Tian had been attacked by a powerful figure. He had luckily survived. This was undoubtedly more in line with the demeanor of the number 1 of the young generation. Tian had the title of number 1 of the young generation. Whether they were convinced or not, this title quietly landed on Tian's head. For the time being, no one of the young generation dared to clash with Tian. 6 heavenly gods had been killed. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. At least for now, no one dared to go. The Invincible Palace didn't deny it either. The title of number 1 of the young generation landed on Tian's head just like that. What followed was all sorts of rumors, all aimed at Tian. Some said that Tian was seeking his own death. Even young Master Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 young masters, didn't dare to call himself number one of the young generation. What did Di Tian do to deserve to be called number one? Soon, people would definitely come knocking on his door. Many people in the great metropolis world were completely excited. There was a good show to watch. Originally, the people of the great metropolis world didn't doubt this news. They thought that Di Tian had the strength to be the number one of the young generation. Everyone cheered. In the great metropolis world, Di Tian single-handedly turned everything around. Now that he was in the limelight, it was also because of him. No one doubted Di Tian's ability. Everyone felt that Di Tian's position was solid, and there was nothing fake about it. This kind of momentum was also getting more and more intense. What a joke, what a great joke. How can someone like Di Tian be the number one genius of the younger generation? Near the Tianyun Tower, inside a senfu. When Zhao Ji heard the news outside, he couldn't help but mock. What qualifications does he have to be the number one of the younger generation? Why doesn't he take a look at himself first? Does he really think that he can soar to the sky just because of an auction? Zhao Ji did not leave. None of the people from the crafting sect left. Ever since the day of the auction, the crafting sect had been dealt a heavy blow. The weapons and armors made by the crafting sect had also begun to be affected. People began to doubt their quality. This was something the crafting school did not wish to see. In the past, the crafting sect's weapons and battle armor had been one of the best in the weaves market. Their supply had never been able to meet the demand, and countless people had been eyeing them. But now, the Tianyun Pavilion's auction had affected the crafting sect. After returning that day, they stayed in Senfu. When the news spread, the crafting sect was in an uproar. They did not believe that a remote place would have weapons and battle armor that could compete with the crafting sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who spread the news had a lot of weight in the crafting sect, perhaps the higher-ups of the crafting sect would have thought that it was a joke and not taken it seriously. After the higher-ups of the crafting sect were alarmed, the vice-sect leader personally led a team to the great metropolis world. This group of people was waiting for the higher-ups to arrive. The people in Senfu were already used to it. It would be abnormal if Zhao Ji did not come a few times a day. He was very envious. The number one genius of the younger generation. No one could refuse such a title, no matter who it was. In Zhao Ji's opinion, Di Tian was just SOSO. As for the rumor that he had killed the 6 heavenly gods, many people had not seen it with their own eyes. Who knew who had actually killed them? Senior brother Zhao, someone is looking for you outside. Zhao Ji stopped nagging and raised his eyebrows. Who's here? Who are you looking for? Every day in Senfu, Zhao Ji felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if this was the great metropolis world, the territory of that damned Di Tian. He didn't say who he was. He just handed us a sign and said that we would know who he is when we see him. Zhao Ji could not be bothered to look at the sign. He thought that it was someone trying to curry favor. He waved his hand. What sign? Does he really think that he's the number one and can come as he pleases? Senior brother Zhao, I think it's better for you to take a look. The junior brother hesitated and said, handing over the sign. Zhao Ji was already angry, especially after hearing the news outside. Now that his junior brother dared to speak to him like this, he would be a laughingstock if word got out. What are you looking at? Now that the elders are all researching invincible weapons, I'm the most important here. If I say I don't want to see him, then I won't. Zhao Ji indeed had the tone to say this. The junior brother shrunk his neck. But if we reject an important guest, I'm afraid the elders. Zhao Ji glared at this junior brother. So troublesome. The sign was in Zhao Ji's hands. He glanced at it casually. Zhao Ji's heart sank and revealed a rare look of panic. Quick, hurry up and invite him in. No, it's better for me to go personally. On the sign, it was a scene of hell. Taoist Sun Luo, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. In the living room of Senfu, the old man who had been researching invincible weapons was sitting in his seat and speaking apologetically to a guy in a black robe in front of him. Ever since he returned from the auction, the old man had been researching invincible weapons, trying to unravel the mystery within. It was a pity that he didn't make any progress even after a long time. He didn't intend to come out at first. When he heard Zhao Zi's message, he left the others to continue researching and came out in a hurry. This was because the black-robed man in front of him was a great partner of the weapon refining sect. He was one of the 7 overlords, the Sinluo overlord. The weapon refining sect was famous and had worked with various forces, big and small. The 3 top trade unions were also partners, and some of them had close ties. The Sinluo overlord was one of them. He was a powerful existence that controlled the battle fortress. The weapon refining sect didn't dare to belittle him. Chapter 1747. Flaming Overlord. An overlord that had risen to prominence in the Great Domain. He had carved a bloody path out of the Blood Sea and obtained a top-grade war weapon like the Battle Fortress. His name had spread throughout the Great Domain. There was no one who didn't know how terrifying the Sinluo overlord was. He was a super expert that had advanced from the sovereign realm to the heavenly god realm. Even now, no one knew the true strength of the Sinluo overlord. Those who had fought against him had all died at his hands, and that was how he had gained his fearsome reputation. Flaming Overlord was a terrifying existence. The Azura Hell was the object that made him famous. That was why Zhao Zi was so afraid when he saw the symbol of the Azura Hell. If others knew that the Azura Hell had personally come to the great metropolis world, they would probably widen their eyes in shock. Experts like the Azura Hell rarely went out. Even if he went out, it would be to explore some dangerous places and search for all sorts of rare treasures to increase his strength. The 2 of them exchanged a few words. The old man invited the overlord inside for a chat. As for what they talked about, no one knew. When the old man came out, there was a smile on his face. The overlord put on his cloak and left as if he had never appeared. Little Zhao, don't go out for a few days. Inform me immediately when the people from the sect arrive. The old man once again entered the spatial treasure he had brought with him. When he entered, he couldn't help but think to himself, with the intervention of the Sinluo overlord, it'll be much easier to deal with Di Tian. Since he dared to go against our crafting sect, he'll regret it sooner or later. Now, as long as the higher-ups agree, Di Tian can do whatever he wants. Zhao Zi's eyes darted around happily, and he repeatedly expressed that he wouldn't forget. When the old man disappeared, he was filled with pride. Di Tian, you're dead this time. All I can say is that you should never have grasped the art of refining an invincible weapon. The overlord was currently in a small world outside the starry sky. Brother Sinluo, you're back. This small world was a dead planet, and it had its own limitations. At the core of the small world, there were 3 experts sitting there, their auras perfectly concealed. Even so, one could still feel that these 3 experts were extremely powerful. The aura that they unintentionally emitted was also suppressed by them. Will you feel at ease if I don't come back? Sinluo overlord sneered at the 3 of them the moment he reached the core area. Old brother Sinluo, look at what you're saying. It's as if we don't trust you. A short, middle-aged man in the middle said with a smile. Occasionally, a light flashed in his eyes as he pulled everyone together. The Sinluo overlord sat down. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? We've been fighting for such a long time after all. We all know that if it weren't for the importance of this matter, it would be very difficult for us to sit together. The short middle-aged man laughed dryly, as if he had been hit on the mark. Sinluo, your temper is still the same. You've never changed. The burly man on the left had a full beard and a terrifying look in his eyes. Shanhai, don't talk so much. If anyone heard this name, they would be surprised. To dare to call himself ocean-suppressing and speak to the Sinluo overlord in such a manner, who else could it be other than the ocean-suppressing overlord of the 7 overlords? The short, middle-aged man was indeed the ocean-suppressing overlord, one of the 7 overlords, a giant of the territory. I was just saying casually. Who knew that old brother Sinluo would take it seriously? The ocean-suppressing overlord said indifferently. All right, everyone, stop talking. The middle-aged man on the right had a vigorous chi and blood like a burning flame. We didn't come all this way just to talk. Sinluo, don't take it seriously. He's just like that. The Sinluo overlord glanced at the ocean-suppressing overlord. I won't take it seriously. Everyone can do whatever they want. If anyone knew that a total of 4 overlords had appeared under the starry sky, they would probably be shocked. Any single overlord was extraordinarily powerful, let alone 4 overlords appearing at the same time. No matter how big or small the forces were, they would all be shocked. Sunluo is right. There's no need to hurt our friendship over this. The vigorous middle-aged man was called the Myriad Dao Overlord. You went to the great metropolis realm. Did you sense Di Tian's presence? The 4 of them had come here for the same purpose. Their goal was to take down Di Tian. The news of the appearance of the 8th battle fortress had spread long ago. At first, they didn't care. The 3 battle fortresses had disappeared for a long time. It wasn't easy to find them. How could a mere brat control a battle fortress? But a few days ago, they received news that shocked them. They didn't think that the battle fort would actually appear. Not only did they receive news about the battle fort, they also received news about the invincible weapon that could suppress the crafting school's weapon. This was definitely a big deal. The overlords rarely chose to work together. If they could take down the battle fortress, or even the invincible weapon, the benefits would be immeasurable. It would be enough for the 7 overlords to surpass the 8 sects. Now, the 8 sects had greatly expanded their influence. Their territory was led by the 8 sects. The position of the 7 overlords was below that of the 8 sects. This made the 7 overlords very unhappy. They didn't have many ways to restrict the 8 sects. Their experts weren't as strong as the 8 sects either. The fact that they could last until now had a lot to do with the battle fortress. That was why today's scene happened. I've already mentioned it to the crafting sect. They're very dissatisfied with the invincible weapon and Di Tian. I mentioned it a bit and they said that they have their own methods. I believe that soon, they'll make trouble for Di Tian. We can also take the opportunity to see who's backing Di Tian. Overlord Sunluo said confidently. Di Tian is indeed mysterious. Now, there's news that he's the number 1 of the young generation. Maybe the 8 sects purposely spread this rumor to make Di Tian hate them. Overlord Sunluo sneered, but this guy's backing is mysterious. He's so young and strong. Rumor has it that he's cultivated 5 deity clones. If we can get it, even the 8 sects will have to step aside. Yeah, the 8 sects only have deity emperors as their backing. What's so great about that? Overlord Jinhai said coldly. But everyone could hear the jealousy in his tone. As long as we get the battle fortress, the deity clones technique, and the invincible weapon technique, the 8 sects will have to step aside. We'll have the capital to stand tall in the future. Chapter 1748. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to more of your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, enter Kdred, and tell me secretly. When the invincible weapon was spreading like wildfire, people from the Bliss Palace, the Thousand Goblins sect, the Shantian Palace, and the Holy Demon Overlord arrived at the great metropolis realm one after another. Ever since they received the news from the sect, the 4 forces rushed over without stopping, for fear of being late. It's rare for such a small place to be so lively. Di Tian does have some ability. It's just that he's too arrogant. He dares to imprison people from our sect. This time, we must get an explanation from him. Everyone, if you have the time, why don't you redeem him first? The 4 forces arrived almost at the same time. They did not invade the great metropolis heaven. From the information sent back by the sect's experts, they were clear about one thing. Although the great metropolis heaven didn't look like much, in fact, there was an array formation outside that was very powerful. Right now, no matter how much resentment and dissatisfaction they had towards Di Tian, they were not willing to rashly barge in. The sect's god was still in Di Tian's hands, they had to get him back first. Immediately, people from their respective warships went down to inform the Invincible Palace. They didn't act personally. In truth, they also had the thought of letting Di Tian personally welcome them. They wanted to destroy Di Tian's prestige and prove that they didn't place Di Tian in their eyes at all. The messenger returned quickly. They also wanted to see what Di Tian was capable of, daring to imprison their sect's heavenly god expert. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Not only did he not see anyone, he did not even see a shadow. The four powers were all enraged. This Tion was truly arrogant. They had already given him a lot of face by coming here personally, yet he still didn't come out to welcome them? Inform the Invincible Palace. They would not lower themselves to go to the Invincible Palace. For idiots. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei withdrew his divine sense and sneered. Do they really think that this is their territory? Aren't they embarrassed that I went out to welcome them? Are they preparing to show their strength? Lin Fei wasn't interested in welcoming them. Didn't he know whose territory this was? This is my territory, I have the final say. Battle number 1, go and teach them a lesson. If you're here to redeem someone, then you should have the awareness to do so. Lin Fei passed the order to battle number 1. In the absence of Lin Fei's command, battle number 1 would be the second in command. Taking me down a notch? I'll give you a show of strength first. Lin Fei understood their character very well. They thought that they were so noble that they could not wait for others to flatter them. However, this trick did not work on Lin Fei. The leaders of the four factions were really going to fight it out with Tion. A full 2 hours passed. Tion had yet to appear. Suddenly, a huge black object appeared outside the starry sky. Xiao xiao xiao. The black behemoth shot out beams of destructive light. The first wave alone contained more than 100 beams. Bang bang bang, no one present had expected to be attacked. The warships shook violently, and so did the immortals inside. Bastard! Tion is a bastard. How dare he attack us? Tion deserves to die. The light beam attacks were densely packed. In less than a dozen breaths' time, several of the warships brought by the four factions were destroyed. Fragments of the warships filled the sky and floated around. Retreat! This is the attack of the battle fortress. The warships cannot withstand it. The four factions hurriedly ordered their men to retreat. Their faces darkened. As they listened to their subordinates' reports, their faces darkened even more. They were the top sects of the dominions. Now that they were suddenly attacked by the enemy, they lost a few warships in the blink of an eye. How could they not be furious? This is the territory of the great metropolis realm. Unregistered warships are prohibited from entering. Violators will be killed without mercy. Battle number 1's cold voice came from the battle fortress. The light beams filled the sky, causing the four leaders to feel apprehensive. They kept retreating until they reached a safe place. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress is really scary. Ordinary warships won't be able to withstand such concentrated attacks. Even if they wear battle suits, it won't help. This Tion is harder to deal with than we thought. Which one of you dares to look down on Tion now? No matter how angry the four Empyrean leaders were, they were powerless against the Black Battle Fortress. If the Battle Fortress kept using this kind of attack to tie them down, coupled with Tion's Empyrean clone, they seemed to understand why the Empyrean gods of their sex would give up on attacking and allow the enemy to put them under house arrest. In the face of death, surrender and house arrest were nothing. Empyrean god Yuan Hong of the Bliss Palace could not help but frown. He was sure that this was Tion's doing. Who else could it be other than the arrogant Tion who dared to attack indiscriminately? Sir, that battle fortress's attacks are too terrifying. Our warships are already damaged to varying degrees. If the hull is hit again, our warships will be scrapped. Someone reported immediately. Mighty One Yuan Hong suddenly felt powerless. This Tion really knew how to cause trouble. They just wanted to put on a show of strength so that Tion would know not to be too arrogant. But now, he had destroyed several of their warships with a single attack. These losses? They could not say it. Sir, look, someone's coming out. Mighty One Yuan Hong had already decided that he would enter the Invincible Palace personally and bring them out first. Putting on a show of strength was to target Tion. Fortunately, they would have the upper hand in the following negotiations. Now, it seemed like it would not work. They had to think of another way. Tion looked young, but he had a bad temper. He knew that they were one of the four major factions, but he still dared to attack them personally. It was obvious that he did not take them seriously at all. Since things had come to this, the only thing they could do was to lower their heads and do things according to the other party's wishes. For example, taking the initiative to pay a visit. It's Dition. Empyrean god Yuanhong's expression turned solemn. Even though it was his first time seeing it, Empyrean god could tell at a glance that the one flying out was Dition. However, it was not Dition himself, but a clone, and it was at the Empyrean god realm. My apologies, everyone. I didn't know you were here personally. I thought it was some roving bandits. Recently, there have been many detestable roving bandits robbing immortals nearby. I didn't expect you to be here. If you had sent someone to inform me, none of this would have happened. Lin Fei's clone said to everyone as soon as he arrived. Do you think we're roving bandits? How dare you say that? The Empyrean gods of the four factions did not believe what Dition said. They had sent people to inform him twice. If he knew, he would have found out a long time ago, and he would not have waited until now. Dition, I am Empyrean god Yuanhong of the Bliss Palace. I want to know how my sect's mighty one is doing. I want to bring him back. Empyrean god Yuanhong did not want to waste his breath on such matters. They only had themselves to blame for this. If they had taken the initiative to pay a visit, the other party would not have attacked them with a battle fortress. So it's the renowned Bliss Palace. You guys sure are fast. Lin Fei's clone chuckled. Don't worry. Your sect's mighty one is doing fine with me, and I'm taking good care of him. Do you really think Empyrean gods are pigs? Taking good care of them? How dare you say that? Empyrean god Yuanhong held back his anger. I want to redeem my sect's mighty one. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Sure. I'm a friendly person. I'll always give those who have done wrong a chance. Here's what you want. A storage ring flew over. Lin Fei's clone grabbed it, and it landed in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and confirmed that it was a divinity inside. He was delighted. The Bliss Palace sure was rich. The Bliss Palace sure is straightforward. Lin Fei took out the divinity and put it in his storage ring. When are you going to release him? Empyrean god Yuanhong felt the pinch of having to pay 3 divinities. He had to pay for the sake of the Empyrean gods no matter what. As long as Dition released him, it would not be too late to take it out on him. Release him in 3 days. Empyrean god Yuanhong said unhappily. Why 3 days later and not now? Lin Fei's clone said with a straight face. You really can't blame me for this. It's a few mighty ones from your sect who have nothing better to do. They said that they're going to train in isolation and come out in 3 days at the earliest. Training in isolation? Who would train at a time like this? Empyrean god Yuanhong had never seen anyone so thick-skinned, but he really could not find anything to refute. If the Empyrean gods of his sect were really training in isolation, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? I'll believe you for 3 days. If I don't see the Empyrean gods of my sect after 3 days, you'll regret what you said today. Furthermore, the divinities of the Bliss Palace aren't that easy to take. Empyrean god Yuanhong said coldly. I said 3 days, so 3 days. Lin Fei's clone said. You can stay in the great metropolis realm and wait for them to come out. There's no need for that. I'll just wait outside. Lin Fei's clone said nothing more and turned to look at the other 3 forces. What about you guys? Do you want to pay the ransom? If not, I'll be leaving. It was the first time the 3 forces had met Dition, but they knew that he would not be easy to deal with. But they did not have the courage. Isn't it just 3 divinities? We'll pay. In order to bring back the Empyrean gods, they would at most feel the pinch of giving up 3 divinities. After all, divinities would no longer be so hard to obtain in a few days. Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace laughed heartily. As expected of the major forces, they're really willing to pay up for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. 12 divinities. I just need to refine 8 more, and my 18 Empyrean gods will be complete. When that time comes, you won't dare to say anything even if you find out. The 4 forces each gave up 3 divinities. They only asked for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. A veteran Empyrean god was still very useful. It was far more important than 3 divinities. Wasn't it just 3 days? Chapter 1749. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account Add friends on WeChat, add the official account, type Kdred, and tell me secretly. Hee 12 God Sparks, it's really the right time. It did not matter to Lin Fei whether they came in or not. He wanted them to stay outside and not come in. Even though the situation outside looked good, Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that this good situation wouldn't last long. It would be followed by danger. Lin Fei believed that many people were plotting against him in the dark. For example, if the four factions obediently handed over the God Sparks, they would not let him go easily if they had the chance. The entire great metropolis world would be destroyed. Lin Fei did not want anything to happen to the world that he had worked so hard to strengthen. Therefore, Lin Fei had to increase his combat power. It was very necessary for the 18 clones to reach the heavenly god level. 3 days is enough. Lin Fei took the 12 God Sparks and entered his secret room. At the same time, he informed heavenly god Li Shan to secretly watch the situation and inform him if anything happened. The people from the four factions were waiting outside in the starry sky. They were waiting for Di Tian to let them out. They did not dare to get close to the great metropolis world. The battle fortress was still in the starry sky. The black cannons were still a great threat to them. 3 days. They only had to wait for 3 days. In the eyes of powerhouses like them, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The four factions suffered a small loss. Naturally, it fell into the eyes of some people who were observant. Tian Yang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association and Empyrean god Arakawa of the Heavenly Halls of Hell had been paying close attention. The four peak powers had clearly wanted to show Di Tian how powerful they were. In the end, Di Tian was able to deal with them so easily. This Di Tian was really someone who was good at using violence. In order to wait for the weapons and battle suits, they were not in a hurry to leave. They saw the situation outside clearly. The only thing they did not understand was why Di Tian had to hand over the people in 3 days. Was he going to make his clones reach the heavenly god level? How many heavenly god clones did Di Tian successfully cultivate? This had always been a mystery. Everyone wanted to know the exact number, but unfortunately, up until now, there had been no answer. Back then, 5 heavenly deities were already sufficient to shock everyone. If 18 heavenly deities appeared at the same time, they would definitely be able to insta-kill any heavenly deity. Nobody dared to underestimate the invincible weapons and battle robes in Di Tian's hands. Low-grade god artifacts were invincible among those of the same grade. Who would dare to look down on him? And when the four forces arrived, another group of people also quietly entered the great metropolis heaven. Compared to the swagger of the four factions, this group was much more low-key. A senfa near the Tianyun Tower quietly activated its restriction. A group of people quickly walked in. Zhao Ji was sitting listlessly. When he heard the noise coming from outside, he was startled and immediately ran out. Zhao Ji greets the elders. A group of people came in and took off their cloaks, revealing solemn faces. Where is the secret chamber? I know. Elder, follow me. Seeing the elders, Zhao Ji was also shocked. The aura from their bodies was so oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. After the secret chamber's door opened, they walked in. The stone door closed again, leaving Zhao Ji to guard outside alone. Di Tian, you are going to be in big trouble. At the same time, in another senfa tower, someone also came in. Heavenly god Li Shan was more and more impressed by his master, Lin Fei. The four factions had set up a show of strength, but Di Tian had directly used a battle fortress and destroyed a few battleships. In the end, they didn't even react. Heavenly god Li Shan despised them. Li Shan, you are very relaxed. The person came in and appeared not far from Heavenly god Li Shan. Heavenly god Li Shan was startled. He stood up. Lord, why are you here? The person who came was wearing a black robe. He took off his cloak, revealing a murderous gaze. If you still don't come, we, the 7 overlords, will have to change our names. Change our names? Lord, are you talking about the battle fortress? Heavenly god Li Shan reacted quickly. The black-cloaked person sat down. For Heavenly god Li Shan to call him Lord, it was a dark overlord who controlled one of the battle fortresses. At first, I thought that it was just a rumor. After seeing it with my own eyes, I know that it is true. This Tion's luck is really not bad, and his temper is also fiery. The four factions rarely encounter such a situation. It is really satisfying. The Dark Overlord laughed loudly. However, this person's origin is mysterious. Coincidentally, I was going to the deity tomb, so I specially came here. Fortunately, I came, otherwise, I really wouldn't know that this bastard is plotting against Tion. Heavenly God Li Shan's talent was good, thus, he was appreciated by the Dark Overlord. As time passed, he also knew some things. Lord, you are saying that the other overlords are also here? The Dark Overlord admired Heavenly God Li Shan very much. Seeing that he had guessed it, he nodded and said, "You are getting smarter. Nothing can be hidden from you. Myriad Dao Overlord, Black Embryo Overlord, Sunluo Overlord, and Jinhai Overlord, these four old things are secretly outside Great Metropolis Heaven. They are preparing to have a fight between clams and cranes, and the fishermen will benefit from it." Heavenly God Li Shan said in shock, "They are really brave. If they are not brave, they would not be overlords. They are the best at this kind of thing." The Dark Overlord laughed and said, "Oh right, how do you feel about Tion?" The four overlords were hiding in the dark. Heavenly God Li Shan also became anxious. He had to inform his master of this matter as soon as possible to avoid suffering a great loss. With his understanding of Lord should also want to participate in this and get a share of the loot. This was something that Heavenly God Li Shan did not want to see. Right now, he had to stop Lord from participating. Heavenly God Li Shan already knew that they were increasing the battle power of their clones. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps the 18 clones would be formed soon. Once the 18 clones were formed, no one would be able to block a sudden killing move. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Tion is very mysterious. Heavenly God Li Shan's expression also became solemn. Until now, I have not been able to see through this person. I only know that this person is full of secrets, and his trump cards are endless. I dare say that if the four overlords want to get a share of the loot, their ending is destined to be unlucky. The Dark Overlord knew that Li Shan was not a person who liked to boast, but when he heard Li Shan's words, he was still very shocked. "How can you be so sure? Aren't you worried that you are wrong? The four overlords working together with others is not a small matter to Tion, it is a big matter." The Dark Overlord was very concerned about the things that Tion took out. Regardless of whether it was the battle fortress, the invincible battle armor, or the technique to turn clones into heavenly gods, any one of them would be good stuff if it was spread out. They were irresistible temptations. The Dark Overlord was hesitating whether he should participate or not. I rarely misjudge a person. I'll just say one thing. My lord, if you were to suddenly be surrounded by 18 Empyrean gods, and they were all wielding invincible low-grade god artifacts, would you be able to survive? The Dark Overlord was deep in thought. This question was not easy to answer. Surrounded by 18 heavenly gods, the Dark Overlord thought about it and still felt that he was not confident. The power of invincible weapons had long been spread out, and the influence was growing day by day. Those who had used invincible weapons before were not a match for them at the same realm. Many young prodigies with invincible weapons had become famous in the territories. The Dark Overlord could not block the attacks of 18 heavenly gods. Even though he wanted to refute Li Shan's words and say that the outside world was talking about 18 heavenly god clones, it might not be true. Otherwise, Tion would not have sent out 5 heavenly gods to fight, but 18 heavenly gods to surround them. I know what Lord is thinking. I am afraid that the outside world is not true. Tion does not have 18 heavenly god clones, but it is better to be safe than sorry. What if he appears? The Dark Overlord's expression changed. Because of this, the Dark Overlord had to be on guard. After being famous for so long, the Dark Overlord really did not want to die one day. You're right. Tion is indeed not easy to deal with. If Tion really erupts, 1 or 2 of the overlords will die. The Dark Overlord thought it through. Then what do you think we should do next? Heavenly God Li Shan was relieved. He pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there is a way. The 4 overlords want to take advantage of us. Lord, you can help us in our time of need and get on Tion's good side. Lord, why don't you think about it? Once Tion stops the Overlord's conspiracy and defeats them, the invincible palace that Tion controls will be a rising force in the territories from now on. He will have the right to speak. If we get on Tion's good side, we will have a powerful ally in the future. Lord, don't you think so? After all, Tion and the 8 major sects will not stand together. The Dark Overlord felt that he had made the right decision to come today. Yes, why did he have to join forces with the 4 overlords? If he failed and lost his life, he would definitely regret it. Helping them in their time of need was different. This would be of great help to his force. If he could kill 1 or 2 overlords, he would be able to expand his force rapidly. This was a great thing. Most importantly, Tion would not stand on the side of the 8 major sections. The era of theocracy was not far away. The Dark Overlord also had to think for himself. In the future, the 8 major sects were destined to be extremely powerful. Having such an ally might not be a bad thing. Young people were not all hot-blooded and impulsive. With Tion charging forward, it was not a bad thing. The more the Dark Overlord thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Rather than attacking Tion, why not choose to get on his good side? Once this thought was out, it could not be stopped. Li Shan, you are right. The Tion survives this, he will be a rising force in the future. He will be able to stand on the same line as the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords. Getting on Tion's good side is a good choice. The Dark Overlord had completely thought it through. Heavenly God Li Shan also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want the Dark Overlord to die. His words were not for nothing. If his master knew about it, he would be very happy. An overlord's influence could not be underestimated. Now, his master needed influence to strengthen his force in the shortest time possible. Chapter 1750. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. P.S. Sorry, I made a mistake yesterday. It should be Happy May Day. A group of people appeared in front of the Invincible Palace. Sorry, our Palace Lord is not here. A guard came out and said indifferently to the group of people in front of him. The Invincible Palace had become very popular these days. Countless people wanted to pay their respects, so the guards at the entrance of the palace became arrogant. They had seen all kinds of important people. Today's group of people looked very imposing, but the guards of the Invincible Palace did not care. They were full of worship for their palace lord. Not here? Are you kidding me? A young man said unhappily. Do you know who we are? If you neglect our weapon refining sect, your palace lord will not dare to say a word if we kill you. Do you believe me? The one who spoke was Zhao Ji. The guard's expression changed, and he sneered. I've seen many people like you. My palace lord is not here. You don't have to pay a visit if you dare. Zhao Ji was furious. You're just a small guard and you dare to talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? The guards of the Invincible Palace were not afraid at all. A few guards not far away also surrounded them. What? Are you trying to cause trouble here? Don't you know what kind of place this is? If you dare to move, there will be people coming to deal with you. Just then, a few giant dragons flew across the sky. Brother, someone is trying to cause trouble. The giant dragon in the sky glared at Zhao Ji, a cold light shooting out from its eyes. Its cold, killing intent locked onto Zhao Ji's body. Brat, you want to cause trouble? Zhao Ji felt like he had fallen into an endless ice cave when the giant dragon stared at him. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. You dare? Zhao Ji's voice trembled as he faced the giant dragon's gaze. Ever since Lin Fei brought the dragon clan out, they were arranged to stay in the great metropolis world. Their daily tasks were simple, just to patrol the surroundings. Who in the great metropolis heaven didn't know how powerful dragons were? Even dragons of the same level could easily defeat experts of the same level. Their equipment was enough to make people envious. When the dragon race appeared in the great metropolis celestial realm, there was a saying that one could offend anyone but the dragon race. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Little Zhao, there's no need to say any more. Let's go. We'll visit another day. Zhao Ji glared at them. I will remember what happened today. Sooner or later, you will regret it. This group of people were naturally from the crafting school. They were here to visit Di Tian today. His goal was also very simple. He wanted to buy the refinement method from Di Tian so that he could continue to monopolize the market of weapons and battle armor. Who would have thought that Di Tian wasn't around? The crafting sect gave up on the idea of going in. These people are too full of themselves. Why don't they look at where they are? The moment they left, the invincible palace guard said. He couldn't stand these people. After the dragon race saw that everything was fine, they quickly left and continued patrolling. These things happened every day, and they didn't care. Back then, there was a ruler of the 9 stars who caused trouble. In the end, the dragon race swarmed him and killed him on the spot. Since then, no one dared to look down on the dragon race. Elder, Di Tian must be in the invincible palace. He doesn't dare to see us. Zhao Ji said angrily. All right, little Zhao. We've given Di Tian a chance. Since he doesn't want to see us, perhaps he really isn't here. It doesn't matter anymore. We'll just take it that Di Tian chose another path. Now, let's go see our old friend. The black-robed man who was addressed as an elder had a cold look in his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped. Outside the starry sky, the 4 forces stayed on the warship for the time being. They didn't care about 3 days at all. If they could wait for 100 years, 3 days was nothing. At noon, a group of people came to visit. They first visited the Bliss Palace, then the other 3 forces. They didn't stay for long, and no one knew what they discussed. That evening, a piece of news spread throughout the great metropolis. Brother, did you hear? The weapons and battle suits that the Tianyun Tower is auctioning seem to be from the weapon refining sect. No way, how is that possible? I heard about that too. It seems that the Tianyun Tower colluded with some people to ambush one of the elders of the weapon refining sect and stole their latest research. Something like that actually happened? Isn't the Tianyun Tower in trouble? I told you, other than a big sect like the weapon refining sect, which other sect can refine such a top-notch refining technique? Great, now the culprit is here. Looks like it's going to be interesting. The technique that the weapon refining sect researched has been stolen. They must take it back. As soon as the news spread, there was an uproar. Some people thought that the weapon refining sect was jealous and making something out of nothing. Other people said that the Tianyun Tower didn't have the ability to do so, and that the technique must have been stolen. Now that the culprit was here, they wanted to see what else they could say. Both sides quarreled fiercely. More people were prepared to watch a good show. Everyone knew that the Tianyun Tower's auction involved Di Tian. No matter who spread the news, it was ultimately directed at Di Tian. The Invincible Palace didn't show any reaction to this news. The Tianyun Tower branch publicly refuted the rumors, proving that the news was not true, and accused someone of shamelessly trying to ruin the reputation of the Tianyun Tower. In less than 3 days, the news spread far and wide. Some people also became restless. Interesting, really interesting, the weapon refining sect actually played this trick. In a senfu, Tianyang listened to his subordinate's report and laughed. As soon as the news spread, Tianyang knew. Such a lousy excuse, Tianyang didn't need to think to know who wrote it. Other than the weapon refining sect, who else could it be? Now they were jealous of other people's things. Lord, the weapon refining sect's elder said that he wants to see you. After a while, his subordinate came in again to report. Tianyang waved his hand. Go tell them that I'm not feeling well, so forget about the visit. After the subordinate left, Tianyang laughed coldly. Weapon refining sect, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Tianyang didn't like the weapon refining sect that monopolized weapons and battle suits. On the contrary, he had a lot of opinions about it. Now that Di Tian appeared and mastered even more perfect weapons and battle suits, he was very happy to see this situation happen. Tianyang, Huang Chuan, both of you are old foxes. The weapon refining sect's elder visited the 2 Empyrean gods of the Chamber of Commerce, but was rejected. Qiu Musheng's expression turned ugly. After leaving Vice President Huang Chuan's senfu, He cursed in his heart. You rejected my good intentions today, you'll regret it tomorrow. When the time comes, without the weapons and battle suits provided by the sect, let's see if your 2 chambers of commerce won't beg me. Chiu Mushing waved his hand. Let's go. Unable to rope in the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce for the time being, Chiu Mushing was right to say that he was angry. As long as the matter was done, he had a way to deal with the 2 old foxes. Just as he returned to the temporary Senfu, someone came to report the news. Elder, the people from the World Chamber of Commerce are here, they want to see you. Chiu Mushing's eyes lit up. Good, we've got another helper. Then he quickly walked in. While running around in the weapon refining sect. In the secret room, Lin Fei looked at the 18 Empyrean God clones beside him and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I finally have 18 Empyrean God clones. Congratulations to the deity. Congratulations to the deity. The 18 Empyrean God clones around him cupped their hands. Looking at the 18 Empyrean God clones congratulating him, Lin Fei really liked this feeling. Come, put on your equipment. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, pieces of low-grade divine artifacts flew out and armed the Empyrean God clones. In addition, there were also various types of divine artifacts, all of which were worn on their bodies. If I were to release 18 Empyrean God clones in an instant, as long as they aren't Empyrean gods of a very high realm, I'm afraid they would all be chopped to death by my saber. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Thinking of such a scene, he became excited. After all the Empyrean God clones were armed, Lin Fei checked them up and down and put them away. Lin Fei then took out the extra godhoods, which were temporarily useless. He refined them all in one go, but he didn't get any experience points. After all, the souls inside were gone. Ding! Obtained a Divine King Shard. Out of several godhoods, only one would obtain a Divine King Shard. Lin Fei didn't want that either. He now had 7 Divine King Shards, which was still a distance away from 100 Divine King Shards. There's no rush. Take it slow. They came out of the secret room. The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were both there. What's wrong? Did something happen? The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were very satisfied with their current lives. Someone is planning to cause trouble. The Dragon King recounted everything that happened in detail, including his concerns. Master, this is probably the work of the crafting sect. Our men have also found out that they've secretly contacted the Bliss Palace, as well as the other 2 major merchant guilds. Yun Tianhen looked worried. They want to unite everyone tomorrow and catch you off guard. Should we deal with them first? Both of them knew that many Empyrean gods were watching. If Di Tian was defeated, the Empyrean gods watching would make a move, and the great metropolis world would be overturned in an instant. Their worries were not without reason. They knew that Di Tian was very strong. However, there was still a certain distance between him and them. Don't worry. They're just a few clowns. If they dare to come, I dare to kill them all. With a thought, Lin Fei's 18 Empyrean god clones appeared behind him. 18 Empyrean gods. Master, you're really awesome. Ha, they're dead meat. The 2 of them were indeed worried. When they saw the 18 Empyrean god clones armed to the teeth with low-grade divine artifacts, the 2 of them laughed. It was as if they could see someone in trouble tomorrow. They could imagine that once the 18 Empyrean god clones made a move, killing Empyrean gods would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1751. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, type Kdred, and tell me in secret. A new sun rose. Another new day had arrived. However, today was not an ordinary day. It was a very important day. The 4 powers in the starry sky all wanted to bring their sex Empyrean gods out as soon as possible, and there were even more Empyrean gods who were watching in secret. Based on the movements of the great metropolis heaven, they had reason to believe that something would happen today. More people were looking forward to seeing what Di Tian would do. The 4 heavenly gods had already gathered together. Even though they were fighting among themselves, they still gathered together subconsciously. This would serve as a deterrent to Di Tian. Do you think Di Tian will hand the person over? Heavenly God Yuan Hong of the Bliss Palace was the first to speak. His eyes were fixed on great metropolis world. Of course. Di Tian will definitely hand the person over, unless he's willing to wage war against our sect. Heavenly God Ing Shirsan of the Thousand Goblins sect sneered. Coupled with his demonic aura, he gave off a terrifying vibe. Di Tian must hand the person over. If he doesn't, he's seeking death. Heavenly God Lung Han of the Divine Heaven Palace, clad in white, held his sword with both hands, looking very arrogant. As long as we hand him over, there will be a total of 8 heavenly gods including us. I'm sure everyone has met the weapon refining sect before. I wonder what everyone thinks of him. Heavenly God Li Qi, the last disciple of the holy demonic overlord, said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. They all knew about the crafting sect's visit. They were too close to each other, so it would be difficult for them not to know. Moreover, they also knew about the movements in Great Metropolis world. The culprit was the crafting sect. That depends on the situation. Di Tian is insolent. He's not even a true heavenly god yet he can easily kill heavenly gods. If he becomes an heavenly god, or if he uses all 18 clones, I'm afraid there won't be many who can suppress him. So, if there's a chance, I don't mind killing Di Tian. Heavenly God Yuan Hong said straightforwardly. The fact that the Bliss Palace had managed to kill an Empyrean god meant that they had a powerful background. Empyrean god Yuan Hong had to avenge his school, and he had his own plans as well. If he could acquire the method to turn himself into an Empyrean god, he might be able to break through to a higher plane in the future. Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't mind being straightforward. He knew very well what the other 3 clans were thinking. They were thinking the same thing as him. If they could kill Di Tian, it would be a great merit, and the benefits would be unimaginable. Di Tian must die. If it's possible, I don't mind fighting him once. I also want to see the strength of his celestial doppelganger. Eagle 13 said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The few of them did not hide their thoughts anymore. They all wanted to deal with Di Tian. Moreover, with someone leading the charge, they were at ease. Someone's coming. While they were discussing, in the starry sky, Lin Fei's figure appeared and stopped not far from them. Everyone, you must have waited for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile as soon as he arrived. Where is he? Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Why are you in such a hurry? My people are here and I will definitely bring them here. I still have this bit of credibility. Lin Fei waved his hand, and 4 people flew out. These 4 people were the 4 heavenly god powerhouses that were under house arrest. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, are you all right? Heavenly God Yuan Hong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame. As long as he was still alive, everything was fine. However, in the next second, he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, and his expression changed. Di Tian, what did you do to Heavenly God Scarlet Flame? The other 3 clans heaved a sigh of relief at first, but when they heard Di Tian's words and saw the state of their heavenly god powerhouses, they flew into a rage and shouted at Di Tian. Ditan, you're shameless. You actually dug out their godheads? Ditan, you're dead meat. The sect will never let you off. They had predicted that Di Tian would hand the people over. The only thing they didn't expect was that all the people that Di Tian handed over had lost their godheads, and they had completely lost their ability to fight. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike, and the 4 heavenly gods floated out and landed not far away from them. Aren't you ashamed to say that? I'm giving you face by not killing them. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and shook his head. You really don't know how to be content. Not long after they were placed under house arrest, Lin Fei took away their godheads. Lin Fei couldn't let the heavenly god powerhouses go back. More importantly, godheads were very useful to them. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame was pushed to Heavenly God Yuan Hong's side, and he regained his freedom. His face was full of anger as he stared at Di Tian. Ditan, you took our godheads. I'll remember this. Remember me? That's so embarrassing. It's better if you don't remember me. Lin Fei shook his head. Since you've all received them, then scram. Don't provoke me and I'll make you stay. The 4 clans were originally very angry. A heavenly god without a godhead basically didn't have much combat power. If word got out that they had given up 3 godheads for nothing, they would be laughed at, let alone returning to the sect. They were cheated by Tion once. How could they take this lying down? But now, they were very afraid of Tion. Moreover, the heavenly god powerhouses who returned also told them not to make a move. If they made a move, they would suffer a great loss. Back then, the 5 of them were the best examples. Tion's strength was too strong. Whoosh, suddenly, figures appeared in the starry sky. In less than a moment, they surrounded Tion. This group of people moved very quickly, and they won because they caught Tion off guard. Tion, you killed the experts of our equipment refining sect in secret and stole our sect's equipment refining technique. Don't you think you have to give our equipment refining sect an explanation? Don't think that others don't know what you've done. The net of heaven has a long arm, but nothing escapes. There will come a time when someone will find out. Chiumushing said loudly. His voice also spread out. They were making trouble. The heavenly god crafting sect was making trouble. Lin Fei glanced around and said unhurriedly, "Your crafting sect is really generous. 4 heavenly gods and 15 half-step heavenly gods. Are you trying to force me to confess?" As early as last night, Lin Fei already knew that someone was going to cause trouble. After analyzing it, the crafting sect was the biggest suspect. Now it seemed that it was true. Tion, stop quibbling. You killed our powerhouses and stole our method. Then you passed it off as your own. You're really shameless. Unfortunately, the only thing you didn't do was to let one of them not be killed by you. He saw you kill him with his own eyes. Just nice, everyone is here. Let's be the judge, Chiumushing said angrily, but his eyes quickly flashed with joy. Ah, Brother Chiu, did something like this really happen in your crafting sect? Heavenly God Yuanhong was also angry. Heavenly God Qihua, who was beside him, was also happy. The crafting sect had 4 heavenly god powerhouses. In addition to the 4 powerhouses present, they might even have other tricks up their sleeves. There might be a total of 10 heavenly god powerhouses who were above the heavenly god level. There was a high chance that they could take down Tion. Brother Chiu, are you sure? How could this happen? Eagle 13 said doubtfully. If it's true, this is too vile. Chiumushing had already contacted them yesterday and promised them all kinds of benefits. As long as they helped, they were not afraid that they could not take down Tion. The 5 heavenly gods were not enough. What about 10 heavenly gods? The crafting sect had put in a lot of effort this time. They had brought 4 heavenly god powerhouses and 15 half-step heavenly gods to restrain Tion, all for the sake of obtaining the method of weapon refinement. Our weapon refining sect has never lied. Tion thought that he was very secretive, but he neglected to mention that whenever our weapon refining sect goes out, there will always be a person following us in the dark. This is precisely because we are worried that something might happen. Chiumushing stared at Tion in rage. Tion, you don't have to quibble. Immediately, a person walked out. This person stared at Tion and gritted his teeth. He pointed at Tion and said, "It's you. I will never forget you for the rest of my life. You killed the powerhouses of my sect. You definitely didn't expect that I would be following you and witnessing everything." Chiumushing wanted a reason. Moreover, it came from the mouth of the crafting sect. If others had to choose between Tion and the crafting sect, they would definitely choose the crafting sect. With a reason, things would be easier. As long as it was someone who saw this scene, they would basically side with the crafting sect. After all, Tion's sudden appearance in an unfamiliar place was very suspicious of his motives. "Tion, you still have something to say now." Chiumushing shouted angrily, not giving Tion a chance to explain at all. He was secretly delighted. "Let's see what else you have to say this time." "Tion, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually did such a thing." Heavenly God Yuanhong shook his head. "You killed the powerhouses of the crafting sect to satisfy your personal desires. Now, you took away the godheads of the powerhouses of my sect. Since I came across this matter, the Bliss Palace must avenge the crafting sect. Fellow Taoist Chiu, a person like Tion is sinister and cunning. You can tell from the way he treated us heavenly gods. This matter was definitely done by him. Eagle 13 sneered. I don't like this kind of person either. I support the crafting sect taking him down. Heavenly God Lung Han said expressionlessly. The four forces immediately hit Tion when he was down. They wanted nothing more than to step on his head a few more times. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Crafting sect, what a good excuse you used. You've really put in a lot of effort to forcibly put a label on me. Also, you must have paid a great price to rope in these people. Chiu Mushing said in a low voice. Tion, you don't have to quibble. Now, come with the crafting sect and hand over the technique you stole. Hua hua hua, the surrounding powerhouses closed the distance between them, especially the four heavenly gods. Their divine senses and killing intent locked onto Tion. The four heavenly gods outside also locked onto Tion. Since they had promised the crafting sect, they would not miss this opportunity. Tion, you killed our ancestor and stole our technique. What else do you have to say? Come with us, the crafting sect, and hand over the technique. We'll deal with you accordingly, Tion said coldly. Zhao Ji was furious. He was here today to act as the person who secretly followed Tion. He was laughing in his heart. It felt great to shout at Tion in front of him. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. The 8 heavenly gods really think highly of me. Unfortunately, this is not enough. What if you include us? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1752. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, WeChat, add friends, add the official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. A murderous intent permeated the cosmos. A total of 12 heavenly gods. Their divine senses and murderous intent locked onto Tion. This lineup was already very terrifying. In order to get their hands on the technique, the crafting sect was going all out this time. They had to take down Tion no matter what, no matter the price. Tion, you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you might not be able to stop the 12 of us. Chiu Mushing was already prepared. Tion was very strong. The crafting sect had a lot of connections and could find heavenly gods to help. The other 4 heavenly gods were friends of the crafting sect and happened to be in the great metropolis world. Hearing the invitation, they agreed without hesitation. It's better that you come with us. If it's really our turn to attack, it might not be a good thing for you. The 12 heavenly gods surrounded Tion. Anyone would feel pressured. Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. He lightly said, Crafting sect, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you guys. No wonder the large sects all have no good people. I think you're right. Now that everyone is here, I can start. Lin Fei twisted his body. His joints cracked. Kill. Boom boom boom. The terrifying auras of the 18 heavenly gods descended from the sky. It was earth-shattering. Lin Fei was too fast. Chiu Mushing did not expect Tion to attack so quickly. He wanted to pressure Tion so that he would not dare to attack. It would be best if he surrendered without a fight. His expression changed instantly. Move! Before he could finish, 18 terrifying auras descended from the sky. One by one they crushed their bodies. They attacked. They really attacked. And they sent 18 heavenly gods. They're going to be in trouble. Outside the cosmos, Tianyang was secretly shocked. I still underestimated Tion. They can't stop 18 heavenly gods at all. Tianyang knew about the crafting sect's lousy excuse. Therefore, he came secretly. As long as Tion was at a disadvantage, Tianyang would appear to help. Tion would definitely agree to it if Hu Yuhao used this as an excuse to take a portion of the weapons and battle ropes. Businessmen pursued profits, and so did Tianyang. Tianyang knew better than anyone else that the crafting school was in for a big loss this time. Find trouble with Tion? Hehe, it was the same for Arkoa in heaven and hell. When he saw the 18 heavenly gods, he was extremely shocked. This was especially the case for the weapons the heavenly deities were equipped with, as well as the divine artifacts with special attributes. They were like treasuries, making everyone's eyes go red with envy. Di Tian was definitely a tycoon. 2 lower-grade god weapons were extremely extravagant for any heavenly deity. Right now, Di Tian's heavenly deity doppelganger was simply way 2F** King Awesome. He couldn't be judged by the standards of ordinary people at all. Huang Chuan didn't need to think too much to know that the crafting sect was going to suffer a great loss. Right now, they had to consider whether or not they would be completely wiped out, or whether or not they would be able to survive. Since Lin Fei had already made his move, he did not intend to hold back. Slow down time. As soon as the 18 heavenly deities appeared, Lin Fei struck out with a peak-level time technique hand seal. The moment he made his move, he wanted to strike like lightning. A wave of time power rippled out from the heavenly deities' bodies. The 18 heavenly deities pounced at the nearest 4 heavenly deities. They were the heavenly deities that the crafting sect had brought with them. The lower-grade god weapons crushed their bodies. Not good, my speed has slowed down. To hell with it, what's happening? My speed. This is a time technique, we've fallen for it. Time seemed to have slowed down. The first 4 heavenly deities slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities swarmed forward, waving their swords and sabers. In an instant, the 4 heavenly deities were sliced into countless pieces. Battle armor and weapons? They were directly sliced into pieces. Once the 18 heavenly deities attacked, their combat strength was unimaginable. Instant kill. A true instant kill. The 4 heavenly deities couldn't resist in time and were instantly killed on the spot. In just a breath's time, 4 heavenly deities had fallen. The 18 heavenly deities attacked once more, aiming at the 4 heavenly deities that they had invited. In front of a peak-level time technique, they could only see their hands moving. The heavenly deities' divine weapons arrived in front of them, but they were unable to block and could only watch helplessly as they landed on their bodies. It's over. That was what they were thinking. There was no time to change the expression on their faces. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the 8 godhoods. He stepped forward and pointed a finger at Zhao Zi's forehead. Is this how I kill people? Bang! Zhao Zi's eyes widened, and his body exploded into pieces. Since you said that I stole your weapon refining sect's technique, then I'll start a massacre today. What can the weapon refining sect do to me? Not only that, I'll also visit each and every one of you. Do you really think that I, Di Tian, am easy to bully? Lin Fei came in front of Qiu Mushing, the heavenly deity saber in his hand, and slashed out. Crack! The battle armor on Qiu Mushing's body split open. You dare! Qiu Mushing was scared out of his wits. In a short moment, 8 heavenly deities had fallen. They were heavenly deities, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. However, in front of the ferocious heavenly deities, they were easily killed. There's nothing to be afraid of. I still want to go to your weapon refining sect. Lin Fei slashed at Qiu Mushing again, and the battle armor exploded. It was unable to withstand the 2 consecutive slashes. You asked for it. The heavenly deity saber waved, and the saber light soared into the sky, slashing at Qiu Mushing's body. A godhead fell out, and just as it was about to fly away, Lin Fei grabbed it with one hand, and the godhead landed in his hand, and he stored it in his storage ring. We're not fighting anymore. The Bliss Palace is not fighting anymore. Heavenly deity Yuan Hong could not withstand it. The battle armor and weapon on his body were already riddled with holes, and he had almost no power to resist. He could only beg for mercy. Defeated too quickly. The heavenly deities surrounded Di Tian. In heavenly deity Yuan Hong's eyes, no matter how powerful Di Tian was, he would still suffer a crushing defeat today, and he would still be able to obtain some benefits. However, in the blink of an eye, this beautiful scene was shattered. The heavenly deities were so weak in front of Lin Fei that they could not withstand a single blow, and they were killed in a few moves. How could they fight? At this moment, they finally witnessed Di Tian's true power. They could not withstand it at all. What do you mean we're not fighting anymore? I, Di Tian, am not that easy to bully. From the moment you agreed to the crafting sect, you were destined to end up like this. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, and did not attack again. Di Tian, I'm going to kill you. If you kill me, the sect will definitely not let you off. You don't know how powerful our sect is. Dean, this has nothing to do with me. It's the crafting sect's doing. We really have no intention of doing anything to you, as long as you agree to let us off, our sect. The 18 heavenly deities' clones crushed over again. In less than 2 breaths, including the heavenly deities that were released earlier, they were all killed one by one. Lin Fei gained another 4 godheads, and he had a total of 12 godheads in his hands. After watching the show for so long, come out now. A river of time flew out from behind Lin Fei, and it swept into the depths of the starry sky. The 18 heavenly deities' clones rushed up, and instantly forced out 4 figures. Taoist Ditian, please wait. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The 4 people who appeared were the 4 overlords, and they looked extremely disheveled at the moment. They had been here for a long time, hoping that Ditian and the crafting sect would both suffer heavy losses, and then they would take the opportunity to attack. Ditian would not be able to do anything then. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Ditian. The 12 heavenly deities were killed by Ditian's heavenly deities' clones in the blink of an eye. They saw it clearly. The heavenly deities' clones were not afraid of attacks, and as long as they got close, low-grade divine weapons would kill them. Only then did they realize how terrifying an invincible weapon was. In addition, the time theurgy made the heavenly deities unable to retaliate, and they were completely slaughtered. The 4 overlords' cultivation levels were not low. However, if they were to get close, their battle robes and weapons might not be able to block their opponent's attacks. That was the scariest part. Once the 12 heavenly deities died, they knew that they had lost their chance, and began to consider how to deal with Ditian. Who would have thought that Ditian had already discovered them? A single river of time had blasted them out. At the same time, they fell into the river of time, and their movements slowed down. They were instantly attacked by the 18 heavenly deities' clones, and could only barely defend themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 heavenly deities were all engaged in close combat. The battle robes and divine weapons of the 4 overlords were all damaged to varying degrees, and the onlookers' hearts were bleeding. Ditan, quickly stop, this is a misunderstanding, we are here to help. The Sanluo overlords secretly cursed the crafting sect for being useless, and squeezed out an ugly smile as he desperately tried to explain to Ditian. I am the suppressing sea overlord, I am also here to help. I hate the crafting sect the most, and I heard that you are in trouble, so I came. The suppressing sea overlord had no choice but to lower his head and ask Ditian to stop first. The myriad Daos overlord and the black embryo overlord were the same, and there was no need to mention how sullen they were. Ditian hadn't even attacked them, and they were already being attacked. They were still in the river of time, and were affected everywhere. Lin Fei said in a serious tone, "Nonsense, you dare to call yourselves overlords, how shameless." The 18 heavenly deities were still attacking. The Sanluo overlord's battle robe exploded into pieces, and his face turned pale. Dao friend Ditian, we are really the 7 overlords. I am the Sanluo overlord, and they are the suppressing sea overlord, myriad Daos overlord, and suppressing sea overlord. They are all here to help. Lin Fei still shook his head. If you say you are overlords, then you are overlords. I still think that you are the accomplices of the crafting sect, and you want to sneak attack me. I will not let people like you go. Lin Fei had actually recognized them long ago. How could Lin Fei not know what the 7 overlords looked like? Since they had come to attack him, they had to pay a price. We are really overlords. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone. The myriad Daos overlord wanted to cry, and a low-grade divine armor on his body was destroyed. He hurriedly took out another one to block the attack. Lin Fei curled his lips. The overlords are all big figures. How can ordinary people know them? Why would an overlord come to a small place like this? If I don't let you guys suffer, you really think I am afraid of you? Lin Fei didn't plan to let them off so easily. Dao friend Ditin, this might really be a misunderstanding. Suddenly, 2 people flew over from afar. Li Shan, you lost last time, is it because you are not satisfied and brought people to take revenge? Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and stared at one of the 2. Chapter 1753. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, enter Dread, and tell me secretly. It sounded pretty nice. Lin Fei already knew that the Dark Overlord had come to the great metropolis world. Because celestial god Li Shan was one of his people, he knew the moment the news spread. So it's the Dark Overlord. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile. The Dark Overlord was also shocked. He was secretly glad that he had listened to celestial god Li Shan. Otherwise, he would probably be as sullen as the Sunluo Overlord and the others. For overlords, every overlord's cultivation level was not low. They were all 3-star celestial gods. But now that they were trapped in the river of time, they could not even unleash a fraction of their combat power. How could they not be sullen? Di Tian had not even entered the celestial god realm, but his combat power was already so terrifying. The Dark Overlord was full of admiration for him. I've also admired Overlord Di Tian for a long time. He's so young, but he's so much stronger than us. The Dark Overlord did not dare to put on airs. After today's battle, Di Tian could be called the 8th Overlord. Taoist Dark, you flatter me. I'm not qualified to be called an overlord. Lin Fei felt very comfortable. When the Sunluo Overlord and the others saw the Dark Overlord, they secretly cursed the Dark Overlord for being so shameless. Previously, he wanted to deal with Di Tian. Now, he was speaking so seriously. Most importantly, he knew that they were being humiliated, but he did not speak up for them. Taoist Dark, help us explain, the Sunluo Overlord said to the Dark Overlord. If this continued, all their belongings would be destroyed. It was rare for the Dark Overlord to see them being humiliated. If not for the Sunluo Overlord, he would not have taken the initiative to speak up. He had to strike them when he could. So it's the Sunluo Overlord. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you guys fighting with Taoist Di Tian? Is there some misunderstanding? The Dark Overlord laughed. Lin Fei also knew that it was not easy to kill the 4 overlords for the time being. All he did was kill them while they were unprepared. The River of Time had the effect of slowing down time, suppressing their battle. That was why the 18 heavenly gods had the upper hand. Lin Fei knew very well that they were all 3-star heavenly gods, not far from the 4-star heavenly god realm. Ah, are they really the overlords? I thought he wanted to sneak attack me. Lin Fei suddenly realized. The Sunluo Hegemon and the others wanted nothing more than to kill Di Tian right now. Who dares to speak in such a manner? You clearly know that we are the Hegemons, yet you still dare to act against us? To think that you still have the cheek to say such words. They never thought that they were the ones who wanted to attack Di Tian from the beginning, and not the other way around. The Darkness Overlord didn't expose him. Dao friend Di Tian, you are indeed mistaken. They are truly the overlords. This is the Sunluo Overlord, that is the Suppressing Sea Overlord, as well as the Myriad Daos Overlord and the Mystic Embryo Overlord. Lin Fei said, since it is a misunderstanding, let's forget about this matter. However, I want to know whether they are here to attack me or to help me. The Sunluo Hegemon gritted his teeth in his heart. To think that the other party dared to say such words. At this moment, it was not a good time to continue wasting time. It is a misunderstanding. Why would we attack you? With your strength, you can become an overlord. We, the 7 overlords, would welcome you to become the 8th overlord. Seeing that the Sunluo Hegemon had said so, the Myriad Daos Hegemon followed up. We are here to help. It has been a long time since an 8th overlord appeared in our territory. They all lowered their heads. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. He withdrew the River of Time and the 18 heavenly god clones appeared behind him. My apologies, I didn't know you were here to help. Lin Fei clasped his hands and said. The 4 overlords had awkward expressions. They clearly wanted to attack someone, but in the end, they suffered and lost several battle armors and weapons. This was really a great loss. Since you have solved the problem, we will take our leave. The Sunluo Hegemon didn't want to stay and suffer. After I return, I will spread the news. The 8th overlord has to be known to the world. The Sunluo Hegemon bade farewell and left. The other 3 overlords also took their leave. As seniors, they indeed didn't have the face to stay after being teased by a junior. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they left. Before leaving, they said that they would spread the news. I have to congratulate you, you will be the 8th overlord soon. The Dark Overlord congratulated him. In his heart he was envious. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to sit in this position. That means I will be an overlord soon? I have never thought about this. Lin Fei really didn't want to be the 8th overlord. They suffered a loss at your hands. When they return, they will definitely spread the news and acknowledge your position. If you spread the news about what happened today, they won't be able to keep their faces. The Dark Overlord sneered. He knew better than anyone else what the 4 overlords were thinking. A battle that seemed to bode ill. It ended in disbelief. Not only had Lin Fei become the 8th overlord, but he had also slaughtered 12 Empyrean gods in one go. If news of this spread, the entire weave would be shocked yet again. Tianyang and Huang Chuan, the Lu family of the Tianyun Tower, and the chief commander of the Primal Chaos City all came to congratulate him. The Invincible Palace had become a rising power in the territory. No one could stop it. That night, Lin Fei hosted a banquet to entertain them. The banquet lasted until midnight before it ended. Lin Fei wasn't drunk. Moreover, he wouldn't get drunk now. Today was a day to be happy about. After everyone left, Lin Fei met with Tianyang and Huang Chuan in private to express his gratitude. He then told them the purpose of this trip. He wanted to know all the information about the weapon refining sect, such as the experts. Tianyang and Huang Chuan weren't surprised at all. If the 8th overlord didn't have some domineering methods, they would be disappointed. As for Lin Fei's request, the two hesitated for a moment. Then, they sold the information about the weapon refining sect to Lin Fei. Comparing the 2 sets of information, there was basically nothing missing. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the weapon refining sect's strength. Compared to the 8 major sects, the weapon refining sect was much weaker. After all, they mainly forged weapons and battle suits. This time, the weapon refining sect bullied him and used despicable excuses to deal with him. Lin Fei wasn't going to let it go so easily. Once the 18 heavenly gods were formed, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. The strongest person in the weapon refining sect is a 5-star heavenly god. This is going to be troublesome. Looking at the information, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the rest. Only the 5-star heavenly god was worth being wary of. Even if the weapon refining sect had a 5-star heavenly god, Lin Fei still had to make a trip to the weapon refining sect. Now, Lin Fei didn't want to swallow his anger. If the weapon refining sect dared to come, he dared to go. It was only right and proper. Midnight. Lin Fei silently left the great metropolis world. He boarded the battle fortress and hurried to the weapon refining sect. Outside the great metropolis world, there were no traces of the 4 overlords. Lin Fei was even more assured that no one would calculate that he had left the great metropolis world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the battle fortress wasn't just a weapon of war. It was also the best treasure for movement. Every time it traveled, the distance was very long. With a large amount of energy expended, Lin Fei got closer and closer to the sacred pill weave where the weapon refining sect was located. Only the battle fortress could achieve this kind of speed. As for the others? Take it slow. 10 days later, Lin Fei arrived at the sacred pill weave. The weapon refining sect was the ruler of the sacred pill weave. The place where the weapon refining sect was located was called the Sacred Pill Land. It was home to all the alchemists in the weave. Outside the sacred pill weave, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and looked at the weave. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I came all the way here. I can't let my efforts go to waste. The sacred pill weave had a lot of influence. It produced battle armors, weapons, and treasures of various grades. At the same time, it formed a huge market. The merchant guilds of the various weaves would come to the sacred pill weave to purchase treasures. Recently, however, the weapon refinement immortals of the sacred pill weave had heard an unbelievable piece of news. In a remote place, Someone had mastered a refinement method that could refine weapons and battle armors that were invincible in the same grade. The news spread like wildfire. It was hard not to know about it. To the immortals of the sacred pill weave, this news had an impact on them. Many had never seen it before and thought it was just a boast. If the weapon refining sect couldn't do it, how could an outsider do it? It looks like the news hasn't reached us yet. Lin Fei retracted his aura and arrived at the sacred pill land. From afar, an immortal palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. That was the sacred pill land. According to the information, the weapon refining sect has a total of 15 heavenly gods. I killed 5 of them last time, so there are only 10 left. They're all 1 or 2 stars. The only troublesome one is that 5-star heavenly god ancestor. I heard that he's in seclusion, so I'll have plenty of time to kill them. Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, headed straight for the sacred pill land. The sacred pill land's management wasn't strict. Add to that its reputation and the fact that the weapon refining sect had a heavenly god overseeing it, and ordinary people didn't dare to cause trouble. Lin Fei easily entered the sacred pill land. After entering a large city, Lin Fei saw many tall towers. After paying some holy stones, Lin Fei got some information. Each of these pagodas had a heavenly god overseeing them. They were their cultivation grounds. They're swaggering around like they don't want anyone to know. Lin Fei counted and found that there were more than 15 towers. On the contrary, there were 50 to 60 of them, and some of them were for half-step heavenly gods. With that, Lin Fei was relieved. Wen Lai was a half-step heavenly god. He was also a weapon refining master, and his status in the weapon refining sect wasn't low. He usually lived in the weapon refining tower. Not only could this tower increase the success rate of weapon refining, but it was also an offensive weapon. It could also be used with the rest of the weapon refining tower to build a terrifying formation. Master, you've been gone for so long. Why aren't you back yet? Wen Lai lay on a chair and enjoyed the massage of the maids. He thought about his master who had gone to the great metropolis world. Boom! Suddenly, a force pressed down on Wen Lai, and he felt a stabbing pain in his head. A divine sense rushed in, and he became dazed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the maids next to him were also pierced through their foreheads. None of them were spared. Chapter 1754. Entering the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei did not act recklessly. As long as he killed the heavenly god powerhouse of the weapon refining sect, he did not have to worry about the rest of the powerhouses. At that time, he would be able to escape faster than anyone else. Without the heavenly god guarding the sect, the weapon refining sect would be a big piece of meat in the eyes of outsiders. The first half-step heavenly god. Lin Fei easily broke into a weapon refining tower and mercilessly searched the soul of the half-step heavenly god. This soul search was really right. My luck is not bad. The person I randomly killed turned out to be Qiu Musheng's disciple. Heaven is really helping me. Wen Lai was Qiu Musheng's disciple. Among the disciples, his cultivation was also relatively fast. Coupled with the support of his master, he obtained a weapon refining tower and was also quite famous in the weapon refining sect. Lin Fei easily obtained the information he wanted after killing the other party. When he came here, Lin Fei really did not think that his luck would be so good. At most, he would kill them one by one. Under a surprise attack, who could block his attack? The remaining 10 heavenly gods are all in the weapon refining sect. This is a good thing. I don't need to prepare them one by one. Lin Fei flipped through the memories and had an idea. He killed the other party with a finger and took the other party's storage ring. Not to mention, the weapon refining sect's half-step heavenly god was very rich. He had 5 storage rings on him, and each of them was filled to the brim. No wonder the weapon refining sect schemed to snatch away my cultivation method. It's really easy to monopolize a business. Lin Fei rummaged through the weapon refining tower again. There were still many things that caught his eye. He did not stand on ceremony and kept them. They would be cheap to others if he kept them. Didn't the Tianyun Tower lack treasures? These could be sold. The Pill's sacred land was very big. Lin Fei did not care at all. He sneaked toward the weapon refining tower. The weapon refining tower with 10 heavenly gods was temporarily put aside and killed the half-step heavenly gods first. With Wen Lai's memories, Lin Fei entered the weapon refining tower more easily. There was nothing else. Lin Fei had the crafting sect's entry token, so he could easily enter the crafting tower. Half-step celestial gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. Every single one of them was killed by Lin Fei's godforce without any ability to resist. Lin Fei killed them one after another for about an hour. All the half-step celestial gods in the Pill Sacred Land were killed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei had collected a total of 700 storage rings. The holy stones could be piled up like a mountain, so he had received quite a lot in return. Over 100 half-step celestial deities, the crafting sect's foundation is indeed not bad. It's a pity that they're too greedy. After killing the last half-step heavenly god, Lin Fei shifted his gaze to the 10 equipment refining towers in the distance. That was the weapon refining tower of the last 10 heavenly gods. Lin Fei didn't release his divine sense. He just used the system's detection and his memory to determine their location, and even whether they were there or not. Boom! The aura of a heavenly god suddenly exploded in the Pill Sacred Land. The eruption of the heavenly god's aura was like a stone thrown into a lake. Heavenly god Dushang was tasting the celestial brew. This was one of his favorite things. Someone is causing trouble. The sudden aura caused heavenly god Dushang's expression to change. He put down the celestial brew and appeared in the sky above the Pill Sacred Land. He scanned with his divine sense to determine the location. The elder is here. This person is dead for sure. In a plaza in the Pill Sacred Land, many disciples of the crafting sect were fleeing in all directions, their faces filled with shock. When they saw the elder, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Now, it was the other party's turn to be unlucky. Sir, how dare you cause trouble in the crafting sect? How dare you? Heavenly god Dushang saw a black-robed man covered by a black robe. There were many rulers' corpses lying on the plaza. They were all dressed in the crafting sect's attire. He couldn't help but be furious. Great boundless sword chi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, heavenly god Dushang directly waved his hand and shot out streaks of sword chi. The sword chi turned into threads and was about to severely injure the person in front of him. Anyone who dared to kill people in the crafting sect would have to pay the price. Finally, someone came out. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and his divine power turned into a long saber that knocked away the sword chi. 18 heavenly gods silently appeared in the void, and 18 low-grade divine artifacts shot toward heavenly god Dushang. Heavenly god Dushang's expression changed, and he was dismembered. One of his godheads flew out, but a hand reached down halfway, grabbed the godhead, and put it into a storage ring. The aura released also attracted the attention of the second heavenly god of the crafting sect. This heavenly god of the crafting sect was not weak either. He was already a 2-star heavenly god, and his divine power was even denser. He also came out to see what was going on. Bang bang bang. As soon as he appeared, he found that he couldn't move. In front of him were 18 heavenly gods. Their sabers and axes joined together, and they broke through his defenses. His divine body was destroyed, and only a godhead was left. Impossible, I'm a 2-star heavenly god. Another hand reached down, and the godhead was put into a storage ring. In the blink of an eye, 2 heavenly gods were killed. It didn't even take a breath of time. This was not enough for Lin Fei. He had thought that he would draw out a few heavenly gods and kill them all in one fell swoop. Now it seemed that he had to take the initiative and kill all the heavenly gods before that 5-star heavenly god came out. Lin Fei took out the heavenly god saber and pounced at the equipment refining tower not far away. The saber light swept out like a river. The equipment refining towers in the distance shone brightly, and the whole tower was on the verge of collapse. Boom, boom, boom in the remaining equipment refining towers. The heavenly gods of the crafting sect rushed out. Seeing the damaged equipment refining tower, they were extremely angry. Someone was actually making trouble in the crafting sect. It was not that he didn't take them seriously. Lin Fei's saber attack consumed a lot of divine power, but it also forced the 8 heavenly gods out. Sir, who are you? Why are you making trouble in the crafting sect? Among the 8 heavenly deities, there was a rather old man. His face was full of anger as he pointed at Lin Fei. Sect Master, hurry up and kill that guy. He killed Do Shang Tian and Huai. Sect Leader, you must avenge them. As soon as the old man came out, the disciples of the crafting sect who were lucky enough to survive immediately reported the situation. All the disciples of the crafting sect were angry and shocked. Their crafting sect was famous, but today they encountered something unforgettable. 2 heavenly gods were killed one after another. They only saw the corpses and didn't even see clearly how it was done. Sect leader Shi Hengshan's expression instantly changed. He suddenly realized that the aura of the 2 heavenly gods had disappeared from the crafting sect and realized that something had happened to them. The other 8 heavenly gods were also shocked. How could 2 heavenly gods be killed in the blink of an eye? Damn it, where are those half-step heavenly gods? At this moment, they noticed that apart from them, there was not a single half-step heavenly god. More than 100 half-step heavenly gods seemed to have disappeared at the same time. Under normal circumstances, they would have appeared as soon as something like this happened, instead of none of them appearing like now. Don't bother looking. I killed all the half-step heavenly gods of your crafting sect. At least for now. Lin Fei took off his cloak, revealing a young face. Let me introduce myself. I am Di Tian, the person you want to deal with. I am here to settle the score. After today, your crafting sect will be removed from the territory. Kill. Chapter 1755. Lin Fei did not suppress his voice. Coming to the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei wanted to tell everyone in the weapon refining sect that he was here to settle scores. Remove his name? That was not a difficult thing to do. Who is Di Tian? Why don't I know him? Idiot, Di Tian is the guy with the invincible weapon. He actually came to the weapon refining sect. Didn't they say that he was very weak? Why is he so good at killing heaven gods? The most unbelievable thing is that he has 18 heaven gods with him. I really find it hard to believe. Inside the weapon refining sect. At this moment, everyone was in shock. Who did not know Di Tian's name, especially the half-step heaven gods and heaven gods? It was no secret in this circle. Di Tian had the invincible weapon. Experts who reached a certain level all knew the power of the invincible weapon. In the current territory, anyone who had an invincible weapon was something worth bragging about. Everyone naturally knew who Di Tian was. They could offend anyone but Di Tian, lest they regret it in the future. Many heaven god experts came to the weapon refining sect to ask if they had such a forging method so that they could occupy a market share in the future. The appearance of the invincible weapon had a great impact on normal weapons. Even weapons made by grandmasters were not as famous as the invincible weapon. At this moment, they did not expect that Di Tian would personally attack the weapon refining sect and kill more than 100 half-step heaven gods in one go, wiping out the middle-level power of the weapon refining sect. If the weapon refining sect could kill Di Tian, then it would be fine. But if Di Tian left, the weapon refining sect would be greatly weakened. The weapon refining sect's strength would also be greatly affected, and their words would not be as forceful as before. You are Di Tian, how could you appear here? Shi Hengshan was shocked. He had arranged for the heaven gods of the sect to deal with Di Tian because he wanted to obtain the forging method of the invincible weapon. At the same time, he had also sent several heaven god experts. Together with the heaven gods who participated, it was not difficult to take down Di Tian. But now, Di Tian had slaughtered his way into the weapon refining sect and killed over 100 half-step heavenly gods. Shi Hengshan's heart was bleeding. If the weapon refining sect had to be nurtured again, who knew how much time and resources it would take? Why can't I appear here? Your crafting school is shameless enough to use such a despicable excuse to capture me. No matter what, I have to give your crafting school a big present. Lin Fei also rushed forward. Slow down time. Divine power burned fiercely, causing time to slow down. This was the best way to kill a heavenly god. For the time being, no one could stop him. Time slowed down, enveloping them. The movements of the 8 heavenly deities all slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities charged over, their attacks blasting onto the heavenly deities' bodies. With an invincible inferior grade god artifact in hand, he could easily crush the 8 heavenly gods. No matter what kind of battle armor he wore, it was useless. The divine body was also useless. I don't want to die, a heavenly deity's battle armor shattered. Before he could put on a second set of battle armor, an inferior-grade divine artifact's attack landed on his body. His divine body was riddled with cracks, and he exploded into pieces. The exploded divine artifact was also suppressed by time, unable to move at all. Shi could not accept this scene. The heavenly deities beside him actually had no power to resist at all. They could only watch helplessly as the heavenly deities were killed, leaving behind one divine artifact after another. 8 heavenly god experts came out, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. As the sect master of crafting school, Shi had not felt the aura of death for a very, very long time. But at this moment he felt the aura of death. This young man with average strength that he had once said had finally ruthlessly slapped him in the face, telling him what strength was. It's true, everything is true. Shi knew that Tion had heavenly god clones. That was only 5. After calculating, he thought that his chances were very high. But how could he have known that Tion had a total of 18 clones? What was even more frightening was that the treasures on him were armed to the teeth, and the weapons were invincible weapons. They were invincible in the same realm. They were unimaginably frightening. Arming one heavenly god clone was still alright, but arming a total of 18 heavenly god clones was the most frightening. Just as Shi thoughts were in a mess, the last 3 heavenly gods beside him were also killed. He was left alone, and the 18 clones pressed down. Shi realm was not low, and he blocked a portion of the time deceleration. But his movements were still very slow. Even with his peak 3-star heavenly god strength, he could not easily break free. Tion, don't even think of killing me. Shi still had some trump cards. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue pearl. A blue sky screen appeared around him, blocking the attacks of the heavenly god clones. Friends of Crafting School, if anyone can injure Tion, our crafting school is willing to offer a low-quality god artifact, a low-quality god armor as a reward, and a top-notch mystical ability. Also, our sect's old ancestor expert is about to break through, so taking down Tion will not be a problem. Once the blue pearl appeared, it blocked the first wave of attacks. Shi was still unable to move, and with a flash of inspiration, he had an idea. The onlookers were naturally heavenly god experts. Crafting School had a wide network of connections, and they knew many experts. They had even more cooperative relationships. Normally, the Pill Sacred Land would have many heavenly gods. At this moment, in order to block Tion, Shi used the reward. Sect Master Shi, I'll help you. Tion, a junior, dares to attack Crafting School. He's too arrogant. This person should be killed. I'll help too. It had to be said that Shi words were very influential. The heavenly gods who were on good terms with Crafting School were all half-step heavenly gods. They all wanted to fish in troubled waters, especially when they heard that the old ancestor of Crafting School was about to appear. All they needed to do was stall Tion. In less than a moment, 13 heavenly gods, plus 50 to 60 half-step heavenly gods, attacked one after another. Tion, I can't help but admire your guts. You're the first person who dares to attack our Crafting School alone. However, you'll regret coming to Crafting School to kill people later. Shi tried hard to calm himself down. Lin Fei said indifferently. That might not be the case. The battle fortress appeared with an invincible might and stopped in the sky. Cannons appeared one after another, and hundreds of light beams shot towards them indiscriminately. Bang bang bang, the weaker half-step heavenly gods were blasted into pieces on the spot. Rebirth of flesh and blood? Undying body? Forget it. Just the first wave of attacks was enough to stop those heavenly gods. They had no choice but to wear battle robes and activate defensive treasures. Their movement speed was also greatly suppressed. It seems like your people are useless. Lin Fei had already considered this when he came. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. You can also contribute to me. The 18 heavenly gods continued to attack the blue pearl. Shi heart sank. Battle fortress, no wonder you came so quickly. It seems like this sect master still underestimated you. Chapter 1757. The sky above the weapon refining sect was completely suppressed. The light beam attacks that filled the sky were like a meteor shower, continuously attacking, bombarding the group of heavenly god experts to the point where they were unable to help Shirhangshan, the sect master. Too terrifying. Di Tian's battle strength is unimaginable. The true number one of the younger generation. Weapon refining sect is in trouble this time. That's not for sure. Don't forget, the weapon refining sect still has a 5-star heavenly god forefather. If that forefather appears, Di Tian will be in trouble. The spectators below had long since avoided the danger zone. Large swathes of the weapon refining sect's buildings were destroyed. There were burnt ruins everywhere, including the unfortunate weapon refining sect disciples. At this time, the weapon refining sect was in chaos. The disciples fled in all directions. Ruler? They all tactfully fled. None of the people present had ever seen someone who was this powerful on his own. Those who had doubted Di Tian before, even those of the younger generation, were now convinced. Whether or not Di Tian could remove the weapon refining sect, there was no doubt that he was the number one of the younger generation. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 heavenly god doppelgangers attacked faster and faster. The blue bead was covered in cracks. Explode. Lin Fei soared into the sky and punched the blue bead. Cracks continuously appeared on the bead, and fragments of the bead flew everywhere. Shirhangshan showed rare panic. Boundless killing intent enveloped his body. The bright invincible weapon locked onto him. Even more frightening was that his body was affected again. Forefather, save me. Shirhangshan had hoped that his treasure could last a while longer. As long as the forefather appeared, Di Tian would have to run. Who would have thought that he had underestimated the power of the invincible weapon? Seeing that he was about to be killed, Shirhangshan had to ask for help. An up-and-coming talent. Shirhangshan finally realized how terrifying Di Tian was. An old heavenly god like him had no ability to resist. Boom! In a forbidden area of the weapon refining sect, a soaring aura rose. You dare! A furious voice echoed in the sky above the weapon refining sect. The heavenly god experts in the sky all paled and spat out blood, revealing expressions of shock. Was this the power of a 5-star celestial god? The sky above Lin Fei was also filled with dark clouds. A huge finger stretched out for thousands of miles, stabbing toward his location. Before the attack even arrived, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. Activate invincible defense. 5-star heavenly gods were very powerful. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and soared into the sky, throwing a punch at the giant finger. The movements of the 18 Empyrean god clones also momentarily paused. Shirhangshan was overjoyed. Old ancestor, hurry and kill Di Tian. All the Empyrean gods in the sect died at his hands. You have to take revenge for them. That single finger of his made everyone realize just how powerful this patriarch of the crafting sect was, and how invincible he was in this place. No one was optimistic that Di Tian would be able to withstand the attack of a 5-star heavenly god. Overestimating one's capabilities, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! Lin Fei's fist slammed against the finger, but the other party sent out waves of power that shook his fist away. Waves of ocean-like power crashed into Lin Fei's body. He's not as strong as I thought. The system instantly used up a large amount of divine power and converted it into invincible points. Lin Fei exclaimed softly. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. Old thing, you're becoming more and more useless. Your attack is just tickling me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The 18 clones that had momentarily paused recovered, and their invincible weapons slashed at Shirhangshan. Old ancestor, Shirhangshan's voice suddenly stopped. There was only one godhead left in the sky. Lin Fei grabbed it with a wave of his hand. The godhead was in his hand. The current sect master of the crafting sect was killed in front of everyone. Even a powerful 5-star Empyrean god couldn't shake Di Tian. Crazy, Di Tian actually blocked it. Does he have to be so heaven-defying? From now on, Di Tian will be my idol. Too fierce, that was the attack of a 5-star Empyrean god patriarch. There was an uproar below. Under the terrifying momentum, Lin Fei was still there. Not only that, but he also killed the sect master, Shi Hengshan, and seized the godhead. What kind of scene was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's over. Why did I offend a peerless expert like Di Tian for the bounty? Isn't this asking for my old life? If Di Tian doesn't die, I'll be unlucky. The Empyrean gods who were attacking earlier were all regretting now. At this moment, all of them were filled with regret. How could they have done something so foolish? This was completely different from what they had imagined. This was truly a matter of life and death. Their expressions were uncertain. Their only hope was that the crafting sect's old ancestor would display his invincible might. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You actually killed little Shi. This old man wants you dead. In the sky, dark clouds once again pressed down. Giant fingers attacked. Each of them contained an invincible might. At the same time, angry, shriveled faces appeared. This old ancestor's fury could be seen. These fingers were all formed from divine power. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth. With Lin Fei as the center, the surrounding area became a violent and deadly land. What's so great about shouting so loud? Lin Fei recalled the 18 Empyrean god clones. Merch. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of terrifying aura exploded from Lin Fei's body and shot into the sky. Lin Fei's cultivation level also broke through quickly. He instantly broke through to the half-step heavenly god realm. 1-star heavenly god. 2-star heavenly god. 3-star heavenly god. The invincible aura of a 3-star heavenly god. This powerful aura was not weaker than a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei waved his hand. The void collapsed. The terrifying fingers fell into the black hole. Lin Fei pounced toward the crafting sect's forbidden area. The heavenly god's saber landed in his hand. Get out here. The terrifying saber radiance surged with divine power. There was only one saber radiance left in the world. This was the first time Lin Fei used his full strength after merging. Boom boom boom. The saber radiance slashed down. The earth cracked. In the depths of the crafting sect, the forbidden area was split open by the saber radiance. A huge mountain range was crushed by the saber radiance. A haggard figure flew out. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had a shocked expression on his face. It was the first time the old ancestor of the crafting sect showed himself in front of the crowd. However, his shriveled face did not have the majesty of an old ancestor. On the contrary, he looked extremely haggard. You! Old ancestor sure spat out mouthfuls of blood. He had been injured by that saber attack. Don't bother with yours, just mine. Come out and die. Behind Lin Fei, the river of time flew out, sweeping toward Patriarch Stone as he attacked. Divine level saber slash. Divine power surged out. Old ancestor Shi was furious. He coughed up blood again. Divine Dharma form. Seeing the river rushing towards him, Ancestor Shi could tell that there was something strange about it. A golden-armored celestial being stepped out from behind him, wielding an ancient halberd. He slashed out with it, causing Ancestor Shi's face to turn pale. Whoosh! The river of time was cut into 2 halves by the heaven halberd. The river of time rolled towards Ancestor Stone again, passing through his body. Lin Fei's saber attack was also directed at the deity. Boom! The two's attacks disappeared in the air. The endless shockwaves once again destroyed the crafting sect beyond recognition. Your attack is not bad. Let's do it again. Lin Fei rushed forward again. He used the divine level saber slash again. Another terrifying saber radiance slashed at the god. The god disappeared. Freeze! The deity appeared in front of Lin Fei, his halberd slashing down on Lin Fei's body. Chapter 1758. Old Ancestor Shi was more shocked than anyone else. As the pillar of the crafting sect, Old Ancestor Shi hadn't fought for a long time. His battle prowess as a 5-star heavenly god was enough to deter anyone from acting rashly. Until now. But today, Old Ancestor Shi's anger towards someone could no longer be expressed with words. He had to kill him. This was the only thought in old Ancestor Shur's mind. After killing this kid, I can break through the 5-star realm and become a 6-star heavenly god. I can even fight against 7-star heavenly gods and 8-star heavenly gods. Old Ancestor Shur was in seclusion all year round. Old Ancestor Shur knew that the crafting sect had arranged for people to rob him. He was also the one who gave the order. But now, the crafting sect was mostly destroyed. Old Ancestor Shur didn't care. The crafting sect was gone, but as long as he was there, he could rebuild it. The only thing that made old Ancestor Shur angry was that his son was killed by the other party. That was why old Ancestor Shur went all out. After cultivating for countless chaos years, old Ancestor Shur only had one son left. The death of his son, Shur Hengshan, was a blood feud. The divine avatar was old Ancestor Shur's killing move. The attack power of this move surpassed the heavenly god realm and even the divine king realm, reaching the divine venerable realm. Even if it was just a phantom, 1/1000th of its power could kill the other party. In the exchange just now, old Ancestor Shur realized that the person in front of him was very scary. He wasn't a heavenly god, but after merging, his battle prowess was no less than his own. His divine power was incomparably dense and endless, forcing old Ancestor Shur to use his final killing move. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying aura swept across the entire territory. In front of this aura, the heavenly gods turned pale without a trace of blood. Their bodies fell down. Those who hadn't reached the heavenly god realm would be turned into a meat patty. The divine avatar swept the halberd, slashing Lin Fei's body. Boom! Lin Fei was sent flying, crashing into a building. The building collapsed, turning into ruins. "My son, you can rest in peace. I've killed your enemy with my own hands." Old Ancestor Shur's face paled. "Now, your father will chop off that person's head as a sacrifice to you. I will also chop off all the forces behind that person. None of them will be left alive." In order to kill the other party, old Ancestor Shur used his killing move and consumed a large amount of divine power. This move contained a trace of the Archgod realm's might. The attack of this killing move could severely injure a 9-star heavenly god expert and kill an 8-star heavenly god expert. This was the source of Ancestor Shur's confidence. Boom! Suddenly, the ruins of the building below were pushed aside, and a figure rushed up. Deity level single slash. The terrifying blade went straight for old Ancestor Shur. The crafting school is really something. They even have a killer move like this. No wonder they can stand tall in this territory. This strike was fast and fierce, catching old Ancestor Shur off guard. Bang! Old Ancestor Shur was sent flying and crashed into a huge mountain. The huge mountain was shattered into pieces. Damn, luckily I have an invincible defense. Lin Fei rushed up alone. Other than the super strong battle strength of the 18 doppelgangers, his invincible defense and his time and space techniques. Lin Fei believed that he had the ability to fight against a 5-star heavenly god. Cough, old Ancestor Shur rushed out shakily. The divine armor on his body was cracked, but it was not obvious. He seemed to be in a state of shock. "Impossible, how can you be unharmed?" Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "I was wondering why you were unharmed. So it was because you were wearing a mid-grade divine armor. I just don't know how long this mid-grade divine armor of yours can last." Lin Fei was the clearest about the might of that saber attack. A low-grade divine armor could be destroyed with a single strike. Only a mid-grade divine armor could block the attack. Deity level single slash. Time slow. River of time. Lin Fei also knew that a 5-star heavenly god was not easy to kill. Since he was here, he would not let him leave. He had to kill him on the spot. Another large amount of divine power was consumed. Old Ancestor Shur was completely shocked. The attack of the Reverend Law Idol was unable to kill Di Tian. The most terrifying thing was that Di Tian did not seem to be injured at all. It was an unacceptable result. Reverend Law Idol. After using it once, old Ancestor Shur had no choice but to use it again. He did not expect to kill Di Tian. He only wanted to buy time for himself. "Di Tian, don't even think about killing me." Old Ancestor Shur rushed out. He did not care about losing face. He knew better than anyone that Tion's strength was unimaginable. He could actually use such a powerful move continuously. The Reverend Law idol blocked in front of Lin Fei. Old Ancestor Shi's face turned pale. He coughed out blood. After using the Reverend Law idol twice, he had reached his limit. The weapon refining sex Old Ancestor is running away. It can't be, right? Am I seeing things? It's over, it's over. Let's leave quickly. Tion is too cruel. He is a 5-star heavenly god. The heavenly gods who had already fled far away were all dumbfounded. A super expert in their eyes was actually running away in front of Tion. This was something that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. At this moment, everyone looked at Tion with a deep sense of helplessness. The young elites also lowered their heads in shame. What's going on? My speed is actually affected. Old Ancestor Shi fled. His usual speed was affected at this moment. When he looked back, his Reverend Law idol had already been destroyed by the other party. That young man charged forward. You know a time technique, and to such an extent. This old man really misjudged you. At Old Ancestor Shi's level, he knew many secrets. The time power in his body was something that even he could not get rid of. It was not something that ordinary time techniques could compare to. It was enough to cause a fatal effect on a heavenly god. Misjudging is your own business. Who asked your weapon refining sect to have such evil intentions? Lin Fei did not care about the consumption of his divine power. He waved his hand and used the deity-level single slash. In one breath, he slashed out 3 times. Boom, boom. Old Ancestor Shi's movement speed was very slow. His movements also slowed down. 3 attacks landed on his body. Old Ancestor Shi was struck down from the sky and smashed into a mountain range. Taking advantage of your illness, I'll take your life. Lin Fei did not want to waste time. His divine sense locked onto the weapon refining sex 5-star heavenly god. Terrifying saber techniques slashed one after another. No matter how hard the turtle shell was, it would still be destroyed. What was a mid-grade divine armor worth? The people in the distance all obediently shut their mouths. A mountain range in the distance was completely destroyed. The tyrannical spiritual energy was also shattered by the saber light. Not a single bit was left. Every strike of the saber was shocking. Tion's one slash could kill them. Deaton, if this old man dies, don't think that you will have an easy time. Boom! Under the mountain range, a voice of despair and anger sounded. Then, a wave of destructive aura swept out, quickly covering the entire Pill Holy Land. The mountains and buildings were turned into dust. Chapter 1759. The Self-Destruction of a 5-Star Heavenly God. All the heavenly gods present were cursing. Who had ever seen something like this? The self-destruction swept across the Pill Sacred Land. The heavenly gods who were watching were also caught in the attack. They all took out protective treasures and covered themselves with layers. But even so, more than 10 heavenly gods died on the spot. Poor unlucky bastards. Rulers and immortal sovereigns had already left the battlefield. There weren't that many who died. The entire territory was in a state of shock. All the heavenly gods appeared and looked in the direction of the Pill Sacred Land, their faces filled with shock. The self-destruction of a 5-star heavenly god was too great. In the wave of destruction, a black figure shot out of the void. Tion, I've given up my body. I don't believe I can't kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I can still heavily injure you. When I find an old friend, I'll kill you. Patriarch Shi's expression was ferocious. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Patriarch Shi wouldn't use self-destruction. Destroying his own divine body. Even if he had a physical body in the future, his strength would be greatly affected. Patriarch Shi had never imagined that he would be defeated by a young fellow. Even his medial-grade divine armor, which he had never used before, had been destroyed. Patriarch Shi felt like crying. Under these circumstances, self-destruction was the only way to escape. Old thing, you want to leave just like that? You're making fun of me. In the air, an enormous hand of time descended. Patriarch Stone was shocked and tried to change directions, but the hand of time grabbed him. A moment later, a young man appeared in the air. Lin Fei was on guard at all times. The moment the other party self-destructed, Lin Fei had already activated his invincible defense, and he was already in the void. You're going all out just to leave. Lin Fei's heart ached at the loss of his divine power. Even though he reacted quickly, he was still affected by the self-destruction and used up a lot of his divine power. Ancestor Stone was very confident in this move. But at this moment, Ancestor Stone had suffered a huge blow. His last bit of hope had crumbled. You can't kill me. My master is an ultimate god expert. Ancestor sure tried to act tough. You better let me go right now. So you have a master and an ultimate god expert at that. What a powerful background. It's really scary. Lin Fei pretended to be afraid and laughed out loud. Your master is a godly venerable rank master. What does that have to do with me? If I say that the crafting sect is to be removed, then it must be removed. Lin Fei released the power of time. 10,000 years with a single glance. Ancestor Shi's soul was strong, but it could not withstand the power of time. Didun, I curse you to die a horrible death. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed 5-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the first 5-star heavenly god. Ding! Congratulations, player has received experience points. Ding! Since you have killed a 5-star celestial god for the first time, you are rewarded with a promotion. Ding! Congratulations! You have become a 1-star celestial god. Lin Fei had killed the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect, and the system sent him good news. F***CK, I've leveled up. Lin Fei only felt that his body was soft and warm, especially comfortable. His godhead, which was originally half, was immediately infused with a thick external power. The long journey was completed in the blink of an eye. A new godhead appeared in Lin Fei's body, and it spun. The divine power in his body began to flow, forming a perfect structure. Traces of divine power also entered his body, but it was very weak. I was right to come here. Killing a 5-star celestial god has such benefits. If I had known, I would have come to kill him. Lin Fei was very surprised that he had broken through to the heavenly god realm at this time. Ding! Player has entered the heavenly god realm. The system will undergo an upgrade for 2 hours. System update in progress. The system in Lin Fei's mind disappeared without a trace. The system is going to upgrade again. The last system update brought many changes, and Lin Fei was very much looking forward to the changes after this update. He tried to contact Little Fiend, but there was no result. The Pill's Sanctum had been reduced to ruins. The celestial gods who had barely survived were all heavily injured, and their expressions were very ugly. This is too scary. Old Ancestor Shi of the crafting sect is really a piece of trash. My good friend was here just now, and he died in the blink of an eye. Do you guys think D. Tian is dead? Rumor has it that D. Tian cultivates a heaven-defying technique. If he is dead, can we hurry up and find him? The surviving celestial gods were all tempted. They had all seen D. Tian's strength and ferocity. The 5-star celestial god of the crafting sect was very powerful, but he was still taken care of by D. Tian, and even self-destructed. If they could obtain the technique D. Tian left behind, they would be very powerful in the future. It was unknown who mentioned this, but the injured heavenly deities all released their divine senses to search around, afraid that they would fall behind everyone else. Even if there was a peerless treasure in front of them, it was still not as important as the cultivation art D. Tian left behind. Boom! A saber light slashed through the void. The searching celestial god's body shook. His divine sense was cut off, and he looked up at the distant sky in shock. Everyone, you guys are quite free. I wonder what you found. In the sky not far away, Lin Fei appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. He didn't die. What kind of joke was this? They were already very afraid of D. Tian, and they thought that they would be killed in the self-destruction. Now that he came out, their expressions became unnatural. I'm not looking for anything. They didn't dare to look D. Tian in the eyes. Even the self-destruction of a 5-star celestial god didn't die, So they were no match for him, especially when they were injured. I found something good here. One of the shifty-eyed celestial gods took out the divine sparks he had collected. There were 3 of them, and he presented them respectfully. Yes, this seems to be what I lost. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of these celestial gods. Attack him together? Unfortunately, those who attacked him seemed to have all been killed by the self-destruction, and a few of them had also disappeared without a trace. This is what I should do. That person lowered his head. He was extremely depressed. It wasn't easy to obtain the divine sparks. Lin Fei swept his gaze across. What about you guys? I seem to have picked up 2 divine sparks too. I have 1. I have 3. Even though Lin Fei didn't release his killing intent, the injured celestial god couldn't stand his gaze. Regardless of whether he picked up the divine sparks or not, he gritted his teeth and took them out. In less than a moment, Lin Fei had 30 divine sparks in his hands, and he was laughing in his heart. Wow, these people are all tycoons. 30 divine sparks could be exchanged for several divine king fragments. Suddenly, one of the celestial gods said, Lord Ditian, I am willing to atone for my sins. I know where the treasure vault of the weapon refining sect is. Lin Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 1-star celestial god standing uneasily. Lin Fei had an impression of this person. It was the celestial god who had attacked him. Chapter 1760. They're gone. From now on, the weapon refining sect will no longer exist. Ditian is too cruel. The weapon refining sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. The experts of the entire weave couldn't help but sigh. They were even more fearful of Ditian. It was normal for them to say that they didn't care before. They thought that Ditian's reputation was just bragging and not worth mentioning. But now that the weapon refining sect had been destroyed, they truly realized how terrifying Ditian was. No one dared to do that. Right now, Ditian was invincible. He had an invincible aura. They would just be throwing their lives away if they went. No one would go against Ditian for the sake of a destroyed weapon refining sect. It wasn't worth it. Ditian couldn't be offended. The experts secretly listed Ditian as someone they couldn't afford to offend. They even told the younger generation of their clansmen not to go against Ditian. They couldn't afford to offend someone like him. The weapon refining sect had always stood strong, but now it was destroyed just like that. Half-step celestial gods and celestial gods had all died in battle. The disciples of the crafting school would also suffer because of this. Without the protection of the crafting school, the disciples of the crafting school who managed to escape were all extremely rich. They had long since been targeted by someone in the dark, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, who would miss it? Lin Fei wasn't interested in small fries. The weapon refining sect's treasury was a little attractive. Lin Fei arrived in front of a ruin. It used to be a mountain range. There were incomplete array formations everywhere, which showed how powerful they were. Lord Deaton, the treasury is below here. Lin Fei used his spiritual sense to scan the area. It was indeed a treasure trove. There were many layers of restrictions and killing formations. It was extremely horrifying. You can go now. The Celestial turned and left as if he had been pardoned. Treasury? He didn't want to go in. It would be a lie if the Celestial gods weren't tempted by the weapon refining sect's treasury. However, even the 5-star Celestial ancestor sure had been killed. They were worried that they would be killed if they went in. Although the treasures were good, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, Lin Fei disappeared from the sky above the ruins and came to the layers of array formations. A black hole gate appeared in front of Lin Fei, and he charged through it. Fortunately, the self-detonation of the 5-star heavenly god had destroyed a portion of the killing formation, and its might had been affected. The killing move activated by the formation's restrictions was not very powerful. It took Lin Fei half an hour to force his way through these array formations and restrictions until a stone door appeared in front of him. The crafting school must have put in a lot of effort for their treasury, but now it's all mine. Lin Fei took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at the stone door. After dozens of slashes, the stone door was violently broken. Lin Fei strode in and a huge treasury appeared in front of him. Good heavens, the crafting materials are piled up like a mountain. The treasury was huge. At the same time, it was an independent world. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded by the sight of the mountain of materials. This was truly not simple at all. Lin Fei was not very interested in the materials, but if these materials were placed outside, everyone would come out to fight for them, and some of them were of perfect quality. One after another, Lin Fei chose to ignore all of the materials. If the system was updated and there was a way to deal with the materials, Lin Fei did not mind taking the materials for other purposes. The material area was huge. After leaving the material area, wow, so many weapons and battle suits. As soon as he came out of the material area, he saw a small mountain of weapons and battle suits, and even some other treasures. Lin Fei roughly counted with his divine sense, and the total number was over 10 million. Adding the two together, there were more than 50 million. There were a lot of things, but for the territory of this world, there were not many of these things, and everyone could not even get one. The crafting school's stockpiling was just to control the quantity and achieve a monopoly. You guys didn't sell, now it's all mine. Lin Fei was not interested in these weapons and battle suits, but for the Tianyun Tower, the effect was very good. As long as the Tianyun Tower had weapons and battle suits, its reputation would rise after a few more auctions. Take it, I have to take it. Lin Fei took out the storage ring and put away the weapons and battle suits. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have many things, and he had many large storage rings on hand. He took away all the weapons and battle suits, leaving nothing behind. If the heavenly gods of the crafting sect knew about this, they would definitely die with grievances. It took Lin Fei a lot of time to collect these materials. After all, when he was collecting, he had to pay attention to the surrounding movements, and he did not release the fusion. There are only so many battle suits and weapons. I wonder what other good things there are below. Lin Fei walked down again. His eyes lit up again. Not far away, there were many wooden shelves, each with weapons and battle suits. With Lin Fei's eyesight, they were definitely the work of a grandmaster. Lin Fei randomly picked up a weapon and saw that the quality was not bad, but it was still a long way from the weapons produced by the system. Not bad, not bad. There are at least 300,000 to 400,000 high-quality weapons here. I wonder how long the crafting sect has been storing them. These high-grade weapons were going to be collected too. Lin Fei continued to plunder the loot, collecting the high-grade weapons and battle suits one after another into his storage ring. Top-grade materials? These can be sold for money. I'll take them. There's even a refining method? This should be worth a lot of money. I'll take them first. The treasury was huge. Lin Fei did not stop, taking away everything he saw. Even if he did not want them, he could take them to auction. Cultivation method? Divine ability? They could also be sold for money. This time, dealing with the crafting sect consumed a lot of divinity points, and he had to replenish it no matter what. The crafting sect could only blame themselves for being too greedy. They had to pay the price for doing something wrong. It was the same for the crafting sect. In less than 2 hours, the treasury became empty. No matter what it was, Lin Fei had taken it all away. Low-grade divine weapons, godheads, and those things. After Lin Fei finished storing the treasures, he could not help but frown. He did not see any trace of low-grade divine weapons from start to end. Lin Fei did not care about other things, but he did care about godheads. He had a feeling that after the system upgrade, godheads would be of great use. The more godheads, the better. Now that he had not seen a single godhead, Lin Fei was naturally displeased. That old thing probably wouldn't put the godheads in the storage ring, so it must be in the treasury. Otherwise, there would be no need to station so many powerhouses outside the treasury. Lin Fei remembered very clearly that on the way in, the powerhouses hidden in the dark were all killed by the self-detonation attacks, including celestial god powerhouses, which showed how much importance the treasury placed on it. The treasury was an independent space, and Lin Fei suspected that there were other spaces hidden in it. After searching with his divine sense for a total of 7 to 8 times, Lin Fei smiled and punched a space, opening up another space. As soon as Lin Fei entered, divine power surged. This is divine power, Oh my God, such dense divine power? Lin Fei was like a sponge, and the divine power drilled into his body, making him feel very comfortable. Outsider, who allowed you to come in? Lin Fei was still enjoying it. A black shadow appeared in the sky and pounced at Lin Fei. There's someone else? No, it's not a person. Lin Fei looked over, and the black shadow was actually a beast, and a pair of sharp claws was grabbing at him. Scram! Lin Fei waved his hand, and the divine power palm slapped the beast away, smashing it into a mountain range. I know, the weapon refining sex patriarch must be hiding in seclusion in this space. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that this space was even smaller than the treasury, and it was very well hidden. If it wasn't for his sensitivity to space, he would have missed a good place. Only that 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect could withstand such dense divine power. Come here. Lin Fei reached out, and his giant hand grabbed the beast's neck. His divine sense entered the beast's mind, searching for relevant memories. This beast was slapped by Lin Fei, but it was not injured, but it was far weaker than Lin Fei, and it was still very strong against ordinary 1-star and 2-star heavenly gods. After the beast was searched by his divine sense, its movements also became sluggish. Lin Fei smashed the beast's head with a punch, put it in his storage ring, and brought it back to Hairball as a great tonic. After all, this beast had transformed into a divine body, and it was very useful for Hairball to break through to the divine beast realm. After searching through his memories, Lin Fei also knew the origin of this place. What the old fart said before he died was true. This thing was actually left behind by the weapon refining sex patriarch. No wonder the old fart's realm was so high. Lin Fei knew he came to the right place. After putting away the beast's corpse, Lin Fei flew to a valley in the mountain range. This is the place. There was a restriction array formation in the valley, but it was not activated. Lin Fei easily entered the cave abode in the valley. The old fart didn't activate the restriction array formation, which saved me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei stood in the cave abode with a smile. The biggest harvest of the day was here. The cave abode was not small, and there were many stone rooms built. Lin Fei opened the stone rooms one by one, and there were either supreme-grade materials or high-grade weapons and battle suits, which were much higher than the treasures outside. Low-grade divine artifact. It's really a low-grade divine artifact. In a stone room, Lin Fei really found low-grade divine artifacts. The only thing that displeased him was that there were only a few of these low-grade divine artifacts in good condition. Basically, they were all damaged. Did this guy go to that battle scene? He actually found so many low-grade divine artifacts and brought them back. Lin Fei did not care whether the low-grade divine artifacts were good or bad. Anyway, he took them back and converted them into divinity points. Roughly estimating, the number of low-grade divine artifacts here was at least 1,000. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. After sweeping through the stone rooms one by one, Lin Fei finally came to the other party's secret cultivation room. Sure enough, he found a storage ring here. It turned out that he did not bring it with him. These godhoods. Before opening the storage ring, Lin Fei noticed that there were a lot of godheads in the surroundings. The same situation as the low-grade divine artifacts happened again. These godhoods were all damaged, either broken in half or missing a third, as if they were violently smashed by someone and did not even have a chance to resist. Chapter 1761. Lin Fei was really shocked. After his 18 divine avatars combined, he could break through to the 3-star divine realm, and his combat power was no weaker than that of a 5-star divine realm. Most importantly, Lin Fei could use a lot of divine power to frequently use big moves. This was something no one could compare with. But even so, Lin Fei still couldn't break the godheads. The defense of the godheads was very terrifying, but now, these godheads were damaged to different degrees. The strength of the expert who attacked must be extremely terrifying. Could these godheads all come from the divine tomb? A place popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This place was the place that many people would go to soon. The godheads in the secret room should not come from other places other than the divine tomb. The godheads in the secret chamber made Lin Fei smile from ear to ear. Damaged? It really didn't matter. As long as they were godheads. Hee hee, it's worth it for these godheads. Lin Fei put away all the damaged godheads and counted 231, which was far beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Maybe I will be able to summon a divine king expert soon. After collecting all the godheads, Lin Fei also found some refining methods, which were useless to him, so he put them in the storage ring. After confirming that there was nothing else, he opened the storage ring and checked. There are also godheads in here, and they are complete. There are actually 38 godheads. Lin Fei soon found that the godheads in the storage ring were not damaged at all. Lin Fei was in a good mood again. He didn't find many divine stones, just millions of high-grade divine stones, which was not a big harvest. In addition to the godheads and divine stones, there were some top-grade materials, some of which were very rare, and each of them would cause a sensation. There's this. In a box, Lin Fei found a map and took it out. The map was yellow, and there were many lines on it. Originally, Lin Fei didn't look carefully, but when he caught a glimpse of the two words in the corner, he couldn't help but be excited. The Divine Tomb. Damn, I'm so lucky. I actually found a map of the Divine Tomb? Spreading out the map, Lin Fei studied it carefully. With all the good stuff in his hands, Lin Fei did not plan to leave for the time being. Many routes were recorded on the map. These routes were all marked in red, while the rest were all gray. Lin Fei quickly understood the contents of the map and concluded that it was a map of the tomb of the god of sin. The red routes had been explored and marked on it. He had finally figured out the source of the damaged low-quality battle armor and the damaged godheads. Now that I have the map of the tomb of the god of sin, I can go there myself. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He only knew that this was a battlefield, and it was a very fierce battle. Now, that place was shrouded in evil chi and was the most dangerous place. He carefully put away the map. This thing was extremely precious. Even a 5-star heavenly god expert had to carefully mark them. One could imagine how dangerous and terrifying the divine tomb was. It was definitely not as simple as people thought. After putting away the items, Lin Fei discovered something about space in the storage ring. It turned out that this space was called the God Refining Space, and was refined by the first-generation ancestor of the weapon refining sect back then. At that time, the first-generation sect master was already extremely powerful, and was also a great figure above, second only to the Divine Emperor Ranker. With the help of the Divine Emperor Ranker, he opened the passage and passed down the God Refining Space. The use of the God Refining Space was also very simple. As long as it was a sect master, they could come in to cultivate. Every generation of weapon refining sect had relied on the God Refining Space to become the strongest in weapon refining sect. When he passed down the God Refining Space, he also passed down the offensive techniques of the Divine Lord Dharma idol. With the combination of these two, the sect masters of weapon refining sect were the strongest. A God power space refined by a great figure. Doesn't that mean that this entire space contains an unimaginable amount of God power? Lin Fei finally understood why the divine level stone he found in the storage ring were only around 1 million. So that was what was going on. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave. When the system finished upgrading, it would absorb all the God power in the entire God power space. At this moment, the entire territory was shocked. The news of the weapon refining sect being swept away by Tion alone and being removed from the territory spread like wildfire. No one from that sect was in the sacred pill land. They were lucky enough to survive and immediately sent the news back. The territory was once again shocked. First, he killed more than 10 Empyrean gods, and in the blink of an eye, he destroyed the weapon refining sect. Any one of these two things would cause a sensation. However, what was even more shocking was that the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect was unable to kill Tion. Even after using the Divine Lord Dharma idol to attack, he was still killed in the end. This time, the 8 great sects, the 7 overlords, and the other powers were completely moved. No matter how much Tion could kill a heavenly god, he could only kill a 1-star heavenly god or a 2-star heavenly god. Whether it was in terms of divine power or attack power, a 5-star heavenly god would increase exponentially. Such an expert was still killed by Tion? How could they show off their seniority? Kill D Tian now? This was not something that 10 or 20 Empyrean gods could do. What a cruel D Tian. He's so vengeful. The weapon refining sect is really unlucky. In a territory, at the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce's branch. When Tianyang heard the news, he was also shocked. In such a short time, D Tian had killed his way to the weapon refining sect and even killed the 5-star heavenly god, Old Ancestor Shur. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Men, prepare immediately. We're going to the great metropolis realm. Tianyang, who had just left, had no choice but to return to the great metropolis realm. The weapon refining sect had been established for so long and had monopolized the trade of weapons and armor in the territory. Now that D Tian had wiped them out, everything in the weapon refining sect's treasury would fall into D Tian's hands. Tianyang was extremely envious of such a huge amount of resources. Luckily, we didn't offend D Tian back then. That guy really can't hide things. The weapon refining sect really hid things well. They actually have a super powerful 5-star heavenly god. What a pity! In another Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Huang Chuan was also the first to receive the news. He was incomparably shocked, and his expression changed completely. Previously, D Tian was very famous, but his strength was still a flaw. Everyone was afraid of the guy behind him. Now, D Tian had once again displayed astonishing combat power. D Tian had truly gained a foothold. Besiege? That would be foolish. D Tian, the #1 person of the younger generation, no longer had any doubts. Huang Chuan could not sit still either. He ordered his men to prepare warships and rush to the great metropolis realm as soon as possible. He hoped to get the resources in D Tian's hands. It would be best if they could arrive before the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. No matter how fast their warships were, they would not be as fast as the battle fortress. Chapter 1762. What are the rumors outside? At this moment, Lin Fei, who was in the special space, did not know. After sweeping everything clean in his lair, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took out the delicacies that he carried and ate leisurely. He would not lose anything this time. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to wait for the system update to end. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fei ate the second bottle of wine, the communication jade talisman that he carried with him had a sound. He took it out and saw that it was from Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Their reaction is really fast. Lin Fei casually replied. Then he received several messages. Other than the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Hell and Heaven, there was also Lu Ziyue of the Sky Fortune Building and the Great Commander of Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei expected their reaction as they were well informed. Ding, system update complete. Opening. Just as Lin Fei was thinking, the cold voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded again. The voice that he usually found unpleasant was more familiar to Lin Fei than anyone else. Finally done. After a moment, Lin Fei opened the system and looked forward to it. Little demon. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to look at the system. He called the little demon. Without this fellow by his side, he was not used to it. Dear master, you really did not disappoint me. The first thing you thought of was me. With a flash of light, the little demon flew out with its triangular tail and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Damn, you grew up. Compared to before, the little demon had grown up. Lin Fei was shocked. The little demon proudly said, I have to thank Master for being able to reach the heavenly god realms so quickly. The system also improved, and I, as a guide, also improved. Naturally, I grew up. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. You grew up. Did you have new skills? You are not as useless as before, right? The little demon curled its lips and said in a wronged manner, I knew Master would dislike me. Lin Fei was speechless. You are a guide. Is there a need to learn to be wronged? You are not a 3-year-old child. Acting wronged is a very shameless thing to do, just like acting cute. Stop pretending. You little brat, I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Fei mercilessly attacked the little devil. Hee, this is a secret for now. Let's wait until you look at the system. The little demon whet its appetite. Let me remind you, this time, the system upgrade, There are many functions that will definitely give you a new experience. So awesome? Lin Fei opened the system, and an interface appeared before him. He pulled out the attributes page. The system was the status page as before. Player, Lin Fei Bloodline, Time Bloodline, Space Bloodline Realm, 1-star Heavenly God Realm Distance Upgrade Invincibility, 567825224 Divinity Points, 98252274225 God King Fragment can summon an Eternal God King Powerhouse. Cultivation Technique, God Level 1/ Time Technique, 4, Space Technique, 3, Hongmeng 18 Clones, God Level Technique. Position, Mighty Invincible General, a general without an army, requires 100,000 divinity to activate. Experience Treasure Chest, Heavenly God Level, can open Heavenly God equipment, including upper, middle, and lower. Experience Treasure Chest temporarily opened, looking at the new attributes. Lin Fei was first surprised by the upgrade. Damn, this requires 10 billion experience points? Or 10 trillion? Lin Fei was a little confused. Ding, the system is automatically replying. Player has stepped into a new realm. This is a new realm, and also a new journey. You have already revealed your invincible state, but this is not enough. The road to invincibility is still very long, and the system is tailor-made for the player to level up. You just need to collect enough divinity. The road to invincibility, it is that simple. Listening to the system's hot-blooded words, Lin Fei blinked at the little demon. It can't be, did I hear wrongly? Leveling up with divinity is enough? All along, Lin Fei was used to leveling up experience, suddenly replaced by divinity. Naturally, he was a little unable to adapt. 100 divinity, if this news spread out, who knows how many people would be dumbfounded. You didn't hear wrongly, the system is also right, the road to invincibility is that simple. The little demon said very seriously, as long as the master keeps collecting divinity, leveling up is that simple. Lin Fei admitted that the system made sense. Invincibility was that simple. Who asked him to have the leveling up system? Next, my focus will be on divinity. This is forcing me to snatch divinity from them. Lin Fei touched his nose, pointed at an item on the attribute panel. Then what is this great general? I still need 100,000 divinity. When will I be able to activate it? The little demon smiled. Master, divinity is not that simple. Of course it is to kill people. There is no divinity in this world. Whoever offends you, kill. It is best to exterminate the whole family. 100,000 divinity. It is a piece of cake. Alright. Lin Fei really couldn't refute. But, this mighty and invincible great general, I still like it. The name sounds very domineering. This experience treasure chest, will it also be opened in a different way, no longer requiring divinity points to open? Lin Fei temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the great general. This matter couldn't be rushed. Master, you're really smart. This is a new system, so there will definitely be changes. The chests are now divinity chests, so how can they be opened with divinity points? Master can use divinity points to open them. For example, Master can currently open them 10 times a day. As your cultivation increases, you'll only need 50 divinity points to open them. How black-hearted! Lin Fei was very unhappy. This is forcing me to get divinity points. Master, 50 divinity points each time is very cost-effective. If you are lucky, you can also get a mid-grade divine artifact, even a high-grade divine artifact. Compared to that, it is very satisfying. Lin Fei was speechless again. 50 divinity points, to be able to draw good things, it was indeed very cost-effective. This was a privilege that belonged to him. Originally, he thought that the divinity points that he had plundered from the nest were not small, but now, it seemed that the divinity points were just beginning to be used. How much would be used up? Lin Fei closed the attribute page and looked at the other pages. Compared to before, the system was more concise. There was no superfluous thing. Divine level technique promotion? On one of the pages, Lin Fei saw the promotion of divine level technique. This was interesting. Lin Fei opened the page, the image changed. Divine level / 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. Hongmeng 18 clones, 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. The time technique and space technique did not appear. The rest of the techniques did not have the corresponding display. Master, the techniques that you practiced before, the battle strength did not reach 1 star, only 1-star battle strength will be listed here. Chapter 1763. This function was good. Lin Fei thought to himself. Wasn't it just for him? With this function, he might be able to upgrade the 18 primordial god clones. At that time, all his celestial god clones would be 9 stars celestial god realm. This upgrade isn't cheap, right? The function was out. Lin Fei knew that it would definitely be difficult to upgrade. Master, you guessed it right again. This upgrade also requires godhood. Each upgrade requires 1,000 godhood, and the success rate is not guaranteed. The little demon dealt a heavy blow. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. 1,000 godhood for each upgrade, 10 times would require 10,000 godhood. From the looks of it, the number of godhood would increase in the future. He was forced once again. Godhood was still godhood. The 18 primordial god clones were still very important to him. As long as there was a way, Lin Fei wanted to upgrade them. Even if the success rate was low, he had to try. Lin Fei still remembered that when he played this leveling game, he had used countless materials to upgrade his cultivation technique. Lin Fei closed this page and looked at the other pages. Each page was an eye-opener. For example, the embedding page was newly opened. One could embed all kinds of powerful attributes on god armor or god weapons to increase one's overall combat strength. There was even a chance to launch an instant kill like Holy Strike. Embedding these attributes needed to be bought with godhood. Just like now, godhood had become a common currency. Attribute stones were also divided into 1-star to 10-star attribute stones, and the price went from low to high. Every attribute stone had a success rate and failure rate. Similarly, there were also support tools. Lin Fei suspected that the system had fallen into a money hole. The cash-strapped Lin Fei could only watch for the time being. He really couldn't do anything. Who asked him to lack godhood? After looking through it, Lin Fei understood most of it. Overall, after the leveling system was updated, it showed its strong side. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was having godhood. As long as you had godhood, you didn't lack anything. Lin Fei felt like he was just a player. Unfortunately, it was not possible to top up. Otherwise, Lin Fei really wanted to top up a sum of money. After struggling for a while, Lin Fei did not forget something important. This special space was created by a godly venerable one. Is there any way for me to extract my divine power? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei wasn't sure how many divinity points there were in this special space, but he was sure that it was a terrifying number. That's easy. Have you forgotten about the forceful extraction? Forceful extraction? Lin Fei immediately thought of one of the properties that he had just seen. It seemed to be called forceful extraction. It sounded really cool. He hurriedly opened this page's attribute window. Lin Fei was amused by what he saw. Good, that's great. With this, there's no need to be anxious. Lin Fei applauded. It was really tailor-made. If he had to collect it by himself, who knew how long it would take? The little devil had a disapproving look on his face. It's not as easy as you think after I level up again. Lin Fei was immersed in joy. Collect for me. He opened forceful extraction. Lin Fei only felt the surrounding divinity surging toward him, instantly drowning him in the waves of divinity points. A huge vortex appeared, and the divinity point vortex grew bigger and bigger. Boom, boom, boom. His lair collapsed, unable to resist the divinity point vortex. Lin Fei's leveling system increased his divinity points rapidly like a rocket, breaking through 100 million. This speed was even more terrifying than the last time he absorbed at the Divine Mountain. The divinity point vortex expanded, and wherever it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Without the nourishment of divinity, the earth turned into yellow sand, and there was an aura of death. With the divinity point constantly surging, Lin Fei was overjoyed. This is awesome. The system absorbed frantically. Lin Fei knew that he had recovered his capital. After absorbing the divinity point here, all the losses would be recovered. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through 1 trillion divinity points. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through 10 trillion divinity points. A unit of 100 million could not satisfy divinity points. The number of divinity points had also increased from 100 million to trillions. At this time, if Lin Fei attacked, no one could stop his crazy attack. After a storm, they would die without a doubt. In terms of divinity point storage, Lin Fei was probably ranked at the top in the entire territory. Lin Fei was still absorbing divinity points. As his divinity points kept breaking through, Lin Fei was also shocked. The divinity points in this world contained divinity points. How many divine stones had that hierarch expert refined? Unfortunately, the people of the weapon refining sect were not angry, and now they were all given to Lin Fei for free. 100 trillion. 4 hours later, Lin Fei's divinity points broke through the terrifying level of 100 trillion, and the speed did not stop. Fortunately, the system is here. Otherwise, I can only stare at such a good thing. An expert had a certain amount of divinity points in their body. The weapon refining sect was like a treasure mountain, and he could only use time to absorb and refine it. Lin Fei was now full of divinity points. If I fight with Old Ancestor Stone now, I can directly use 1 trillion divinity points. Won't I completely destroy him? Lin Fei said to himself happily. That feeling was too good. It was a complete and utter suppression. Lin Fei became more and more confident. After the fusion of the 3-star realm, when the divinity points were activated, no one could block his attack. The strong absorption lasted for a full 10 hours. At this time, the space was filled with the aura of death. The mountain range that was originally full of vitality had turned into a piece of yellow sand, and there were no traces of it before. So comfortable! Lin Fei stood up lazily. His original lair had long turned into yellow sand. He now stood on the yellow sand, looked around, and sighed. That expert really invested a lot. Checking the divinity points, it was finally fixed at a terrifying number of 3,000 trillion. Lin Fei was now really a rich man, a big tycoon. Congratulations, master, for obtaining 3,000 trillion divinity points. The little devil smiled. In the future, if anyone is unhappy, I will slap them to death. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, slap them to death. I don't know if I will be able to slap them to death if I meet that hierarch shadow again. Thinking about it, I am really looking forward to it. Master can definitely do it. Back then, that hierarch shadow's attack power was not even at the level of 1 trillion. As long as Master can use 1 trillion power, you can block the attack. If it is 10 trillion, you can break through the defense and severely injure the opponent. Lin Fei blinked. You can even calculate this. The little devil laughed. Now that I have advanced, I can naturally calculate this kind of small matter. Moreover, there is something you don't know. You'll find out later. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You might as well not say it. You are purely baiting me. Chapter 1764. P.S. Only one update today. That D. Tian is still in the weapon refining sect? He has been in there for a long time. Is he recuperating? Why do you care what he is doing in there? He destroyed the entire weapon refining sect in one breath. Even Old Ancestor Shi seems to have been killed. Who can be blamed for this? I heard that Old Ancestor Shi coveted D. Tian's invincible weapon refinement technique and arranged for his disciples to surround and annihilate D. Tian. It's a pity that D. Tian is even more terrifying than we imagined. Yes, Old Ancestor Shi has done this many times in the past. This time, he has really hit a wall. Bush, 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 bush. A ray of sword light slashed over, killing the half-step heavenly deity who was talking. The other half-step heavenly deities also lost their godheads in the blink of an eye. Dog, how dare you speak ill of Big Brother Shi? You deserve to die. Bush, bush, bush. A figure appeared in the sky. This person had a ferocious face and was as tall and sturdy as a giant. He stood in the sky like a ferocious beast. Not good, it is actually him. Xionghu. Since he is here, then, the expressions of the onlookers turned ugly. Facing the ferocious man, they did not dare to say anything. The ferocious man was very satisfied with his appearance. Not long after he appeared, 5 people appeared not far away. They stood beside the burly man and ruthlessly released their heavenly god aura, causing the surrounding experts' blood to boil. "First Master, are we late?" A thin middle-aged man glanced around with a sharp look in his eyes. All the experts who were swept by his gaze felt their breathing quicken. It was as if his gaze could see through their hearts. "You come here." The burly man pointed. A 1-star heavenly god not far away could not help but come over. There were also some 1-star heavenly gods not far away. Their expressions were even more shocked. "Tell me what you know." That heavenly deity's expression and movements became extremely stiff. He recounted everything that had happened before clearly without missing a single detail. "We want to avenge Big Brother Sure. Big Brother Sure died so miserably. He killed Dtion. This person really deserves to die." The 5 people behind the burly man all shouted angrily. The burly man's eyes flashed as he communicated with his divine sense. "We didn't come too late. I didn't expect that Big Brother Sure, who has been so wise all his life, would eventually fall into the hands of a young man. This time, we can legitimately act. It can only be said that Dtion's luck is bad. Big Brother, you're the smart one. If we attack Dtion now, no one can say anything. As long as we kill Dtion, not only will the weapon refining school's treasures belong to us, even his invincible weapon will belong to us. Dtion can kill old Ancestor Sure. Isn't it a little risky for the 6 of us to make a move? Number 5, you are too cowardly. Who doesn't know that our elder brother is the most proficient in scheming? If he wants to act, he would definitely be confident in winning. Also, Dtion just fought a huge battle and his divine energy has been greatly depleted. How can he be our opponent?" That's right. With Big Brother's scheming, taking down Dtion will be a piece of cake. Don't forget who we are. We are the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon. Just mentioning our names, who doesn't know that we are the most savage? The 5 of them were constantly communicating with each other using their divine senses. All of them had the same goal, to take down Dtion. Since he hasn't come out yet, let's set up a formation and catch him off guard. The burly man and the others all started to move. Many heavenly gods were watching coldly from afar. Even if they were discussing, they were very careful. As for stopping them, that was simply impossible. I didn't expect the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon to come. All of them came at once. This time, Dtion is in trouble. Rumor has it that the boss of the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon, Xiong Hu, was a friend of old Ancestor Sure. His strength is not low. I suspect that he is a 4-star heavenly god. They are also shameless. They are clearly here for the weapon refining school's treasure, but they have the nerve to say that they are here to avenge old Ancestor Sure. Since the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon are here, others can forget about interfering. They are taking advantage of us. The people outside were all from the territory. It was impossible to say that they were not moved by the weapon refining school's treasures. However, with a terrifying demon present, no one dared to act rashly. The shock that Dtion brought to them was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Although the treasure was good, they did not dare to make a move. For the sake of their lives, it was better not to interfere. Up in the void, there were a few powerful beings who were secretly observing the situation. The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon came at the right time. They can test Dtion. Such a big piece of meat, Dtion is not afraid of swallowing it. If he eats the meat, he has to leave us some soup. If Dtion shows signs of weakness, don't blame us for being ruthless. The weakest of these experts was a 3-star heavenly god. The weapon refining school was swept away, and old Ancestor Sure was killed on the spot. The news spread quickly, and many experts came to check it out. When they heard that Dtion went to the treasure, some of the experts had ideas. Could they watch from the side? If they were not careful, they might be able to tear off a piece of meat from Dtion. They did not believe that Dtion could still retain his battle strength after using so many powerful moves. Maybe he went to the treasure to recover his strength. Otherwise, he would not have gone for such a long time. Everyone began to get restless. Wait, The arrival of the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon did not make everyone happy. These 6 tigers were strong and were proficient in an ancient combination technique. Their battle strength was not inferior to old ancestor Shurs. It could be said that they had the battle strength of a 4-star heavenly god, or even a peak battle strength. Everyone might as well hide and watch the show. The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon quickly set up the array. Tion swept through the weapon refining school, and many people did not like him. Naturally, no one would say anything. The sky was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. After an unknown period of time, just as everyone was wondering if Tion had left the weapon refining school's treasure vault, a figure flew out from below and appeared in the sky. Tion. Everyone's eyes lit up. He finally came out. Big brother Shur, I'm here to take revenge for you. Activate the array. An angry roar echoed in the sky above the weapon refining school. With a loud rumble, the huge array was activated. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Lightning pillars as thick as buckets soared into the sky, one after another. There were a total of 99 pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The berserk lightning also gave everyone a fright. Someone exclaimed, "The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon are so generous. They actually set up the 10 ultimate lightning dragon killing array." Many people had heard of this name, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. When they heard the name of the array, they could not remain calm again. Chapter 1765. The huge territory was now completely affected by the berserk aura. Any heavenly god could sense the terrifying aura brought by the formation. It was a real killing formation. When the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were activated, its power doubled again. It was a killing move to deal with Tion. It was even more terrifying than Patriarch Shur. No matter what happened after the battle, Tion would inevitably be severely injured. They might even be able to take advantage of the situation. No one was optimistic about Tion. The 6 people in the formation each controlled an array flag. Seeing that Tion was trapped in the killing formation, Xionghu's eyes flashed with joy. In order to deal with Tion, they had paid a huge price and rushed over immediately. Wasn't it for this moment? 3rd brother, 4th brother, oof. Don't give him a chance to attack. Xionghu controlled the center of the formation, while his brothers each controlled a portion. The formation was activated. Roar, with a series of loud roars, the 99 lightning pillars turned into giant lightning dragons that were 100,000 feet long. They were ferocious and spat out lightning. Violent lightning filled the formation. "Master, you're lucky. Someone came to die as soon as you came out." Amidst the violent lightning, a battle armor appeared on Lin Fei's body. Traces of lightning swept over, but they were shattered by the saber intent before they could reach him. There are so many people who aren't afraid of death. Anger flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Avenge Patriarch Shur? What a lousy excuse. Being trapped by the formation for no reason, Lin Fei was in a bad mood. These people really didn't know how to write the word death. That's good. Since my strength has improved, I'll start with them. The heavenly god saber appeared in his hand. "Master, the offensive power of this killing formation is not bad. It has the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, and it has 99 lightning dragons. It can be said to be a perfect killing formation. Unfortunately, there are a few weak spots in this formation. The refinement is not very perfect. Master, you can start from there and break the formation. When the time comes, you can obtain a killing formation." Lin Fei's mood improved after hearing the little devil's words. With the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, this killing formation had become very valuable. Under the control of the Grand Formation, the 99 lightning dragons spat out lightning balls. In the blink of an eye, over 100 lightning balls had arrived. The power of each lightning ball was equivalent to that of a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei's HP also surged. The attack of over 100 thunderballs was indeed quite terrifying. Slow down time. Lin Fei used a time technique, and time energy flowed towards the balls of lightning. The terrifying balls of lightning instantly stopped. "Master here." The imp pointed in a certain direction. Lin Fei flashed past and charged in the direction he pointed. Open. The heavenly deity war saber struck one of the positions, and a door appeared in the seemingly empty space. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside the door, controlling a formation flag. This was the Black Tiger of the Heavenly Dragons and 6 Tigers. Big brother, it's not good. He's killing his way in. Damn it, how does he know where the door is? The Black Tiger who was sitting cross-legged was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. They were very clear about the prowess of this killing formation. The attacks of over 100 5-star heavenly gods were not that easy to dodge. No matter what, they had to pay a price. As long as the other party was injured, the follow-up killing moves would be endless. Their location wasn't that easy to see through. Black Tiger naturally felt a wave of horror. The other party was too fast, as if they had identified his position. Black Tiger, hold on, we're coming. Lin Fei rushed into the door and saw a sinister middle-aged man with cold killing intent. It was clear that he was a bloodthirsty person, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. You guys have guts. Ancestor Sure is already dead, and you still dare to attack me. Since you want to avenge Ancestor Sure, then go down and accompany them. Lin Fei raised the heavenly deity war saber in his hand and slashed out in a straight line. Thunder Shield. Black Tiger activated the formation flag, lightning gathered, and a large shield appeared in front of him. The saber light was overbearing, like an invincible beast, pushing against the Thunder Shield. The indestructible Thunder Shield shattered. Black Tiger's heart sank, and the saber light had already crushed his body. A godhead fell out of his hand. Ding, dropped a godhead. Do you want to use it to level up? As soon as the godhead appeared, the system notified. But on the system's attribute page, there was an additional 1/100 in the upgrade section. Awesome. With this slash, a 2-star heavenly god was killed. Lin Fei did not care much about the energy consumed. Ding, detected storage ring. There are 15 godheads inside. Do you want to withdraw them all? The system notified again. Lin Fei blinked. Such a fast reaction. The little devil said proudly, Master, you don't know this, but once the system is upgraded, the function is even more perfect. As long as the items dropped by killing people, the system will automatically withdraw them. Lin Fei laughed. This can be done. Withdraw. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining 15 godheads. Ding. Congratulations player on obtaining 6 God King fragments. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was only 84 godheads away from becoming a 2-star heavenly god. Where's the next one? Lin Fei licked his lips. One had 15 godheads, the other 5 were probably enough for him to become a 2-star heavenly god. East of you, 530 zhang. Lin Fei's divinity flashed and he moved again. Inside the formation, the power of time was much stronger than before. Even the Thunder Dragon had slowed down. The leader, Xionghu, was very confident in this ambush. He predicted that Di Tian's strength would not be able to recover in a short time. As long as the Thunder Dragons surrounded Di Tian, the matter would be half done. Big brother, not good. Third brother's position is out of control. Second brother transmitted his voice over. He was no longer calm, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. Xionghu sensed that the aura of the third brother, Black Tiger, had really disappeared. His expression turned ugly. Hold on, this is Di Tian's trick. Our position is constantly changing. Di Tian can't enter, and even if he does, he can't break through the defense of the Thunder Shield. Xionghu's words were just transmitted out. Cries for help came from other positions. Big brother, not good, he's coming in. We can't stop him. Big brother, quick. Xionghu was restless. Hurry up and reply. Are you guys still there? Xionghu suddenly felt a sense of unease. A grand killing formation was so easily broken by someone? Xionghu was unwilling, truly unwilling. No need to shout, your people are all dead. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled. A figure barged in, appearing in front of Xionghu. I like this formation of yours, it belongs to me now. Lin Fei waved his heavenly deity saber, divine power surged out, slashing towards Xionghu. Divine Power, 1 Trillion. Chapter 1766. 1 Trillion God Power Attack. Killing is as easy as drinking water. Lin Fei, who had 300 trillion God power, directly used a large amount of damage to deal with such an expert. Xiong, whose strength was not bad, but he was not a 5-star celestial god. One attacked ferociously, the other didn't know his background, so he naturally suffered a huge loss. Ding, dropped a god core. Ding, discovered 25 god cores. Ding, do you want to level them all up? Lin Fei didn't care where they came from. The only thing he was happy about was that they gave him the god cores. 6 of them killed, that was a total of 100 god cores contribution points. Such a good thing was hard to find. Ding, level up complete. Congratulations player for entering 2-star celestial god realm. Ding, obtained 5 god king shards. Ding, player keep up the good work. Lin Fei blinked. I leveled up just like that, I don't feel anything. Opening the stats page, he really did rise to 2-star celestial god realm. The god king shards also increased to 41 god king shards. Leveling up is too fast, I'm already 2-star celestial god realm. Lin Fei really couldn't get used to this leveling up feeling. The little devil wasn't surprised. You will get used to it after a few more times, don't you feel good now? Lin Fei nodded. It does feel good, especially when we fought just now. The system analyzed that the opponent's attack is the strongest. This kind of crushing is really interesting. 1 trillion god power, killing Xiong who, the attack power was above the opponent's attack. This kind of attack was just right. The attack power is too high, I need to replenish god power too, otherwise I'll become a pauper. Lin Fei touched his chin. If people sent themselves to him every day, he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up. The killing formation in the sky was still there. Outsiders couldn't see through the situation inside, and no one used their divine senses to check. No one was willing to go to 6 tigers. Suddenly, the violent aura disappeared without a trace. The killing formation in the sky also disappeared, returning to its original state. After the killing formation dispersed, a young man appeared in the sky, dressed in black robes. At this moment he was like a towering mountain, destined to never be crossed in his lifetime. It's Tian. The heavenly dragons and 6 tigers lost. Luckily I didn't attack. The heavenly god powerhouse hiding in the void did not dare to linger any longer. He hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, all the experts who had planned to take advantage of the situation had run away. He didn't even think about making a move. The scene instantly quietened down. No one dared to act again. The infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were all killed, and the killing formation also landed in Tian's hands. How tyrannical was this? What was most unbelievable was that the entire process was simply too short. What a fast runner! Lin Fei's divine sense swept out and did not see any celestial deity powerhouses in the void. He was nowhere to be seen. Originally, I wanted to kill a few more. After all, a 2-star heavenly god needs 1,000 divine deity to become a 3-star heavenly god. The little devil chuckled and said, "You're infamous now, and so are the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. Didn't they all die in your hands? It won't be long before your infamous name will be known by everyone." The news could not be hidden. When Tian was called the #1 expert of the younger generation, many people were skeptical and dissatisfied. But not long after, he swept through the crafting sect, killed Patriarch Stone, and exterminated the infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. The weave was shaken once again. No one could stop the rise of a new force. Previously, there were even some experts who wanted to challenge Tian. But now they were all convinced. In the territory, who didn't know the status of the crafting sect? Because the crafting sect coveted an invincible weapon refinement technique. In the end, they lost both their soldiers and their wives. How could people not be shocked? Tian's strength was also pushed to a terrifying level. Some people said that Tian had the battle prowess of a 5-star heavenly god. Some people said that Tian's battle prowess was already that of a 6-star heavenly god, or even a 7-star heavenly god. All kinds of rumors were spread. The 8 great sects and 7 overlords. After receiving the news, the the 7 overlords first announced that Tion would be the 8th overlord after the 7 overlords. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. The status of the 7 overlords was almost the same as the 8 great sections. At least, the 8 great sects could not do anything to the 7 or 8 overlords. Hence, the current situation. There had been people who wanted to be the 8th overlord a long time ago. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to sit on the position. The fact that the 7 overlords had all acknowledged Tion as the 8th overlord could be said to be an explosive piece of news, causing everyone to be agitated. After the news came out, the commander of the ancient kingdom of chaos sent a message, congratulating Tion for becoming the 8th overlord and asking the two to interact more. 2 of the 3 chambers of commerce also sent congratulatory messages to Tion. This time, the 8 great sects were strangely silent. They did not say anything. Just like that, Tion became the 8th overlord. In the great metropolis realm, Tianyang and Huang Chuan arrived at almost the same time. When they came to the great metropolis realm again, the two sighed. Whether it was sweeping through the weapon refining sect or becoming the 8th overlord, it was big news in the territory. The invincible palace that Tion had created had also become a new force in the territory. Its status was on the same level as the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords. The only difference was their strength. When the two arrived, the immortals of the great metropolis realm congratulated Tion. Some experts who lived in the great metropolis realm for a long time were also considering whether to join the invincible palace. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for becoming the 8th overlord. This is a little gift from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Tianyang gave a generous gift. They were all godhoods. There were 100 godhoods in total. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. Fellow Taoist Tian, thank you. Huang Chuan did not want to be left behind. He also gave a generous gift, also 100 godhoods. The two had done some research on Tion. He might not be interested in ordinary things, but he might like godhoods very much. This gift was indeed the right choice. You're too kind. With 200 godhoods in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He really wanted to thank the 7 overlords for sending out the news. No matter what their motives were, at least he had obtained 200 godhoods. Lin Fei said it casually. Tianyang and Huang Chuan did not dare to take it seriously. The two first exchanged greetings. Suddenly, Tianyang and Huang Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. They noticed that Tion's strength had unknowingly reached the 2-star celestial god realm. Wasn't this a little too fast? Even a rocket would not be this fast. The two were even more glad that they had come as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have underestimated Tion and the 2 large chambers of commerce would have suffered greater losses. They were still counting on the resources that Tion had looted. Chapter 1767. Tianyang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Tion. This was already treating Tion's invincible palace as an equal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to the great metropolis world and sent such a huge gift. Taking out 100 godhoods in one go was not something that just any faction could do. The 2 merchant associations were rich and overbearing. They didn't care about 100 godhoods. They had plenty of ways to get them. The 2 merchant associations felt that it was worth it to use godhoods to express their goodwill to Tion. That day, the 2 merchant associations gave Tion news about the weapon refining sect. The 2 didn't expect Tion to act immediately. Once the news spread, they were stimulated. He didn't drag his feet. He said he would wipe out the weapon refining sect. Such a person was not to be offended. Leaving invincible palace. Both Tianyang and Huang Chuan were in a good mood. Tion made it clear that he would take out a portion of the resources and hand it over to the 2 merchant associations to auction. This was also their main goal. Looks like I really have to thank the 7 overlords for helping me stabilize my position as the 8th overlord. Otherwise, Tianyang and Huang Chuan, those 2 old foxes, might not have sent me such a huge gift. 200 godhoods were in his hands. The quality was very good. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that reputation was quite good. He could get many benefits. I wonder if the 7 overlords will send a gift as well? Lin Fei touched his chin and muttered to himself. No matter what the 7 overlords' motives were, Lin Fei understood his role in the territory. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to extract the God King shards. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei opened the system and used the 200 godhoods to level up. At the same time, he could extract the God King shards. 200 godhoods. The system kept sending him messages. Ding, it obtained a God King shard. Ding, it obtained a God King shard. Ding, it obtained a God King shard. Compared to the previous draws, these 200 godhoods had a higher chance. Lin Fei smiled. He wondered if he should buy a batch of godhoods from the 2 merchant associations for him to level up. There was no limit to the system's need for godhood, as long as it was godhood. If he could get a batch of divine deity from the 2 Great Chamber of Commerce, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure. After the system was upgraded, it needed divine deity everywhere. 200 divine deity, plus some of the divine deity from before, could be said to be a drop in the bucket, far from meeting Lin Fei's needs. Ding. Congratulations to player for obtaining 100 Godhead fragments. Ding. Do you wish to summon a God King? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he threw the matter of the Godhead to the back of his mind. Even though he was very strong now, the Invincible Palace still lacked a true expert to hold the fort. With a God King expert, things would be completely different. Lin Fei was very excited now. I'll summon it right away. Lin Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait for the system to immediately summon a godly king powerhouse. Ding. Player has summoned a God King. Summoning will begin now. Please wait a moment. On the status page, a large screen appeared. Many faces flashed across the screen. Some were fierce, some were gentle, and there were countless of them. After a full 10 breaths of time, the constantly moving image finally stopped on a certain face. Ding. Summoning successful. Obtained a 1-star God King. Learned a 2-star combat skill, Chaotic Splitting Wind Hammer Technique. Good at close combat. Skill can increase one's attack by 5 times. Lin Fei was very shocked. The God King that he had extracted seemed to have pretty good attributes. There was even an increase in attack. Although it was only 5 times, it was still pretty awesome. Lin Fei didn't have high expectations for a God King. Just the 2 words God King were awesome enough. It represented strength. While in the secret room, there was a flash of light. A burly bald man appeared in the secret room. A murderous aura rushed over, and the burly man knelt on the ground on one knee. Great Master, Ron is willing to follow Master for life. I will fight on the battlefield for Master. Kill, 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 kill. Once the 4 words kill came out, the secret room turned into a battlefield. Very strong. Lin Fei was full of praises. These 100 God King fragments were really worth it. From today onwards, you are my man. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Just the murderous aura released was terrifying, not to mention attacking. Okay, you can stand up now. Ron stood up and stood behind Lin Fei without saying a word. He seemed to have become a bodyguard. Lin Fei quickly discovered something else. The summoned God King expert was naked. Other than the clothes on his body, he didn't have anything else. System, do you have to be so stingy? No matter what, you have to prepare a set of God King equipment. Lin Fei cursed. This was forcing him to bleed. Helpless, Lin Fei could only take out low-grade God artifacts and low-grade battle clothes for Ron to change into. Master, it's too light. It's best to prepare a dozen more for me, especially low-grade God artifacts. My strength is too great. The weapons can't withstand my strength. Ron was expressionless. A dozen could still be taken out. I still lack God sparks. In old Ancestor Stone's lair, Lin Fei had obtained over 200 God sparks. Most of them were incomplete and he used them to level up. He didn't exchange for many God King fragments. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for summoning the first God King. Player Lin Fei can continue to draw fragments to summon heavenly God experts. Lin Fei blinked. I can still summon God King? The system had an answer this time. Due to the restrictions of the player's level, you can no longer summon God King. You can only summon heavenly god experts. Only when you advance to the God King realm can you summon God King experts. This poured a bucket of cold water on Lin Fei. Very soon. Lin Fei thought it through. I'm still not satisfied. I'll be satisfied with one God King expert. Anyway, I can summon heavenly god experts. With more heavenly god experts, I can suppress the God King, right? Lin Fei laughed at himself. He immediately opened the system and checked the heavenly god summoning. 100 heavenly god fragments? That's not a lot. Moreover, it's random. If I'm lucky, I can draw 9 stars heavenly god? That would be awesome. Lin Fei soon felt bitter. He didn't have a god spark. Not to mention 100 god sparks, he didn't even have a single god spark in his storage ring. He could only stare blankly for now. I need to find a place to get god sparks. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to list this matter as the most important matter at the moment. It was more important than anything else. After Tian Yang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Di Tian, the Grand Commander of the chaotic ancient country, the Dark Overlord, and a few other overlords also arranged for people to send gifts. Other than the Grand Commander and the Dark Overlord who sent 20 god sparks, the other overlords all sent ordinary gifts. Although they looked good, they were useless to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't expect them to give him god sparks the moment they arrived. Back then, 4 of the overlords wanted to sneak attack him. It would be strange if they gave him god sparks. Lin Fei shifted his focus to god sparks. With God King experts around, there were some things that he could do. For example, Chapter 1768. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan settled down in the Great Metropolis World. Great Metropolis World was changing every day. The appearance of the 8th Overlord attracted many people to join the Invincible Palace, especially the heavenly gods who had been wandering outside. They all hoped to join a powerful faction. The Invincible Palace was the best choice. If they joined now, they might even become a founding elder. This was impossible in other factions because they didn't have the qualifications. The Invincible Palace had just been built, and it wasn't well known. Now was the best time to join. When the two received Di Tian's message, they were both shocked. Information on the dragon race? Tian Yang's heart skipped a beat after sending them out. A strange look flashed across his face. Is Di Tian going to make a move on the dragon race again? After the incident with the weapon refining sect, Tian Yang didn't dare to underestimate Di Tian's actions. If he had reacted in time, he would have gained far more benefits than now. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be stopped. The dragon race was a powerful race in the domain. The Phoenix race and a few other limited races were considered the strongest races in the domain. Every race was a colossus. It was unbelievable that Di Tian was going to make a move on the dragon race. Go and investigate immediately. Also, report to headquarters. Tell them to send us the most detailed information on the dragon race. Tian Yang was decisive. Whether Di Tian was going to make a move on the dragon race or not, it was a good thing for Tian Yang. On the other side, Huang Chuan was equally shocked. His actions were the same as Tian Yang's. He didn't dare to underestimate Di Tian anymore. If Di Tian could make the dragon race suffer, it would definitely be a good thing. Master, did I hear wrongly? You want to bring us back to the dragon race? When 9 Dragon King was called over, he didn't know what was going on. When he heard that he was going back to the dragon race, he couldn't stay calm anymore. 9 Dragon King had been looking forward to this day for a long time. But now, he wasn't interested in returning to the dragon race anymore. Ever since he came to the Great Metropolis World, the dragon race's life had been very comfortable. 9 Dragon King didn't want to go back. No matter how good the dragon race was, it wasn't as good as following Di Tian. Ever since he followed Di Tian's growth was terrifying. Back when he was in the Dark Knight Galaxy, his strength had not been too high. However, after he had gone out, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even slain the powerful 5-star celestial gods of the crafting sect one after another. Right now, there were many people who referred to Di Tian as a god-slayer specialist. This was because the number of Empyrean gods that had died at Di Tian's hands far exceeded the number of Empyrean gods that had been killed by ordinary Empyrean gods. 9 Dragons King saw all of this. Recently, Di Tian had become the 8th overlord. His status and influence were already on par with the 8 sects and the 7 overlords. This kind of speed was not something that just anyone could compare to. For the sake of the dragon race, 9 Dragon King felt that following Di Tian was better than returning to the dragon race. Looking at the current Yun family, their influence in the Dark Knight galaxy was mediocre. Right now, the Yun clan was in charge of the Invincible Palace in the great metropolis Heaven and was like a steward. And you didn't hear wrongly. Back then, when I brought you out, I promised you that one day I would bring you back to the dragon tribe. I will never forget my promise. Lin Fei wasn't sure what the 9 Dragons King was thinking. Bringing the 9 Dragons King back was, in fact, for the dragon tribe's godheads. The dragon tribe had a habit of collecting treasures. On top of that, they were one of the strongest tribes. They definitely had a lot of godheads. The mid-grade celestial god weapons, cultivation techniques, and clones that he wanted all required godheads. With a legitimate reason to make a move, how could Lin Fei miss it? If it were in the past, Lin Fei might have been wary of the strongest tribe. Who knew, there might be some old monster that could summon a God King expert. Although he was only a 1-star God King, his attack power would increase by 5 times. Even if he encountered a 2-star God King, he might be able to hold his own. This was where Lin Fei's confidence came from. The 9 Dragons King was touched. He knew better than anyone that the dragon tribe was still very strong. The 10 Dragon King bloodlines had many experts, and Di Tian had promised to bring them back. One could imagine how difficult it would be. Master, it's fine if you return to the Dragon Clan. Our Dragon Clan is living a good life. I believe that my bloodline of Dragon Clan will not hold any grudges against you. This old man does not wish for Master to fall into danger and gain another enemy. The 9 Dragon King said emotionally. Lin Fei had never imagined that the 9 Dragons King would say something like this. His heart warmed. He understood very well what the 9 Dragons King meant. Wasn't the 9 Dragons King worried that he might be surrounded by the Dragon Clan's experts? Although the crafting sect was strong, with Ancestor Shur, a 5-star heavenly god, overseeing it, their foundation was not bad. However, compared to the strongest tribe, the Dragon Tribe, the gap was too big. The strongest tribe, the Dragon Tribe, was born to fight. It was not something the crafting sect could compare to. They had more old monsters than the crafting sect. Among the old monsters at the 5-star heavenly god realm, there were at least 8 to 10 of them. Their powerful bodies allowed them to fight against 2 5-star heavenly god realm experts, and 8 to 10 of them could fight against more than 25-star heavenly god realm experts. This was the confidence of the strongest tribe. Lin Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Dragon King, you were the strongest Dragon King in the past. Have you lost your fighting spirit after so many years? Even I, as your master, am not afraid, so what are you afraid of? In my eyes, the Dragon Tribe is just that. You're my people, so as your master, I have to stand up for you. Not to mention, I have a lot of enemies now. The 8 major sects hate me to the core, and so do the 7 overlords. Since there are so many of them, one more won't make a difference. Don't you think so? If you're still the strongest Dragon King in the past, then come with me. I'll tell the Dragon Tribe that you were the strongest Dragon King in the past, and you're still the same now. It had been a long, long time since the 9 Dragons King heard the word strongest Dragon King. In the past, for this bloodline, he had led his people into the Dark Knight galaxy, drifting year after year. His mentality had been erased, and he only hoped that his people could survive and multiply. At this moment, the blood in the 9 Dragons King's bones was ignited once again. Yes, I was the strongest Dragon King in the past, the future Dragon God. If even Master isn't afraid, why should I be? 9 Dragons King's eyes shone with a fearless fighting spirit. No, this old man isn't afraid. 9 Dragons King's blood boiled. This old man is willing to accompany Master. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, I won't even frown. 9 Dragons King seemed to have returned to the days when he was in high spirits. Lin Fei was satisfied. Good, that's more like it. You're the strongest Dragon King, the successor. If you weren't at the Dragon God realm, how could you be the strongest Dragon King? Now, I'll help you become the strongest dragon god. Chapter 1769. Boom Boom Boom. With Lin Fei's help, 9 Dragon King's aura continued to break through. With the support of his thick god force, he broke through the half-step heavenly god realm and stepped into the true heavenly god realm, becoming a heavenly god. 9 Dragon King's strength soared after becoming a 1-star heavenly god. He could also use many heavenly god secret techniques. Originally, a 1-star heavenly god's battle prowess was comparable to a 2-star heavenly god. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The dragon race was known as one of the strongest races. Fighting across realms was as easy as drinking water. There was nothing to be shocked about. Moreover, 9 Dragon King was the most talented among the 10 Dragon Kings. His battle prowess was not exaggerated. Lin Fei was not stingy. He rewarded 9 Dragon King with low-grade divine armors and low-grade divine artifacts to improve his battle prowess. In order to stabilize his battle prowess, Lin Fei sent 9 Dragon King back for a while. Wind Cloud Commerce and Hell Heaven Commerce also sent news of the dragon race in the shortest time possible. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan received a portion of the crafting sect's resources as they wished. They were overjoyed. With this batch of resources, they could suppress world commerce and widen the gap between them. After probing, they found out why Tian wanted to go to the dragon race. It was because of 9 Dragon King. What happened to the dragon race in the past was not a secret. It was not difficult for the two sects to find out. They could not help but mourn for the dragon race. The crafting sect was swept clean and about to be removed from the world. They did not know what happened to the dragon race. They were looking forward to it. Fellow Taoist Tian, if you go to the dragon race and have the opportunity, why not bring back some god bones? Our Wind Cloud Commerce is willing to buy them at a high price. Tian Yang said with a smile. Huang Chuan did not want to fall behind. Hell Heaven is the same. Both saw an opportunity. They could not miss such an opportunity. Whether they could get it or not, it was not a problem to say it first. That's easy. Lin Fei agreed readily. After sending the two off, Lin Fei flipped through the information. He had to admit that the information sent over by the two sects was very detailed. There was nothing missing. One of the strongest races, it really lives up to its reputation. Lin Fei flipped through the information and sighed. Just the Dragon Clan alone has a total of 10 bloodlines. Although the 9 Dragon King bloodline is missing, there are still 9 Dragon King bloodlines left. Each bloodline has given birth to countless experts. Half-step heavenly gods and heavenly gods are also considered a huge number. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. I don't believe that the Dragon Clan has a god king overseeing it. Lin Fei closed the information and gained a rough understanding of the Dragon Clan. The news of the Dragon Clan returning to the Dragon Clan's base camp still made the entire Dragon Clan extremely excited, especially some of the older clansmen, who were looking forward to returning. Most of the clansmen had no interest in the Dragon Clan's headquarters. They were very satisfied with their current life. With the backing of an overlord, a professional god-slaying expert, the dragon race grew bolder and bolder. It would not take long for them to regain their domineering and peerless self. The 9 Dragon Kings' ascension to Heavenly God also made the entire Dragon Clan excited. Their bloodline finally had a Heavenly God. For this day, they too had been looking forward to it for a long time. If not for the lack of resources, their bloodline would have produced a Heavenly God long ago. While 9 Dragon King was consolidating his cultivation, Lin Fei was not idling around. He took out the killing formation he had obtained from the Heavenly Dragons and 6 Tigers and set it up outside the great metropolis Heaven. Using a vast amount of divine stones, he set up the killing formation and hid it in the void. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei could go out without worry. As long as this killing formation was activated, it could kill a 4 or even 5-star heavenly god. This kind of attack could be used 3 times. For these 3 times, Lin Fei could be said to have invested a lot of capital. Now that he had a notorious reputation, no one dared to cause trouble. Leaving a heavenly god behind was enough. On the 5th day after 9 Dragon Kings stabilized his cultivation, Lin Fei kept the Dragon Clan in the battle fortress. After making arrangements for his family, He set off with the Dragon Clan to the Dragon Clan's base camp, the Divine Dragon Domain. The Draconic Divinity Domain was more than a dozen great domains away from the Great Metropolis Realm, and the distance between each domain was enormous. Only Lin Fei's battle fortress would be able to traverse the distance in a short amount of time. Inside the battle fortress, most of the Dragon Clan went there, except for some who were unwilling to go. Long Xianming, the Great Elder, also went there. It was the place where he grew up. He also brought his son and daughter there. The battle fortress was very fast. One after another, it passed through 7 or 8 domains. During this time, no one noticed that the battle fortress was moving. At this speed, it would not take long for them to reach the Divine Dragon Domain. Master, there seems to be a branch of the World Commerce Chamber in the domain ahead. Do you want to go there? Little Fiend sat on Lin Fei's shoulder, swinging his black inverted triangular tail. World Commerce Chamber? Lin Fei had some impression of the World Commerce Chamber. Back then, the third young Master Feng had acted tyrannically because of his powerful background. In the end, he had been banished to some unknown place. Lin Fei did not have a very good impression of the World Commerce Chamber. That's right. Don't you need godheads? You might be able to obtain some godheads if you go there. Anyway, you have a reason to make a move. Moreover, everyone in the entire domain knows about your fierce name, Tion. Little Fiend egged him on. At the mention of godheads, Lin Fei was really tempted. He was going to the Dragon Clan to obtain godheads. Along the way, it was not impossible to collect some interest from the World Commerce Chamber. After all, the third young Master Feng had offended him. That makes a lot of sense. As a demon god, I should also pay a visit to them. Lin Fei activated the battle fortress and entered the Divine Dragon Domain. Along the way, Lin Fei did not disguise himself at all. He went straight to the most bustling city in the domain. The appearance of the battle fortress still scared the passers-by. They thought that an overlord was coming. The ruler of this domain was a 6-star heavenly god. His name was Heavenly Soul Suppressing God. When he learned that an overlord was coming, he immediately showed himself. No overlord could be offended. There was nothing wrong with treating the other party well. May I know which overlord has come? Please show yourself. Heavenly Soul Suppressing God transmitted his divine sense to the battle fortress. I am Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace. I'm just passing by. I have no other intentions. Lin Fei replied with his divine sense. Suddenly, there was no response. This made Lin Fei very depressed. Was he really that scary? Heavenly Soul Suppressing God's face turned pale with fright when he heard the words, Invincible Palace's Tion. Why had this fierce god come to his domain? And why was he swaggering around? He was a 5-star heavenly god powerhouse who had easily killed the weapon-refining sect's 5-star heavenly god. Everyone knew about his ferocious reputation. Moreover, since this person had made his debut, no less than 20 or 30 heavenly gods had died at his hands. He was a true god slayer. He could not afford to offend this fierce god for now. If he was just passing by, then so be it. What did it have to do with him? Chapter 1770. Tion didn't reply. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything else either. As long as Tion didn't provoke him, everything was fine. The battle fortress swaggered forward. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also very concerned, afraid that Tion would wreak havoc in the territory. As long as it didn't cross the line, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't care. After all, Tion's nickname of God Slayer wasn't for nothing. If he really did kill a few heavenly gods in the territory, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't be able to do anything. The heavenly soul-suppressing god didn't say anything. He just let the battle fort move forward. Apart from cursing Tion in his mind, he could only watch. It's going to the capital city? The heavenly soul-suppressing god watched as the battle fort appeared in the sky above the capital city. Could it be that a family offended Tion? Tion was infamous in the territory. Not only had he offended the 8 great sects, but he had also offended a few of the 7 overlords. There were enemies everywhere in the territory, but he was still alive and well. The most terrifying thing was that Tion's strength was unfathomable. Even ancestors sure of the weapon refining sect had been killed. No one dared to fight Dtion unless their cultivation realm was high enough to suppress Dtion. In the sky above the capital city, the huge black mass also startled the people on the capital city. A battle fort. It was the most powerful weapon that only overlords could wield. No one understood why. Which overlord had come? I am Overlord Dtion. I have something to discuss with the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. Unrelated people, leave now. Don't get dragged into this mess. The battle fort disappeared, leaving only a black-clothed man in the sky. His calm voice spread throughout the entire capital city. The great demon Dtion is here. Let's go. The bustling capital city suddenly became quiet. The people on the street had also disappeared without a trace. The street had become empty. Am I that fierce? Lin Fei asked Nine Dragons King. Nine Dragons King replied. Not at all. Lin Fei descended from the sky and appeared in front of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce branch. The entire World Commerce Chamber was in a state of panic. Why did this fiend come to the World Commerce Chamber? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Dtion's name would have a great impact on anyone. He was someone who specialized in slaughtering gods. No matter what cultivation base you had, you would still die in his hands. What should we do? The president of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce's branch was a 2-star celestial god. Normally, no one would offend the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. It was enough to have a 2-star heavenly god overseeing it. Today, however, it was not enough to face a demon god and a god slayer expert, Dtion. Activate the array formation. No matter what Dtion's motive was, it couldn't be anything good. There was nothing wrong with opening the array formation first. Boom! When the restrictive spell formation was opened halfway, Lin Fei, who was outside, smashed the restrictive spell formation with a punch and swaggered in. He disappeared again and reappeared at the position of the 2-star heavenly god. I came to visit your World Chamber of Commerce, but you actually opened the restriction formation. What's the meaning of this? This 2-star heavenly god felt uneasy as his sharp gaze swept over him. He didn't even dare to make a move. He laughed dryly and said, Our World Commerce Association can't wait to welcome the arrival of an overlord. Activate the array formation. It should be our subordinates messing around. I will warn them. Lin Fei didn't think so. If the World Commerce Association welcomed him, they wouldn't have opened the restriction formation to prevent him from entering. There's no need for a warning. I heard that the World Commerce Association has a lot of things. It just so happens that I'm lacking a lot of things. I'm interested in your items. As soon as he finished speaking, chaotic voices came from the World Commerce Association. Lord, it's bad. People from the dragon race are here to steal our things. Lord, we can't stop them. Thugs, a bunch of thugs. Voices came from below. The 2-star heavenly god felt goosebumps all over his body from Dtion's stare, but he couldn't do anything. He had no doubt that if he made a move, he would be destroyed by Dtion. Quiet, all of you, quiet down. This is an overlord taking things. What's there to make a fuss about? The 2-star heavenly god shouted at the people below. It was already a mess below. The dragons that came in were all fierce and ferocious. As long as it was something good, they would take it away. A portion of them broke into the treasury and looted it wantonly. Anyone who came out to stop them would immediately be beaten to the ground and their treasures would be taken away. How pitiful would that be? Lin Fei patted the other's shoulder. Not bad. You're very tactful. Don't worry, I won't kill you. That's right. Where are the godhoods of your branch? The 2-star heavenly god's expression was very ugly, but he didn't dare to show any anger. He said like a chick pecking rice, I have them. I'll give them to you right now. At this time, the 2-star heavenly god was thinking about nothing else but how to satisfy Dtion. As long as Dtion was satisfied, he might be able to survive. Everything else could be discussed later. Lin Fei was very satisfied. People who knew what was good for them could live longer. Lin Fei didn't care about the items of the World Commerce Association. Other than divine stones and godhoods, he could ignore everything else. 53 godhoods. The World Commerce Association is very wealthy. Lin Fei glanced at it. 53 godhoods was a good harvest. Apart from this, the other took out a storage ring. There were low-grade divine stones and some mid-grade divine stones inside. All the valuables of the branch are here, the two-star heavenly god said in a low voice. Lin Fei led the dragon tribe and swaggered out of the capital city after a round of looting. Everyone in the World Commerce Association's branch lost their temper. Many of them were bruised and swollen. The only thing was that no one died. At most, they were injured. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also shocked when he found out that Di Tian had looted the World Commerce Association's branch. Not many people dared to rob the World Commerce Association's branch. Di Tian is really ruthless. He robbed the World Commerce Association openly. I wonder who in the World Commerce Association offended Di Tian. The heavenly soul-suppressing god shook his head. Fortunately, Di Tian didn't attack other places after robbing the World Commerce Association. The heavenly soul-suppressing god heaved a sigh of relief when he left the territory. The robbery of a World Commerce Association's branch had nothing to do with him. He was most afraid of being targeted by Di Tian. In any case, there was someone else to worry about. At the same time, the heavenly soul-suppressing god sent a message to the other heavenly gods. They could offend anyone but Di Tian. If anyone offended Di Tian, he would be the first to deal with them. Awesome! Long Xiantian also looted many treasures. To the dragon race, everything was useful. This was a great feeling. It was the same for the other dragon tribe members. Basically, all of them had gained something. It was just a matter of time, but it made them happy for a while. They could only dream about robbing the 3 top chambers of commerce. They really didn't dare to do it. Chapter 1771. Who was the fiercest recently? It was none other than the 8th overlord, Di Tian. In the vast territory, as long as Di Tian passed through the territory, the World Commerce Chamber's branches were wiped out by the ferocious dragon tribe. The dragon tribe would not let go of anything that was presentable. Even the materials and stones on the ground were dug up. The entire World Commerce Chamber's branches were riddled with holes. Anyone who dared to resist along the way would undoubtedly be surrounded and killed. Heavenly God powerhouses? When they heard Di Tian's name, they were so frightened that they did not dare to make a move. Di Tian was the one everyone was most afraid of. At the same time, he had the terrifying title of Professional God Slayer. That was the scariest thing. In the meantime, a few heavenly gods from the World Commerce Chamber's branches tried to use violence, but they were killed by Di Tian. Hence, everyone became obedient. The territory lords of the territories all remained silent. What Di Tian wanted to do was none of their business. After all, it did not touch their bottom line, so there was nothing to worry about. After all, they were robbing the World Commerce Chamber's branches. They were rich and might not even care. Why should they interfere and offend Di Tian? Di Tian was a straightforward person in every territory. When Di Tian left to wreak havoc in other territories, they might even have to applaud and drink to calm their nerves. The title of Professional God Slayer became true. The territory lords of the territories were not idle either. They arranged for people to gather information, and finally received news that third young Master Feng of the World Commerce Chamber had once targeted Di Tian. This time, Di Tian was here for revenge. In a short period of time, he had wiped out 7 or 8 World Commerce Chamber's branches, causing them to suffer heavy losses. When the news spread, there was an uproar. Di Tian was here to take his revenge. Vast Heaven's secret realm. It was an ancient secret realm. Later, it was occupied by a group of people. Over time, it became the breeding ground of various races. Later, it gained a resounding name. The World Commerce Chamber's headquarters. There were very few people who knew the location of the headquarters. Even if they found it, they might not be able to enter. It was rumored that outside the vast Heaven's secret realm, there were densely packed formations and restrictions. Most of them were super-killing formations. Even heavenly gods would not be able to return if they entered. Bastard, this bastard. He's taking revenge. Hearing the latest news from his subordinates, a stern-looking middle-aged man in the hall couldn't help but curse. There were a few people standing in the hall, and all of them had their heads lowered. They didn't dare to provoke the president's anger, and they were cursing Di Tian more than 100 times in their hearts. Feng Wanquan frowned. As the vice president of the World Chamber of Commerce, he also had a headache. He had never imagined that such a small matter would lead to such an outcome. In a short period of time, the World Commerce Chamber had lost 8 branches, and the losses were uncountable. 5 heavenly gods and more than 10 sovereign realm experts were killed. Losing the goods was fine, but World Commerce's face had been slapped resoundingly. Right now, the entire weave was probably looking at World Commerce as a joke. Feng Wanquan wanted to slap his disappointing son to death. Father, that bastard Di Tian is clearly here for revenge. I suggest that we gather all the heavenly god experts in the nearest territory to stop Di Tian from acting recklessly. At the very least, we have to let him know how powerful our world commerce is. Feng Qian said viciously. This was Feng Wanquan's eldest son, and he was a fierce and aggressive fellow. I also agree with Big Brother. Di Tian is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he won't stop, said another young man who looked similar to Feng Gan. He was the second young master of Feng Clan, Feng Gang. President, we need to arrange experts to stop Di Tian from sweeping through our branches. The World Commerce Chamber's elders will probably agree. Everyone present was Feng Wanquan's men, and they all agreed that it was best to send experts to deal with Di Tian. Feng Wanquan was very disappointed. These people only knew how to deal with Di Tian, but they didn't know how much effort they had to pay. Even the weapon refining sect that had monopolized the weapons had been destroyed. Dealing with Di Tian was easier said than done. This was also something that gave Feng Wanquan a headache. If Di Tian was really that easy to deal with, Feng Wanquan would have arranged for people to take action without his 2 sons' reminder. He wouldn't have waited until now. President, the head president wants to inform you to go to the conference hall for a meeting. Someone suddenly came in from outside and informed Feng Wanquan. Then, the person turned around and left. Feng Wanquan's expression instantly turned ugly. This matter had escalated to a major issue, and the head president had also called for a meeting. All right, stay here and wait for me to come back after the meeting. Feng Wanquan felt a headache just thinking about it. This meeting was definitely targeted at him. If he knew that his youngest son was unreliable, he wouldn't have arranged for him to go. The other 2 vice presidents definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity to target him. The World Commerce Chamber's influence suffered a huge blow. The Wind Cloud Commerce Chamber and the Hell Heaven Commerce Chamber also took the opportunity to expand their territories, seizing the original shares of the World Commerce Chamber. When Di Tian swept through these territories, the shares of the World Commerce Chamber were quickly devoured by these 2. By the time the other World Commerce Chambers reacted, their shares had already been devoured. All of them regretted coming late. This is awesome. The Battle Fortress left another territory. The Dragon Tribe felt great again. Now, every member of the Dragon Tribe was rich. In vulgar terms, they were all tycoons. Just the materials they had on them could be exchanged for a large number of holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything else. He was only interested in godheads and divine stones. This pleasurable method made the members of the Dragon Tribe worship Di Tian even more. After all, the Dragon Tribe naturally liked shiny things. Holy stones were undoubtedly a good choice. 9 Dragons King was also very happy. The clansmen he led hadn't obtained anything good from start to end. They were one of the strongest clansmen, but they used scrap metal. They would be laughed at if they went out. Ever since they followed Di Tian, the clansmen's pockets bulged. They had changed their treasures too. They were invincible among their peers. Just like this time, they had swept through 8 World Commerce Chamber branches and obtained a large number of treasures. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so generous. It would be strange if they didn't take everything. But Di Tian was different. He didn't care about these things. In his words, he ate meat, and his subordinates also had to drink hot soup. Just because of this simple sentence, the clansmen that came out all obtained a large number of treasures. Whether they used them in the future or kept them for themselves, they didn't have to worry about becoming poor. 9 Dragons King admired Di Tian even more. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei's harvest wasn't bad either. After sweeping through that branch, He had obtained a total of 300 godheads and extracted 83 heavenly god fragments. Just as Lin Fei planned to continue sweeping, the World Commerce Chamber branches in other territories were all empty. This trip was in vain. Lin Fei was very disappointed. He had lost another place to collect godheads. After going to several territories, all the World Commerce Chamber branches were the same. No one. All kinds of treasures were moved away accordingly. Chapter 1772. Under the vast starry sky. A gigantic black ship flew past them. It was so fast that it could not be detected with divine sense. It passed through one star after another, one world after another, and finally crossed a weave, heading towards the next weave. Taoist Sanluo, thank you for sending us all the way to the Draconic Weave. The colossal black object was a war weapon, a battle fortress. The person who controlled the battle fortress was the Sanluo Overlord. Ordinary warships could not break through the limits of a large weave. Only a battle fortress could do it. It could travel as far as possible in the shortest amount of time. Any one of the 7 overlords was very popular. Many heavenly gods needed to travel to distant weaves, or even dangerous secret realms. Almost all of them would find an overlord to send them there. The price to pay for a single trip using a battle fortress was astonishing. Only a heavenly god could afford such a price. President Feng, you must be joking. We've been friends for many years. It's just going to the Draconic Weave. It's not a big deal. The Sanluo Overlord laughed. President Feng was naturally Feng Wanquan. After the World Commerce Association held a meeting, everyone was furious about Di Tian's revenge. They were determined to deal with Di Tian. Otherwise, the World Commerce Association would lose face. As the culprit, third young Master Feng was also targeted. His father, Feng Wanquan, was inevitably targeted. This time, Feng Wanquan did not know how to explain himself. Fortunately, his faction was quite powerful in the World Commerce Association, and they managed to fend off the other people's attacks. For this, Feng Wanquan had to pay a heavy price. At the end of the meeting, Feng Wanquan was arranged to go to the Draconic Weave to contact the current dragon god. He wanted the Draconic Weave's people to make a move and keep Di Tian in the Draconic Weave. At the very least, they had to severely injure him. It was not a secret that Di Tian had brought someone back to the Draconic Weave. It was very easy to investigate a large organization like the World Commerce Association. Connecting the dots, the upper echelons of the World Commerce Association knew what Di Tian wanted to do. He wanted to wreak havoc in the Draconic Weave. This made the World Commerce Association realize that this was an opportunity. The World Commerce Association had suffered heavy losses this time. Not only had they lost heavenly gods, but they had also lost a large number of treasures, including godheads. They had to take revenge. He needed to think carefully about how he was going to do it. Feng Wanquan was forced to take action. For this reason, he brought out a total of 20 heaven god experts from the World Commerce Hall. Among them, 2 were 5-star heaven gods, 5 were 4-star heaven gods, and the rest were 3-star heaven gods. Such a powerful force had been gathered to deal with Di Tian. Their main force was naturally the dragons of the Draconic God territory. Feng Wanquan and the Sanluo Overlord had been friends for many years. This time, he was representing the World Chamber of Commerce, so he had to pay what he had to. This was also a huge contribution. I heard that you fought with Di Tian before, Sanluo. I wonder what your impression is? The Sanluo Overlord already knew the purpose of this trip. The World Commerce Guild went to Di Tian to vent their anger, but they weren't the main force. Di Tian is evil to the core. The Sanluo Transcendent still couldn't forget what happened back then. He had truly suffered a huge setback. When Di Tian became the 8th Transcendent, he had contributed a lot of effort, all for the sake of drawing more hatred towards Di Tian. If we can avoid fighting directly, it's best not to do so. Naturally, this is my personal opinion. Feng Wanquan frowned as well. Even an old friend said that. This time, the dragon race was even more likely to make a move. I heard that the Draconic God territory is going to hold a new Dragon God convention to compete for the right of succession. All sorts of experts from the dragon race will be participating, and it seems that the strongest races will also be there to watch. I believe it will be very interesting. The Sunluo Transcendent said casually. A strange look flashed across Feng Wanquan's eyes. The Sunluo Transcendent also noticed the change in Feng Wanquan's expression. He thought, Di Tian, don't think that you're so great just because you wiped out the crafting sect. If you dare to go after the dragon race, you'll definitely be badly injured. With your meager strength, you won't be able to suppress them at all. I'd like to see you make a fool of yourself. The World Chamber of Commerce branch was empty. Lin Fei gave up on sweeping and rushed to the Draconic God territory at full speed. In the following days, the battle fortress advanced at high speed. Lin Fei didn't really care about the energy points it consumed. Wool comes from the sheep's back, so he didn't have to worry about it. It took him a whole month's time. Lin Fei and the others were infinitely close to the Draconic God territory. Almost all the people who appeared here were dragons or dragon men who were a mix of humans and dragons. It's been so many years. I didn't expect to come back one day. 9 Dragons King stood on a platform in the fortress, looking down at the world of stars below. He was filled with emotion. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. It was still home. No matter how much time had passed, there was still a home in his heart. The Draconic God territory was his home. Lin Fei stood not far from 9 Dragons King. Are you afraid? 9 Dragons King laughed. Not at all. There are no dragons who are afraid of death. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, there's still a master. What a bootlicker! Before reaching the Draconic God territory, Lin Fei could see that the people living outside the territory were all very strong, especially the demonic beasts. Your brothers should know that you're going back to the Draconic God territory. Lin Fei looked into the distance. I wonder what expression they'll have now. From the moment he released the dragons to sweep the World Chamber of Commerce branch, Lin Fei had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. It was necessary to keep a high profile. Lin Fei wanted to put some pressure on the people of the Draconic God territory so that the territory would fall into chaos. Many of them should feel guilty about what happened in the past. Whoosh! Suddenly, the distant sky turned bright red. The vast starry sky was dyed fiery red. Waves of scorching aura hit them in the face, as if they had fallen into an endless sea of fire. This seems to be the aura of the strongest phoenix race. 9 Dragons King looked at the sky, shocked. As expected, not long after, 1,000,000 zhang tall Hufeng flew across the sky. Everywhere it passed, the starry sky was scorching hot. From where they were, they could see many people standing on top of Hufeng. A moment later, the giant Hufeng disappeared, leaving behind a sea of fire. What a divine beast! Its power is actually so strong. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen a divine beast. Moreover, it was a very powerful divine beast. A divine beast is nothing. Sooner or later, I will become a divine beast, and the strongest one at that. Hairball, who was lying on Lin Fei's shoulder, said with dissatisfaction. Eat it, eat it. Lin Fei comforted. Good, you are the strongest divine beast. When did the dragons get so close to the phoenixes? Lin Fei asked curiously. The closer they got to the Draconic God territory, the more people were heading there. Chapter 1773. The strongest races outside the Draconic God we've kept appearing. In less than half a day, 5 of the strongest races had appeared. Lin Fei could sense that something big was about to happen in the Draconic God weave. Otherwise, the strongest races would not have come to the Dragon Tribe. Could it be that they were targeting his group? Lin Fei thought it was impossible. He was very famous and fierce, and he was the newly promoted 8th Overlord. To the first and second-rate forces, he was indeed a force to be feared. In front of these strongest races, they would not give him any face. They would disdain him. No matter which race it was, the strongest of them would always be stronger than the crafting school's 5-star Empyrean gods. They could easily send out several 5-star Empyrean gods. That was the advantage of being the strongest race. Curious, Lin Fei sent people out to investigate. He was not in a hurry to enter the Draconic God weave. He might as well understand the situation first. He was not a reckless person. The Draconic God Weave is holding the Dragon God Convention in 3 days? These strongest races are here to watch? Lin Fei was shocked when he heard the news. He turned to look at 9 Dragon King. What is the purpose of this Dragon God Convention? Why are the strongest races appearing one after another? 9 Dragon King had a complicated expression. He sighed. I didn't expect it to be the Dragon God Convention. Lin Fei noticed that 9 Dragon King was in low spirits. At this time, Long Xianming exclaimed, Father, is this the same as the Dragon God Convention back then? 9 Dragon King nodded bitterly. So many years have passed. I didn't expect to see the Dragon God Convention again. Is this to welcome us? Master, I've embarrassed myself. 9 Dragon King quickly recovered. This Dragon God Convention is actually to select the next Dragon God Weave Master. I was one of the candidates back then, but Lin Fei hadn't asked about the 9 Dragons King's past, but from the bits and pieces he had gathered, he knew that the 9 Dragons King seemed to have met his demise at the Dragon God Convention. In the end, he fled to the Dark Night Galaxy and drifted aimlessly. Every Dragon God Convention is the most sensational event in the entire Dragon God domain. As the strongest races, they would also come to spectate. Their geniuses would spar with each other, trying to get closer to each other. This is also the reason why the strongest races are independent of the 8 major sects and 7 hegemonic powers. 9 Dragons King added. Lin Fei understood. If what happened back then didn't happen, then you should be the one who initiated the Dragon God Convention this time, right? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Sigh, that's all in the past. The 9 Dragons King did not answer directly, but his meaning was clear. Master, this generation's Dragon God is holding a Dragon God Convention to select the strongest of the younger generation from the 9 Bloodlines Dragon Clan to become the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan. With the gathering of the strongest clans, the Dragon Clan's influence has reached its peak. In my opinion, let's forget about this matter. 9 Dragons King was worried. He understood the meaning of the Dragon God Convention better than anyone else. Having the strongest clan spectate was also a form of communication. When the time came, experts would gather. If Huang Xiaolong recklessly charged in, he would inevitably fall into a dangerous situation and might even die here. 9 Dragons King did not want Huang Xiaolong to stand up for him. Even if Huang Xiaolong wanted to go, he had to wait until the Dragon God Convention was over. When the strongest clans had all left the Dragon Clan, then he could make a move. Now was definitely not the time. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Since we're already here, don't you think it'll be boring if we don't do something? Coincidentally, the Dragon God Convention is about to be held, so we might as well make a big splash and let everyone know that my people are not to be bullied. Don't you think it'll be interesting? 9 Dragons King really did not know what to say. Lin Fei added, You've been away from the Dragon God domain for so long. Do you still have anyone you can trust in the Dragon God domain? We can't just barge in recklessly. We need to find someone to understand the general situation. Once decided, no one could change Lin Fei's mind. 9 Dragons King was even more grateful to Lin Fei. He clearly knew that the Dragon God domain was filled with experts, but Huang Xiaolong still stood up for him. How many people could do that? Master, since that's the case, then this old man will throw caution to the wind. 9 Dragons King's blood boiled. At worst, it would be a fierce battle. In the Dragon God domain, if there's anyone I can trust, it should be my 6th brother. I wonder how he is now. Then let's go find your 6th brother. The Dragon God domain was huge. It was even bigger than the previous domains. Its overall strength was also several times that of the other domains. All kinds of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts lived here, and every one of them was powerful. There were even mixed bloods of the dragon race and dragon men, making up the huge Dragon God domain. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and moved alone in the Dragon God domain. With the help of space techniques, no one noticed him. Under 9 Dragons King's guidance, Huang Xiaolong headed in the direction of his 6th brother. Flying in the Dragon God domain, all kinds of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. They wore beast hide armor and carried large axes. It's changed. Everything has changed. At a certain location, 9 dragons kings suddenly let out a sigh. At Lin Fei's position, there was a vast plain and a large city with a large population. With a slight sense, he could sense countless powerful auras in the city. Those who could give Lin Fei such powerful auras were at least 4-star heavenly gods. Just now, he could sense at least a few dozen 4-star heavenly gods and above in the city. Among them, there were even a few that were very obscure and terrifying. You recognize this place? Master, you might not know this, but there are a total of 10 dragon kings in the dragon god domain. Each dragon king is given a fief, and each of them occupies a place in the dragon god domain. This is where I, 9 dragons king, was conferred my title. 9 dragons king's expression was ugly. After I left, this place was probably conferred to another dragon king. Lin Fei looked at the city below. This place will come back sooner or later. No one can take it away. Perhaps because he saw the fief, 9 dragons king's expression did not look good, as if he had suffered a huge blow and could not accept it. Lin Fei could understand 9 dragons king's feelings. No one would be able to accept such a scene. Under 9 dragons king's guidance, Lin Fei soon arrived in the sky above a large city. This city was 3 times bigger than 9 dragons king's fief, and it was bustling with people. A giant dragon statue stood in the square in the center of the city. He's still here, my 6th brother is still here. 9 dragons king was also released, standing beside Lin Fei. Looking at the statue in the square, he was unusually excited. He was worried that after he left that year, his 6th brother, who had been the closest to him, would be affected. Looking at it now, at least he was fine.